Greetings. Hopefully, guys, you hear me well. Greetings to you all. We will be with you shortly. We just, I know you read the title. The title says NAS and SOMA bullying must stop. What they're doing to us is completely cowardly, and we will tell you why we said that and why the topic was written. I know some of them will be upset, but let us, before you get upset, understand why we're saying this. Because when we speak for Equatorial land, some people are getting so aggressive against us because they want to talk as if we're just here a bunch of people who want to you know um, escalate situation. But we will not go far, but I'm just going to tell you that we need the bullying to stop because there's a lot of bullying happening from the members of NAS, uh, targeting our members, and particularly sending messages of threat, of bullying, disrespect, insults, to the extent we feel like these people are getting too much. And then also with the whole SOMA too, as the SOMA group are not focusing on their objective, but they're focusing on personal people, on people, personalities, and attacking people. And then also going to the extent they would not even respect that we Equatorian do not want to be part of South Sudan. And yet they don't want to see that. They want us to be just submissive to the idea that they are the only voices and the only image that can speak for the whole South Sudan. When we don't even acknowledge them, nor do we acknowledge the regime, because we see both of them are the same chaos, because they're not helping us. They're actually escalating the issues in Equatoria to the extent that Equatoria itself today is in shambles, is so broken that needs solution. And the solution we see is better for us as Equatorian to work for self-determination. So in that manner, I said, sorry, I did not open the mic in Clubhouse, but yeah. So in that manner, I say we will be back as we open our topic in Clubhouse and Facebook. So it's all broadcast both sides, YouTube, Twitter, and other forums that we have been connected to. Of course, there's a lot of things going on. We are not here to talk about personalities, but we're here to talk about the behaviors of groups who call themselves opposition, or they speak for the people, and yet they don't even respect the people when people oppose them. So for that reason, we are speaking out right now. And if you don't mind, for those who are loyal and an honest Equatorian, believe in Equatoria, please share this in your pages, because our enemies always will try to incite others not to come into our rooms or listen to us, because they don't want you to listen to the truth. We're not here for you to kind of like us or embrace us, because we're not really interested in that. We have our own life, but what we want is to speak the fact that we do not want this behavior. If they are fighting for the people, let them fight, but let them not become the obstacle for the people who do not want to be part of a nation that we don't even see it anymore as our country. And the title is clear. We did not insult anyone, and we're not going to insult anyone. What we are focused is that the bully must stop. The behavior, the bullying must completely stop, because we're tired of this behavior. When they're coming to us, let them come with logic. Let them not come and threat us and attack us and try to send messages to some of our members, and in the way how they feel like they can intimidate others to scare them. Because I have been in that picture, of course, but I told them I'm not afraid and I'm ready for whatever they want to do. And to the extent that they're going that extreme, we're going to also be extreme with them until they respect themselves and they respect who we are, because we're not going to be out of here. We're not going to be left, silenced. We're going to fight until we get our nation. I know they are mocking us, say how and where, because they are brainless. For us, it's not about how or where. We know how it will be. We know it's possible. And that's why we are very confident when we come out here speaking on that. I know that it's a lot of challenges, but these challenges are not going to stop us from speaking and fighting for what is right. And I'm proud that we are fighting for our homeland, our ancestors. And we are humbled that we have our brothers and sisters who are listening to us, because Greater Equatoria is bigger than any person, bigger than any organization, bigger than any, futile gaining that some people want to gain. We will not gain any position on that. We don't gain any payment on that. But what we do is we speak for our people and we'll fight for it. So just sooner we'll be with you and we will tell you what happened on that matter, the bullying that has been coming straight from both of them, the SOMA and the NAS group, who are doing this to intimidate and silence us because we are radical in our belief and our stand. We are Equatorians. We're not selling ourselves cheap to any idea or any program that is made by these, I call them SPLM leftover, because most of these people are SPLM. They want it or not. And I don't respect SPLM. Yes, I respect the heroes who fought there willingly and they have sacrificed their life and those who really did something. But remember, there is also many villains within there. If there's too many 10,000 snakes, and maybe you can say the rest is like 1,000 of them is just not snakes, or non-snakes, does not mean that the snakes are not there. So that's what is the SPLM was, because some people volunteered, didn't know that the snakes were there. So the organization was already built on a tribal mindset, and we're clear, and we have all the facts and evidence. Even we collected some information from other international community based on what John Garang have done before. And when we speak on these things, some of these opposition, they are flip-flop. One day they are, no, not all Dinka are bad. The next day, oh yeah, Dinka are tribal. So you can't tell. But for us, we state clearly, we want to separate for be a nation because we have a reason. Our nation is the Equatorian land is in under occupation, and plus, what our people are going through right now under these heavy bombardment and heavy attack, we see Equatorians are no longer able to find refuge in their home. They have to exit. They have to be exiled, kicked out of the land, and go outside to find safety. And yet they go there and live in other neighboring countries in a shelter of under United Nations camps where their life condition is horrible. They have no future. Even within the Equatoria, our people have no future. Our women are vulnerable. Our children are vulnerable. Our young today, the numbers, the high number of suicide, alcohol, women are vulnerable to give themselves so cheap sexually, to give up their dignity to some people who are not worthy, undeserving men, to use them so they can get paid. So this is our insults and disrespect. So please be with us soon. We'll be with you. I know, like I said, what we speak here, we're not worried if you like us or not, because it's not about popularity. We're here to speak on what we believe is wrong, and we need to stop it, and what is need to be spoken about that other people are not willing to speak about because they fear a challenge. I'm not here if the whole world go against me, but my land and my people who are suffering, those people matter to me more than your opinion, more than your liking me or don't like me. It doesn't matter, because when we die, either hell or heaven. At least when I go to my living God, I want to tell him that yes, I stood for what I believe in, because it's my homeland, my people. I don't follow my tribe because I have tribe. Everybody have a tribe. I see tribe is just like which son you belong to, like who's your father, but it's not like it means like you gotta like always make sure that you have to always carry your father in your wallet or anything. It's just like the principle that your father teach you, the knowledge, the gift that they teach you will give you the ability to stand up for what is right and what's wrong. And this is exactly as my tribe, even the smallest tribe in Equatoria, I'm proud, but at the same time, they are humble in their own, but we never acknowledge ourselves as a tribe. We acknowledge ourselves as Equatorian, and this is the beauty of it. And for those other groups in Upper Nile and Bahar Ghazal could not understand this. I'm not saying all Bahar Ghazal, some. Those who are not yet corrupted by the SPLM, those who are not yet, flip-flop, who are backstabbers, those are the good ones. I would say they understand exactly what Equatoria stand for, because we stand for the principle of unity. Our unity is who we are, and that's why today you see the capital in Equatoria was there because of purpose that they see that's the only secure place. If you go in Upper Nile, it's dangerous. You go Bahar Ghazal, it's dangerous because the people out there, they are wild. They are psychotically ready to go and create chaos instead of creating peace and harmony and build for the future. And yet they pretend here, they come up and speak, as if they understand us, especially those in the so-called opposition side, because the opposition we have been seeing their hypocrisy. They're not different from the regime. The regime, we already know they are our enemy number one. We already called them out. They are enemies. And we tell them that once we get our land and once we become a nation, they will not be in our land anymore. There would be nothing called SPLM in that particular. We Equatorians are focused on our hope and our cases. I want to also welcome Brother McCartney, Sister Didi, and all those who are here. And thank you for joining us, brother. So just hold on and let me, while I play the music, please, and then we start, because also welcome the people in Facebook. And if you don't mind, share it, pin your friends, let them come in. Those who really have Equatorian patriotism, those who really believe in Equatoria, those who understand when we speak this, they feel it, because we're not here for majority. We're here for the people who suffer. We're not here to be accepted. We're here to make a difference. When we speak for our people. We don't speak because we want people to like us, or just because for the sake of speaking. Because sometimes I even get sick of talking on these things. But it's important because it bothers me when I see my people are insulted, humiliated. And particularly when you're Equatorian and some other want to overrun your voice or shut you off and shun you as if you don't exist. No, we're not going to tolerate this. If our so-called leaders are going to be taking the back seat, and sit down and be just like this good boy, well, we are not those good boys. We are anti anything that will try to make us submissive. We are for Equatorial liberty, and the liberty of Equatoria will be. And it starts with what we're doing, because some people say, where's your weapon? Not everything have to be through violence. It's all about your mind. That's why today there's a lot of these games are now playing, because they see us, we're a very formidable enemy, both of the sides. If it was in the regime or the opposition, now they're using all their tactic to confuse our Equatorian brothers and sisters, especially in diaspora, to make them believe that these guys know better than us. When we are the sons and daughters of Equatoria, greater Equatoria land, this is our homeland. We will not allow anyone to insult us. And when they come up so low to come and threaten some of our members in messages and insult and bullying and sexism, well, we're not going to be silent. We want to stand up for our members, because we Equatorian Nationalists, we will not leave no one behind, because Equatoria is for Equatorian, and the nationalist Equatorian are fighting and speaking for Equatoria, because today our voices are the strongest than all these two, groups combined, because they can come up like clowns to us and we just laugh at them and shake them off when we try to talk to them. And that's why they feel intimidated. That's why you see them, even when you write something, they will kick you out of their room, or when you criticize them, you become the enemy. And they make sure they will create enemies. They will incite others who are weak-minded to believe that you are the bad guy. If you don't know me, don't ever assume what they're saying, because until you know me, sit down and talk to me, and I'll talk to you as humble as you can, because we will listen to each other. Because the first thing we want Equatoria to be free. This is our main mission, our main objective. We're not here to pretend that we are so much caring about the people, because when we get the seat, everybody good. Remember those people where they were. They were living life lavishly, forgot about the people. They didn't even care. And we condemn them as we condemn the regime. Both of them are corrupt. Both of them are mess. Both of them are the reason why we're suffering. And we will never forgive them, because the only thing that we want to see is our land become free. So I'll stop here. Let me play the music, and I'll be back with you guys.
Oh, na 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 na. Oh, na 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 na, yeah. Banana kala. Na 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 na. I need a one. I need a sour. Oh yeah. I need a Equatorian. Nasawa. I need a Equatorian. Bele Dwahid. I need a Equatorian. Anena, nina Equatorian. Oh yeah, kanita minyambio, kanita mintori, weleta minchuba, yeah. Anena Equatorian, keresia sama kesi manena, yeah. We strong, we stand together. Kami naguluwahi, Equatoria bihaba. Yapigwa pijama, asan belet na bihaba. So give us pen and give us guns. Give us ipanagule. Anina Equatorian, Nasawa, Anina Equatorian. Belet wahid, Anina Equatorian. Anina Equatorian. Oh yeah, Kanita Zande, Kanita Mai, Aukukuye, Anina Equatorian. Kelena hivyo fusina, kebilia kede maferiganina. Salam wa sahaba, behaja derino hasan belet na biraba, arif mabisaido. So give us pen and give us guns. Give us ipanagule. Anina Equatorian, Nasawa, Anina Equatorian. Belet wahid, Anina Equatorian. Anina Equatorian.
Nina kulu sawa jama. SSOMA pelpa nangala. I love my people and I'm the voice.
Ajoli ya buga ya baka, kuninga balanda mari, kapuwa kini kukuku, lambo lugoya, ajoli kukusa mulu, nyangara morobe mari, mundare, nyangara, kutumu mari makujudo, lugara buga ya lobe, lulu
Kosa Mondo Anina kulu nasi sawa. Mami hata bigesi manena, siasa mabigesi manena. Anina wahi.
Alrighty. Thank you. As we start, just want to say first, welcome to you guys, those who are in Clubhouse and Facebook. We appreciate you all joining us. The topic, of course, it says NAS SOMA members and the hierarchy. Bullying must stop. Must stop the bullying against Equatorian Nationalists and Separatists or / Separatists, because what they're doing actually is just unprofessional of them, and it shows to them to be cowardness, because this is not the first time. We've been silent even since I remember I came out speaking about things that negative that we see, or criticizing just in the point of correction. Some of them feel offended. Some of them begin to send people to play these tricks. And I know our enemies, they really are working hard to make sure that our voices must not be heard. But well, they can try. But our message is not intent for those fools. Because foolish man, if a blind man, you can't put the light for a blind man or a blind person. You need to put the light for the people who can see. So people who can see understand what we're saying. But those blind fools, they can keep playing their smart, because that knowledge will never get to them. Because how many books, for example, you can read about the greatest people in the world who achieved many things, spoke many things, wrote many things, and documented it in their book. But do everybody read it? No. But there's people who reads it and makes an impact. It changed their life. So what we're doing here is going to change some people's life, because we know when we speak in our case as Equatoria, it changed other people to take action. Those Equatorians who really understand that we understand them, to the extent they begin to see what we're trying to give them. We give them a gift that will last with them forever. We're not here to brag and praise ourselves like them. Those clowns will come up and speak about themselves as if they are, the voice of wisdom. They know it all. They claim to have those, knowledge of Equatoria, knowledge of the issues in South Sudan. And they were part of this organization, part of this regime who messed up the whole country. And now they're coming out, like the leftovers, and trying to claim that they know everything. And they have this patriotic life, patriotic understanding. They care about the people. and they can speak conscience, but in reality this is hypocrisy. Those are snakes, those are fake people, those are false in everything. And I'm not afraid to say it in their faces, because they know I'm not here for popularity or you like me or not. You can be my friend, you can be my enemy, that's your choice, that's your loss. But my case here is the land of our people. When you cross the line taking what is mine and abusing my people, then you have a problem with me. We can be friends as long as you respect me. I respect you, because the most important thing in friends is to respect. But when I see those guys in Soma and NAS, even NAS itself does not, I mean, Soma does not respect NAS. Let me be honest, because right now the attack comes from NAS, and I'm taking this because that when we put first the title NAS, it was NAS. You know, NAS is the one, to stop attacking us. And I see here one of the members of NAS writing down, it says in Facebook, Equatorians really need to scrutinize and know who exactly are their real enemies. Those who talk to create more enemies to Equatoria, while in the same time fighting some sons and daughters of Equatoria, unknown hidden leaders who hide behind the regime of Juba. Wow. Okay, imagine, this is from Mr. Stanley Luwate Wani, okay, calling us like that. Unknown hiding leaders who hide behind the regime of Juba. For sure, being paid for their job, or those who are silent, but tirelessly fighting that regime that disgrace Equatorian. It's up to you, Equatorians, to find out. And those are the people who will come and tell us Equatoria can never be a nation because they will kill each other. This is the same people, and I blame him. I'll blame you, Mr. Stanley. You're the people who actually let down our generation. You're the people who brought SPLM to be destroying us. You're the people who are letting places in central Equatoria, eastern Equatoria, western Equatoria to be vulnerable. You're the same people who just only like to clap and follow leaders blindly. You cannot speak on the facts, but you want to come up and just because you feel like you know better. If you cannot even speak the truth that the people are suffering, because you're not feeling the pain, you've never been there. Because if you're there right now in the camp, sitting with those women, these widows, those children, you will not talk like this. You want to find a solution. You will not even look for anybody to embrace like those leaders who want to be. You want to tell us we are hiding and we are getting paid? Listen, we are anti anything called SPLM. If you come from the SPLM, well, you are my enemy, because I will never accept anybody who's trying to disrespect us. Okay, we're sick of these people who try to come up and tell us what we're doing. We have seen some Equatorians have been used by the enemy. Even during the time of Jalaba, there's the same thing happen. Tell me you do not know that. Makam fi Junubin Equatorian Shagalim Mashamalin can be Sugumawater. They drive motorcycle and they point fingers to the people in houses and they take their sons and kill them. You forgot that? We have Equatorian traitors. And if you want to be part of them, good luck. But not me, I'm going to judge you. It's the history will judge you. It's the people who will judge you. Because when you go back home, they will remember who's this man who's writing such things like that, trying to attack us here. You're the same people. Tell your people in organization to NAS, the people of NAS and SOMA, to stop attacking our Equatorian nationalists. Because we're sick of this. You guys think we are here for, like, we want approval of anyone? We don't care. When we spoke about separation, a lot of people were shocked because we took this to the extent. We're done with this comedy drama that's going on within social media, within all these country going on there, downstairs, down in South Sudan. You have seen how people are getting killed. Tomorrow there will be opposition. The next day they will be. The next day they will join the regime and they will call themselves government of coalition. Coalition government. This is shameful. And you want to tell us that we are dividing Equatoria? You are the one who divided Equatoria. What is NAS doing to the Equatorian in East Equatoria, West Equatoria, Central Equatoria? You're letting the people to become vulnerable, to be killed. And you want to say NAS Gua. 5 years you have been sitting out there speaking of NAS. What are you doing? SOMA, what are they doing? And we will talk about it if you like it or not, because we are sick and tired of the hypocrisy that's been played against us. If they want to fight, let them fight like men. And if they are trying to do something, bring change, let them bring the real change. Not to let Equatorians suffer for the sake of other people who are using them like puppets, and then they talk we are SOMA. Didn't NAS learn from the time when Lama Cole betrayed him in that Sawa? Didn't they learn from when Bagana Moon betrayed him in Soma? Now there's some people are supporting these guys and go, oh yeah, now they're making a room about some one guy who just got kicked out of the room, got kicked out of the group of SPLM, real SPLM, and they begin to make it as a big topic. Imagine the clowns, the clown way they behave. Then they talk themselves, they're very intellectual. You are talking about this person, one particular person who's angry. Okay, he is angry. He spoke about something. You guys are going to make it a subject, or you are trying to create a diversion because you know what we're coming to talk about here is more serious and dangerous to you guys. Mr. Stanley, I'm not here to waste my time with you. If you have a problem with me, well, I don't know what to say to you. Respect to your elder. As an elder, just please, if you don't like the place, exit, find somewhere else, find your group on somewhere. They're still talking in Clubhouse about your, they're supporting Bagana Mum. Because I'm wondering how group of NAS, the one who got betrayed by, this guy, Bagana Mum, now they are all there making themselves kumbaya friend, coalition to support him. And they talk all this nonsense because it shows you guys you're weak. And you guys are weak in all category because you could prove you prove yourself to be weak because you don't have principles. Today they betray you, and tomorrow you go back like, I'm sorry to say this, you know how like a dog get beat up by the master, and then you go back crawling back to the master and try to protect the master. And that's what you're doing, guys. That's what NAS is doing to this guy. After the insult that this guy made to you, joined Paul Malong in Uganda or Kenya, whatever. And you guys here now trying to give a boost to this guy like he's a good guy. He did not even apologize to NAS. He did not even write a statement saying that we, the real SPLM, made a mistake. Nothing. But you guys are running like clowns and say, oh, don't generalize. Everything they write for you there, you go and follow because you guys showed how weak you are. And you are really weak as an organization because you cannot speak the facts. You're just like the Uncle Toms that they always say in American literature and in American history, because the Uncle Toms are the people who always have an apology for the oppressor. So please do not bother me. Do something else, and I'm not going to respond to anything for what you say because you're just angry person. You're trying to, and maybe they send you there. They say go and do the distraction. If you have a logic, please argue with logic. Don't come up with your emotional. Just because you just reaction and you try to make yourself able to kind of like speak on something, speak on facts. And I'm not going to waste my time because my focus here is that these things have to stop. The NAS abuse and the SOMA abuse to our nationalists must stop. You cannot intimidate us because we talk about Equatoria. And you cannot tell me that who gave you the mandate to speak for Equatoria? Who gave the hell, I want to say, who the hell gave mandate to those who call themselves opposition to speak for the people of South Sudan? Most of you guys were in the bush for those who call themselves opposition today. If you were in the bush or you were behind the scene working there, writing or whatever you claim you are, the intellectual of the mind, the think tank or the mind behind the SPLM, you were not doing anything but just, you were calling yourself to be those people who speak for the people. But when you got the power during the honeymoon, what happened? Most of these people living in SPLM, heaven at that time, until the SPLM began to, begin to make a house cleaning where they begin to do a lot of removal of people who they don't feel like these people are going to be loyal to them, and they kick them out. Of course, SPLM, we know it's a tribal organization, and we're always going to say it because it was created by a tribal man named John Garang, and he did it. And now you want to tell me like you guys are trying to do something because we have given you all the time. All the time, what did you do to us? Only you see the people in Equatoria are crying from the pain and the sorrow, and they wonder who's to be blamed. And you guys say, no, don't worry, we're fighting. We are one people. We're going to get these people out. How long? And then when there is negotiation time, you're the first people who run in table, sit down like students to get agreement so you can get in. Because none of you guys have any plan. The plan you have only to get back into position because you lost it. That's why Riek Machar have proved it, and you guys are going to prove it. Even those of the what they call the SAWA group, SSOA, now today there is SOMA. Both are the same game, and they're the same elements who behind it played all this manipulation. And yet you think we're a joke here. We talk about the facts, my friend. We're not here to attack personality, say you guys don't show your face. We don't care, because we said it's a symbolism to the people who are being killed, unknown people who have been killed by the Equatorian victims. There's so many women and children. There's so many people who are not even buried when they died. Even I have my relatives. Unknown bodies are not found. They were murdered horribly by these tribal organizations. And because of these evil thing they've done to our people, yet you want to tell me, listen, I'm willing to die for what I stand for, what I say. You know, if death come to me, trust me, I'm not afraid. And I'm telling you this as a truth. Let that day come, and you will see what I say for it. Because I'm not afraid of these things. You know, once you see death, you have nothing to fear. Because you will know that one day you're going to die anyway. But I will die for the truth, not die for the fake things, not die because I want to get a position. I want to get, people to like me. The hell if people like me. Even if I have one person who will cry for me, is better than the 1,000 people who cry for us. Some people, man. I'm sorry, guys. I'm seeing this old man is giving me a hard time here, trying to kind of distract me. But I'll focus on this, and that's why I'm saying we are staying. Stop the bullying. Stop the bullying. Yes, Didi. Sorry. Go ahead. And welcome, brother. Yeah.
Please don't worry about this guy. Stanley, Kabaso Galipi, the Master Logi Jam Suko, Bijali go position. Yeah, say, I'm on the fight, fight, another. Because Ogano Galu, we are standing on his way. Like in position when? Who's El Bakir Mother sign peace, mom?
Yes.
So, Kero die, Tamanto. It are no better Zol Kebir Zola, use me no Bisala Mile. Always there, Carabo, Elagatoma, Equatorian Sanin. Anyway.
Thank you. Okay. I want to welcome you, Mambo, and then also McCartney, Didi, and James. Thank you so much for joining. And I see also Mr. Jacob. I welcome you. It doesn't, also Mr. Jacob, I know you're a NAS member, but my main objective, هدفنا هنا في الموضوع ده كله إنه الناس and SOMA must stop bullying us. يعني حركاتهم بتاع I don't know it in Arabic. I can't remember it. My mind is everywhere in this thing. But when they are insulting and abusing our people, our group who's speaking for the right of Equatoria, it is uncalled for. And who must say unprofessional, as they call themselves, whom are the educated people in the because now they're calling us, we are a bunch of illiterate people who are calling for separation, because we are not that smart people who can understand politics and the game of politics. That's why they have tried to smear us. They tried to tarnish our names, and we laughed at it. It was like, it's okay, because they're desperate. That's what they call attack tactic. Even they went to the personal to attacking my family and going to the point where I laughed. I was like, listen, it's not even about me. But if you can't handle the fact, you can't handle the truth on that, we are speaking for the real serious thing, Ali. And then I see these hypocrites will come out, and then the next day they will see them, they will do something else opposite. Like, come on, people. Do you think these people want all your charity? They want solution. They don't want just to go in normal donation, aside. They want to end this situation, this cycle of violence, this cycle of displacement, this cycle of insecurity. You cannot even bring it on. You cannot even put it down on the table. But if any time there is a negotiation discussion like Hasafi, Roma, or other countries, you guys are ready to go. And you could see even the groups over there, they're not even loyal to each other. You could see one guy betray them. And then today I see a lot of them, bunch of clowns, going there and dancing and singing for the same person who betrayed their leader, the leader of NAS. So it's just ironic. Yani, Borini, he really did the mentality, and then they say, oh, they're Equatorian. Who gave you the mandate? Listen, inshallah 10 نفر, we can speak the voice of Equatoria, because Equatoria does not need a leader who's have to be born from a kingship or leaders. Today we see the leaders they all got promoted there. They're all called self-promoted leaders. They never been leaders that we actually came and sat down with them, but we accepted them because they were part of this image that, yes, they are from Equatoria, so they might speak for us. But he never. Most of these people, not only him, a lot of these guys within the SPLM who are known to be Equatorian originally are not able to speak for Equatoria, but instead they are putting Equatoria down. They are letting Equatoria to be vulnerable. Even they allowed Juba to be a capital city in South Sudan. And why? Because the way how these people are willing to sell us out easily. And when I call them sellout, they get offended. Like, oh, like babies. And then they want to insult some other guy because they see this guy cannot express himself correctly. And he does not even belong to NAS group, not even to the SOMA, because I don't know which SOMA are they. There is the SOMA of Paul Malong and Bagana Mum, and there is now another SOMA, which is Emmanuel Rajuin and this of Cirillo. So I wonder which one are they? And then you can see the same people from the SOMA of the one that still put their hopes in Rome, go and join with the man who insulted one of the NAS leader by betraying and by even using a remark saying that, you know, Cirillo is a tribalist and all these nonsense. So, and yet you could see the irony of it. These jokers will come up and stand with it. If somebody betrayed our leader and I'm loyal to what the leader have gave up the point that I am standing for something, I will never go and jeopardize anything. We will stand our ground. Hey, this is your issue, man. You deal with it. It's your own group. But you guys are now become the devil advocate for these guys. And you even used into the extent that even they're telling you to go and challenge these people of Equatoria. Like you can see everybody will come arrogantly side. They're trying to tell us history to Equatoria. But I don't know, are they opposition or are they historians? Because either you got to pick one. You cannot be a historian, you cannot be an opposition, you know, because either you become a history teacher and let these revolutionaries, because revolution does not have time for history. Revolution want to change. If this history is bad, they need to change it. We know what our history is. You don't have to teach us. And even the history that is now been narrated by many of these guys, those are history are written, and there's some hidden things behind it that still need more investigation, more real clear message, clear understanding what happened exactly. Because our ancestors, unfortunately, did not, had the capacity, or they were not thinking that they need to hold records for the sake that one day their children will need it. But for our generation, now we are the one who's going to write the history, and we're going to rewrite it and also reclaim it. Because what we see now, there is a lot of things that is missing, and we know what we know is that Equatorial land and Equatorian people must not, cannot be related with the people in Upper Nile Bahar Ghazal. With all respect, they want to be angry or not, this is our right. So we're going to speak on that in a matter. So I will leave it here, but I hope my point is clear. Those bullies and those agents, and we have all the evidence, the way how they talk to us, even they send people to kind of like silence us, intimidate us, even they go to the extent to insult in a sexual, provocative language, insulting our people in a way, calling women in a horrible, derogatory way. That they did that before, even when we start talking about especially there was a topic, Brother Bashir brought it, was called the Shuluk politician. Imagine how many of these people from Shuluk did not understand the message clearly, and they all went and attacked on us and then some other Equatorian from the SOMA began to, oh, you guys want to create war with everyone. Listen, they already created war on us, but we need to put clear on things. You need to know, they need to know they cannot step their boundary. We have a boundary here. Equatoria belongs to Equatorian. Anything about Equatoria must be discussed as an Equatorian, not as somebody outside who wants to talk like he knows everything about us. They don't know nothing. They can't even unite themselves in Upper Nile or Bahar Ghazal. They want to talk about unity to us. They want to tell us our history. The arrogance of these people is so arrogant, and yet they're fools because they still hold their tribe as if they are the mighty of the whole nation. They call themselves all these things. And one of the people, the group, is start insulting one of our members in a disrespectful way, in a very sexually suggestive way, in a way that you could show and then they act like they're the most educated, the sophisticated, and even they call themselves. We never use profanity. Our community never use profanity. Please, the hypocrisy, for God's sake, stop this. You are the most hypocritical people. You will insult and yet you act like insult. No one in this earth does not know what insult is. Profanity, everybody can say it. Even the people who pretend to wear like they are the religious people, they are the worst people when they use profanity. But just because you know how to control yourself does not make you a saint. You control yourself not to speak something that offensive or even offensive to your character, to your standard. But these people, when they get angry and emotionally angry, they will lose it and they'll start writing some things. And they wrote that, and we got the evidence of it. But this is how we are dealing with people who trying to elevate themselves in front of us. They trying to act like they are the wisest people, even calling other people idiots. It's so funny. Like I said, if there is 10 idiots, mine is mine is 10. Like I don't want to go there because last time I put it something about it, like 10 idiots, and then one of them who's going to be, the person going to correct them. So I don't want to even go there, but it's just so ridiculous the way how they making themselves to be better than anyone else, and when it comes to themselves, they forget. So عشان كده قلنا الفطيس ما بيشم ريحته. The dead carcass do not smell its stench. So that's what it is. So I won't go far, but let's be careful and let these people be careful. This is a warning to them. If they want to fight us dirty, we're not going to fight dirty, but we're going to put them out publicly. We're not going to talk into personalizing person or talk about your family, who you're with, or where you live. This is not our case. But I know you guys are very easy to do that because you guys are desperate. You need anything to do to silence us, so you will do anything. Even you use your puppet to do your job. But I warn you, you push us, and you will see the hell that comes to you after that, because we're no longer going to tolerate nonsense. And we say this to you and to the regime and to anyone who's trying to say to go against Equatoria. Equatoria belongs to us, and we will fight for it. And no hell, not even a wild dog coming from other region tell me that they can tell us what Equatoria means. We know what Equatoria is. And yes, I call it because only the wild dog will try to come into the neighbor's house to come find some food and act like it's the dog house or belong to our house. It does not. Let it go back to his house. So that's it. I'll stop here. Welcome, Didi. Thank you for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Odysseus. I wanted to greet you guys all. McCartney, Odysseus, Mambo, James, and Jacob. Welcome, brother Jacob. We really I think we Equatorians, I think in this time that we were in struggle, we find our own brothers who are really
I'm really sorry to interrupt your program.
They're not really focusing on necessarily what is happening to our Equatorian people. If you see even Muslim Linas and other, they don't even articulate the issues of Equatoria, if you see it. And especially before even Separatists, the Equatorian Nationalists started, speaking out, publicly, deeply the land issue, the abuse that are happening to our people. And then at the end of the day, they started attacking us. We should not talk about these things. We should just be quiet and that, which is not really right. It's not fair. And you will see these people in every room that will pick on us. Even when the rooms that are some of the things that are here that was made in the other room, some of the things are directed to us. But people calling us that we are working with the regime, just like as you said, Stanley studying down here. But if you ask these people, they were all part of the regime, Zato. Luckily, we have never had anything to do with the regime. We have never rubbed shoulders with the regime, never even came closer to them. Not even a hi or goodbye, never. So I'm just really surprised the things that they're saying and the attacks that they're having on us. Like, for example, we're making a room to talk about, to question somebody that is telling us that, no Equatorian should be talking about Equatorians matter. And then we get messages, threat messages to us saying that, especially I received a message where we was told that, if this room went ahead, I would see what would come against me. Equatoria will all turn against me. This is a direct threat to me. And this is really not right. And what I'm wondering is, especially NAS, SSOMA, NAS, if we have a room, these people could not talk to you, the guys, but they will attack me. This is just so sexist. Even the women or the men, they will just attack me in messages and stuff like that. This is misogyny and sexist, and I don't know, internalized misogyny and stuff like that, which is really weak. Because the thing is, it's easy to target the woman, but it's harder to battle with the man. So I don't really see this making sense. Like, We here are fighting directly for Equatoria, and then they are fighting for the whole South Sudan. So we have the right, the complete right to talk about our land, our home, what is happening. Like in the bed, we're talking about the issues, the matters of the bed, okay? لكن انت بدك تتكلم عن حلها كله. انت امشي تتكلم عن حلها كله ما في مشكله. لكن انت لما الزول اللي بيتكلم عن البيت ده هو بيعمل فوكس حقه في البيت. There's a lot of things in the house that needed to be fixed. So we're going to be talking about the home. So don't feel guilty, don't feel bad, because you chose your journey where you want to go. And then the other thing is, the good thing is, like, our people are listening and they are tuning and they are with us. You know, we have the right to speak what we are talking, because we are representing these people. We're representing the grievance of our people. And those people, they are backing us up. Sometimes they pop up even from there. They're speaking live in various rooms, you know. Listen us with the notion, the good, they are not the one that are speaking. So, Alela, you want to represent the opinions of the Equatorians which are outside. You're not in tune with the Equatorians which are at home. But we are in tune with the reality of the things that are going on the ground with our people. You know, you have to look for long-term solution. You cannot stay in a ground, you know, with people that desire to be in a continuous war. You know, these are just our headlines that we make clear. We do not want to be in a continuous war, non-ending war. Wars al-bada min kamsinat la sabayinat ma bintahi. If we continue to live in that country, we're going to be continuing in war. We never say that we hated anybody. We never say that we don't want anybody. We never say that we're going to kill anybody or in a war, or we are in a war with anyone. But what we want to do is we want to follow similar steps that our fathers and our mothers have taken in the 83. That one, they have taken decentralization, whereby they distance themselves. Because to be honest, loss of life is really hard. It's very painful, you know. And then on top of it, you're losing your home, you know. And then with this one here, we are losing our home. We are losing our land. You know, our land has been occupied. We've been conquered. We've been silenced, so we can't speak. We don't have the freedom of speech. Politically, we don't have freedom. You see, we can't even take control of our anything, any resources that we have at home. Like, we're just walking dead. Every day we're dying. So we say, like, what is this? We tried for 17 good years, or for 15 good years before we started declaring no is no. And now it's about 17 years. Our people are still suffering. These people are still sitting on top of our people over there. You see, we are not interested to get in a war with this regime, killing people unnecessary, and our people dying. Some people dying somewhere, and you know, creating atrocities all over the place. And then we go sit down and talk, and again 3 years later we're out. You know, we are a rebel again. You know, we run away again in Khartoum. Who knows? Later on, we are running to Ethiopia, to Egypt, to Europe, or whatever, the Western country. We are rebels again, and then 6 years later we are back again. We don't want these kind of things. We want a stabilized situation, a stabilized country for our people. We're saying that we even influence other people that do the same thing that we are doing. That way we will still work in conjunction together. You see, we will still operate together. We're in the same place. We'll still work together. That will give you a chance to focus on your people. That will give you a chance to eliminate the people that like to kill people. Since you cannot identify, the country is big now. Everybody's everywhere. You don't want to point finger and who. So this is the strategic that we want to do. When our fathers did that in 83, it worked better. You see, Equatorians have lived in peace. And had they not to do that, where would you find capital city today? Really? Ya Jama Hagiga. Where would you find capital city in that country? I have heard one of this lady before. I don't know what her name was. I forgot it, in one of the room, Chang room, before she was stating it. She was emotional in saying that the reason why Equatorians are saying that they don't want their country to be capital city, or Juba to be capital city. But the thing that we have voted for Juba to be capital city, I'm one of the people that have decided that Juba to be capital city during the vote. She's a Denka. She said that because we have looked all over the places, it's all desolate. Mahalat de kulu gabat. ما في فوقه ما في محل مستحيل عشان تكون محل ده اللي يكون capital city. Did you see the logic behind it? We can no longer continue to babysit people. We can no longer continue to house people. We can no longer continue to allow our people to be exiled, and people occupying our land. There is a way to help somebody. by telling this person, go back home, let's work together, I'll build my home, build your home. That's called by separating yourself away, from the common denominator that causes the problem. And then when we begin to speak about this issue, we find out people threatening us now. If you separate yourself, we're going to kill you. Well, this is not going to work with us. It's going to work with some people who are really, their heads are not really thinking right. You see? There are people that their minds are weak. They set their minds in position in the culture of this SPLM or those culture that this regime is operating under because you're greedy, Look, I want to say this, Equatorians are sick and tired of collecting money. We no longer can afford to supply a lifestyle for certain people, for certain generals, for certain certain individual that elected themselves because of the leader. They're connected to the leader or they're related to the leader, plus bringing other individual general living luxury with the money of Equatorians, and while our people are dying, while our people who are fighting down there, the few number of our people that have been used, they're getting killed, they're getting shot. There's not even budget for them. That this budget has to be squeezed from some single mothers, some single women, burden being put upon them. We do not want that. This is not the Equatorians the Equatoria that our forefathers have built. This is not the Equatoria that our fathers will be proud of us if they were to walk from their grave now, just to be reason to given a chance to wake up. They will really faint, at the first of it, to see even these men, these people today that are acting as a leader. But then the job of Equatoria has been left to the women. The women is to supply, the women is to supply money, the women is to do contribution, and then they're doing nothing, you see? And then they do not want to fight for Equatoria, to separate Equatoria away from this unnecessary fight, ongoing killing that is happening, the ongoing occupation that is happening. They will really be ashamed of us if they have fought from within for Kokora. Then how could we not do it today? How could we not choose better? What hurts me the most, you see, that I could not really rest easily and comfortable with myself, the fact that knowing that Equatoria was the nation and knowing that half of my people has been dispersed with the land to other different nations, and the rest of us has been attached to a country that we do not have anything in common, ma'am. We do not whatsoever. All these years that we've been Manazia Jama, we have never built attachment. Kale wahiti gulle hina. Zaman da kul min 19th century. Al-Gataona, our nation has been destroyed completely. Who on this earth? Munafi dunia de ita dawla tani, okay? Bigum bishuluk bidakhaluk fi dawla tani fi different countries, okay? As a destruction because you were mighty people before, because you were people who are intelligent, okay? People of intellect, people of dignity, royal people. Because you are mighty people. Multiple powers has to work against Equatoria and destroy Equatoria, and Equatoria has to be divided into little pieces, okay? They might be Wajazo and Badakulu, the people that you've been with. You cannot even, nothing that joins us together. We have different things, different thought, you see? Like, we don't have anything in common. That's the problem here. That's why we say that, at the end of it, the end of the line, there's no need for, like pulling ropes and dragging Kalamat and Mashakil. Separation is the ultimate solution for us to keep our people safe, to keep our people moving forward, to keep Equatoria developed. Furthermore, separation will be the ultimate decision. And we can still work together with the rest of the people. It does not mean that, when you separate, a lot of countries separate themselves. They work together perfect. The people still visit the other countries normally, you see. Many countries, you can name it, you see. The whole country of Egypt used to be big and broken into many different nations. What happened to it? Nothing happened, you see. England got out of EU. Nothing happened. And in the first place, England is the one who left us in this mess called Sudan and then the south of Sudan. So I just wanted to say that we're not going to take bullying from anyone. Whatever we want to do, we'll do it. Whatever we want to talk, any of our team member come with a topic, put it out there. I don't want any man from NAS or from SOMA to send me a message to bully me. If you want to bully, we have men there who are running the show. Send the messages to these men. Don't send me the message because it's easy to target a woman because you find it is easy, you see. But it's a man here that opened this room. But none of you could send a message to them. None of you could threaten them because you're afraid of a man like you. these behaviors of sexist and these behaviors of misogyny, they ma shakal mana, ma be walk mana. Nobody could silence me. Nobody can silence me when it comes to my people. Nobody will silence me. So Equatoria separation will go forward. They as long as somebody judge Kalaman Equatoria, somebody can speak on us. Why not? Why can't we speak about them? This person has directly attacked us, mentioned our name separatists. So why can't we caution this person? What gives you the authority to speak over us, to speak over Equatoria like this? You're not an Equatorian. You have a very merciful, a very messy situation going on with you. What gives you the ultimate right to think you could speak on my behalf? What gives you the ultimate right that you can go in on a different forum that are not, these people are not Equatorians? And you could bully us, you can dismiss us, you can think you can silence us. What gives you the authority? So this topic will go on. I will support this topic to go on. In that day, when the room is open, I'll be there. And then let me see the whole Equatorians that gonna threaten my life, gonna come against me there. Let them do it. If some are gonna do it, let them do it. If NAS gonna do it, let them do it. Let the whole Equatoria see it. Let our people down there see it. Because when we speak for our people. And I'm very happy that our people are in our side. Even the people who are very within Equatoria there, I don't want to mention, they're in our side. You see, even the people deep in the village, they're in our side. And history shall mark this correct. So I will just leave it here. I will not go ahead. I'll leave it so that McCartney and other people can speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Didi. I just wanted to also, because Brother McCartney, I don't know if could you wave it to Mr. Jacob said he wanted to say something quick, and then you can after that go after him. And
okay, that's all right.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Jacob. Welcome. Just want to say something, Didi. You're right. Those guys, they bully. Even up we spoke about they must stop the bullying. You still see them writing, and I want people not to remove them. Let those people talk their nonsense, because let it be record in history that when we talk, we're not to bully people. But this guy will mark here for the idiocracy. I don't even know he can pronounce that correct, because some of them they can write it but they cannot pronounce it. The funny thing, because you could see the way how even they express themselves is just really ridiculous. And then they will come up and talk nonsense, write nonsense. So they're laughing because they're happy about our people dying, and they're here just leader worshipping, and they're clowns to me. And these people will be remembered always, with shame and history. And I say, may the shifter and Abugul curse let there be on these people. I'll be laugh while our people are suffering. I'll enjoying the way how our people are living. I would say curse on them, because really the living God, let him curse on them, because our people, when they're dying there, these hypocrites will try to pretend they really care about Equatoria, and yet they will never be honest to themselves, not even strong enough to stand for the people of Equatoria. لكن عندهم الشجاعة يتكلموا ويعملوا قليل الأدب ويتكلموا كلام فارغ. عندنا سما رجال وما عندهم شخصية. النساء بتاعنا أنا بقول I'm proud and honored. Our Equatorian women are real, showing their real anger to the men of Equatoria. At least they didn't act like coward. We're proud of our Equatorian brothers for standing with us, because there is a lot of great Equatorian men who speak for Equatoria and they're not afraid to speak of it. لكن الناس اللي بيضحكوا مبسوطين اللي بيمشي بيكونوا مطبلاتية تاع الناس التانيين اللي عندهم علاقة بينا. But they will go and act like clowns and joke like door carpet, they are nothing to us, and history will remember them. And let Rabbana Shifta, he put them a mark to show that these people were the useless people and they can't get destroy Equatoria because they don't want to do the right thing. نفس القلوب بتاعهم الوسخان ده ربنا يرجع لهم كل الإيفل فوقهم باسم ربنا الحي أنا بقول. Go ahead, welcome Mr. Jacob. I just want to say this because there's some people disrespectful to the extent, but they think we're not angry. We are angry, but not, and anger is not shame. I'm angry because I see my people pain. Like in Delmenda Mahsasta anger for their people. So it's fadal.
Of course, when you're a human being, and human beings are entitled to be happy, to be sad, to express himself as possible. That's like any human being can express himself or herself in the way according to the situation. So I can agree moderators. Let me and say hi to you moderators. Some of the audience down there. حاجة اللي قالوا بس نيجي فوق هنا بقى أنا سبت التوبيك بتاعكم very broad بكات عريض يعني NAS and SOMA bullying must stop. What types? What they are doing is cowardly. So what really led me come up here? I look at the topic and I read twice, 3 times, and then it come to my mind to say, first, when we are dealing with the NAS and SOMA, this is the organization. It's a big organization. The organization are in the structures, in the spokesperson, and I don't know, you are dealing with this organization, people so come out like me now in front of you. If I say some things, I am not delegated by this organization. I am just as a Jacob who is speaking my mind here with you. Even if I am the member of this organization, but it does not mean that I am delegated by organization to say that statement. But if you are dealing with the organization, if it comes from the spokesperson, I do believe all these organizations who put up there, they do have the spokesperson with them. And then that
I am live,
should be a title to the leadership. They come from the leadership.
Yeah,
So
just
any
أنا
organization
بتلفل
like
لك بعد
your
شوي
organization,
لأن
like
أنا
government
قاعد
organization, or
record
whatever,
because
any
I'm using the
organization
same
well
one.
can deal with that as an official statement.
Yes.
And should be responding.
Thank you.
Official. Like when you are dealing with the like Gibel Wad, Stanley, can the making statement irrelevant to what Masalan you are standing for, well, the media Kobasa in front of you, as you treat me as your brother, or whatsoever you can treat me. Can Anna Masalan click, can I give a statement Masalan disappointed you? It is me. It's nothing to do with the organization I am a member of it. Because I'm not delegated. I'm not delegated to come here to speak that statement. So we have to be mindful. That is why sometimes people can look at your organization. Particularly me, I'm just trying to reach to the level best to you to get organized. But really,
excuse me, Mr. Jacob, خلينا نقاطعك هنا. انت قاعد تتكلم في organization. اسمع، انا قاعد نعرف organization كان الناس هي organize ليه هم خلوا حركه شعبيه لما يسيطر عليهم لما طردوهم من النظام. بعدين ده انا اوريك شيء، انت قاعد تيجي undermine us هنا، قاعد تقول يا اخي organize yourself. Do you know who we are? You don't even know us. Just because انا ما قاعد نعلن حالنا زي ناس نطلع كل شويه press release, it doesn't mean that we're not working.
Okay.
You know, so you guys are always belittling us. بس انا نقول بكل احترامي لك. Yeah, عشان انت تسمع، انت طبعا جيت لي عاوز تدافع لناس، انا بقدر اجاوبك. لكن I want you to remember, okay, I want you to remember we are not a small group هنا بتاع عيال صغار. Okay, we know what we're doing, and when we put this, the title, because this title it was.
Your statement can tell that you are Yal Sokar, but you cannot tell the entire world that we are an entity and we are stand for this one. Why you are running after the individuals?
اسمعني كده وريني يا ستان يا جيكوب كده وريني. انا وجريت اسا كتبنا العنوان قال شنو يا عيناي؟ العنوان قال شنو؟ NAS SOMA, okay, even there is one thing I put it even clear. NAS SOMA members and hierarchy bullying against Equatorian Nationalists, Separatists must stop. And we put it as a warning. We're not here to direct an attack to one person, to the whole organization. It will come up there can an organization maybe control some of your running wild dogs and attack on us, then we will teach them how to control them, because we are really disgusted by them. because ديل عاملين حالهم هم بيعرفوا يتكلموا، هم جبنا لما نمشي في غرف بتاع ناس الشخصيات الاخرى ده بيصغروهم لما ما بيقدروا يتكلموا، ما يورونا الرجوله بتاعهم، يورونا عقليه بتاعهم، يورونا they are very intelligent. مقال ده منظمه ناس واعيين، واذا شعبنا هناك تعبان.
Why the word members there in the topic there? I do not get the word members there.
Listen, ما انت ما قريت، مش اقرا في فيسبوك واقرا بتاع هنا، انا خطيته حتى في الشات، انت كان go scroll it up because في correction لانه حاجه. Listen, انا ما have to explain to you التوبيك ده ال clubhouse you cannot write the whole thing in a title. Remember, I have to make it shorter. Okay, عملت صغرت الموضوع العنوان عشان لانه ما بياخذ عنوان كبير. حاجه ده ما داير تفسير يا Uncle Jacob. You have to understand there is something هنا with message. انت ده بتيجي تركز في اذا انت ما كتبت member، ما انا قاعد نقصد لكم members. سالت انا جاوبتك. كل المembers and the hierarchy of SOMA and NAS, they need to control their people and put them on a leash. because they seem to be running wild and doing nothing. Can them mean they can? This is a barnamij bita.
Okay.
But listen, if this is barnamij bita NAS
Can
or
you
SOMA to
can you
attack
say
us,
can you
then
say-
we are in war with them simply because we're not just war with the regime, we are war with them also. Remember. Yeah, but I want to explain. I want to explain to you clearly عشان تفهم البوينت. أخوي انت جاي هنا ده تيجي تصلح طريقك ولا جاي اوكي انا اديتك فرصه، انا بديك فرصه، انا ما زي غرف بتاعكم الدكتاتوريين اللي بيكبوا الناس تحت. Okay, so why are you trying to belittling us تقول لنا احنا organize ourselves? You started the word. انت ما في فاير بيجي بدون دخان.
No, I'm dealing with the document here up there in a clubhouse. When you are talking about the members of the NAS or SOMA, I do not get the word members there. That is why I say I read 3 times and I come up here to make that point. Because I do not get the word members there. If you are dealing with the members, that would make sense. I could not even come and author this statement here. But I know that you are dealing with me as a member. Like there's no word member there. That is why I come up here. So I don't want to dispute you. I don't want to divert your focus. But this is what I come here to make this point. If you are dealing with the NAS and SOMA as a Monzuma, as an organization, it could be clear. Because it has a spokesperson with a NAS there. Like if you are dealing with the members, which is missing down there, up there, there's no word members there. That is why I'm irrelevant now. But if I'm relevant, it should be members there. And then
Asma, are you a member? Better listen, are you a member of NAS ولا لا? أنت member بتاع NAS ولا لا?
No, أنا ما أدري كلام بتاع عندنا.
No, بس what did he say? What did he say? أنت ما أدري الكلام ده شنو؟
بتاع عندنا.
Wow, look at the disrespect. Look at the disrespect. Look at the disrespect. يعني ده تقول ده عندنا هنا قاعد نيجي نتكلم. أنا سألتك simple question. ده كلام very أنت سايش أنتوا ما عندكم أخلاق أنتوا صراحة.
Jacob want to take it one-on-one with you. He's getting a chance when you keep
أنا drop some people. أنا ده زول ما عنده احترام. أنا كنت قاعد نحترمه. يجي يقول لك ما دارين كلام تاع عنديات. كأنت ما دار تتكلم ما دار تكون واعي زول واعي. أنت كان زول واعي تكلم بواعي. You know. أنت ممكن this is the language قاعدين يعلموكم هناك في لأن أنتوا عصابات أصلا. أنا بقول لكم الحزب أحزاب بتاعكم تاع الناس والصومة ده كله أنتوا عصابات. لأنه كنتوا really عندكم مبدأ سياسي. انت بتتكلم بالفكره بالمنطق. اوكي هنا قاعد نتكلم هنا اديناك احترام لكن انت هنا ما عندك احترام. You want to say عنديات. انا سالتك سؤال simple. Are you a member? Because you talk and you said before you're a member. ليه انت خايف تقول الكلام ده؟ خليه يطلع في 60 لانه صراحه انا ما بنقبل الاخلاق الوسخان لانه يجي يتكلم قاعد نتكلم ما قال ده يا اخي ده ما عنديات. واو really انت كان احنا ما بوليس يا زول. We are sick and tired of the bullying behavior.
أساليب ثمن منام في أول حاجة أنت بتشاف روم ثمن روم insulting people. يلا هو بيجي هنا بقول كلام عن دايات. You can see the writing of their people. These are their members. Equatorians have declared these people that they're the enemy of Equatoria. They say that nobody now other than anybody who's an enemy to Equatoria other than this organization called NAS. They say they have understood it now. Because they are the very people, when people are articulating the issues of Equatoria, whom will be attacked NAS. So we should not worry about these people. They're already answerable to the people down there. They will end up on this up to Monday. You know, everybody has already drawn a line for them. That's why they're attacking people all over, calling people your government, munu. Everybody already rejected them. They're already a bunch of losers. And then you can see from their writings, you can see from the attack, the way they made their rooms. You can see from the behavior of Kennedy. And Kennedy wants to tell me that, about sexist. That sex language or something.
Stop attacking,
I'm talking about being sexist. The problem, he did not understand the problem. He's a woman. He's a gay man. I don't even know how his wife.
Don't even listen.
Because all he does, he fight his war with me.
I know. He's a
man
weak
that
line.
speak, Kennedy will tackle me, and he's the same very man who will send me in Facebook. He will forward for me women fighting naked, butt naked. Women fighting butt naked. This is very Kennedy with his wife on this app, very up here, forwarding things to people, to women who are fighting naked. And then he will deny that it's not me. You see? And he's very narcissist person. And I remember they have attacked Nas Patricia and McCartney in their room, but her and the other lady, they will suck it, Nas Patricia, they will drop them down, They will not allow them to talk. You can see the narcissist behavior. You see the aggression, the stupidity behavior that they have. You see? Every South Sudanese on this app know that these groups are very losers. They have been insulting South Sudanese, entire South Sudanese. When they open room, they will write up there insulting Pulse and stuff like that. You know, nobody. It's like nobody. Basically, you should respect yourself and respect your family. And I do not want you to. The reason why I did not inbox you, I did not reply you for your threats, that you've threatened me that South Sudanese will, like that, you're going to get the Equatorians to come against me. You threatened me that. That's not the first time. I've got all your insults. Funnily, sometimes you one way speaking to me. I've got them all. And I'm going to publish them on Facebook. And then you said you have my messages. Let people see, including the video that you have forward to me, and I will send it to your wife to see. You, as a responsible man, keep fighting with women, attacking women, forwarding to women, naked pictures of women fighting. Shame on you. I can see your behavior is really presenting itself in your writing and in your attack. And last time you guys attacked Patricia and McCartney, and then you will not allow them to talk. And after they leave, you're still talking on them, saying that they're the one who started it. Separatists don't last when you guys started this attack. This is the kind of things that we're talking. This bullying, that every separatist can go anywhere. You guys think that it's mandate or it's okay to attack them. You see? And even does not even understood the way of sexes, and then it's talking about something else. You see? And they are even allowing those women to Montaninde to insult people in a sexual way. That's what you have mentioned. These are the people that like to send people naked photos. These are the people that like to talk about people's period. Like last time, one of this lady, that this about that, there is insulting me directly that about my period, as if like they're responsible on people's period and people's private part. This is an organization, SSOMA. Can you imagine? Every time you come attack and threaten somebody or inbox me anything, I'm bringing it live and I'm talking about.
Mr. Hold on. This guy Kennedy Ladu, it does a role Japan, it a Rajil Japan. Let me call you like that, because you know what? There is a lot of evidence I've seen about you on that particular Hatal video Dazatu, and there is a name be that.
Yes, he told that whatever
and we're not talking here. And you cannot call somebody a liar. You don't even have the balls to come up here. I don't want to go there because this is not our level. But I want the people to see the characters are like kullum galgani join, but then it's a trash can. They will all just join the trash can because and this is the place where they can all come together and hang out. لازم يقعدوا together as عصابة يعملوا أوهامهم ويلا يكبروا حالهم. لكن as long as you see the trash can is getting higher, it's actually a trash can, because at the end it's going to be thrown out. So the number that they have in there, it's just nothing, because at the end they don't even advise themselves not to do the behavior هنا ده. بالعكس هم لسه قاعدين go attacking. وبعدين ما عندهم موضوع. الناس ما عندهم إحساس. عشان كده أنا بقول curse on these people اللي بيلاف while our people's blood is going down there. قاعد يسيل في الأرض. شفت الدم بتاع أخواننا وأخواتنا اللي قاعد يسيل في الأرض ده؟ خليه يرجع لهم لعنة لهم للناس المرتاحين بالدم بتاع أخواننا ده، عشان هم يجي يلعبوا دور هنا جنوبيين وهنا شنو. يا أخي ناسنا قاعدين كوركو، ناسنا قاعدين يتعبوا. They are suffering. Our people have been bleeding for these years. انتوا بس هنا منافقين، او بكره بيجي يقول والله الناس قاعدين يقتلوا في الكوتوريا، قاعدين نعمل حاجه. يلا كل زول عامل نفس الشاطر، عامل نفس الفيلسوف. ما كونوا الرجال وروا الرجوله ده وين؟ وانا عارف كلامنا ما بيعجبكم لان انتوا ناس منافقين because you are liars, hypocrites. اكتر ناس اللي عندهم مبدا ما عندهم اي شيء. وانتوا كالرجال سيدوا كالناس رجال، انتوا بقيتوا تقولوا انتوا تابعين للناس. انت كراجل عامل نفسك راجل، امشي ادخل في غابه ده وساعد شباب التهد ده. بدأت تقعد هنا تتكلم كلام فارغ، تقعد هنا كل يوم بس تطبلوا للناس. كان واحد من الليدرز اللي قاعد يوزكيو هناك، ولما نقول لا انا I have to be honest with you. ليدرز الاسد بتاع شلوك ده جبالك انت بس شفتها. حتى في واحد قال والله اي زول بيهين ليدر بتاعنا بتاع شلوك ده اهانه لكل شلوك. Imagine the same last time when we talked about قلنا انه شلوك leaders ديل politician ده خليه stop at interfere into Equatorial issues. هم جاء عملوا الشتائم لما شتموا ديدي هناك وشتموا everybody اللي كان معنا فوق. بدهم ركزوا لديدي لأن طبعا ديدي is very articulate in her point and she was saying it as it is. She did not hide it. These people felt offended لما بقى واحد منهم قال هي متعلمة. ومبارح نفس الشيء أنا شفتهم في غرفة بتاعهم لما هم قاعدين مع أولادين كده وقاعدين يكتبوا تحت شتائم. يعني شتائم ذاته، يعني ده كان مرأة عنده عيال بتقول كلامات اللي قاعد يكتبوا تحت ده. شكل انا ما استغربت لما انه قاعد يكتب حاجات له امبارح في قالوا طبعا بيعرف عربي. I don't want to mention her name but we know, but if she push her limit we're gonna call her name out. But right now يعني المرة ده she was writing some disgusting. يلا هنا بتيجي تطلع منافقة تتكلم والله احنا ناس مثقفين وإحنا بنقف معاك يا قائدنا. Listen, انتوا we've seen all the game. انتوا قاعدين to use our people لأنه الناس ديل هم قبلوا يكونوا سجادة لكم، عشان كده تمسحوا قرانكم فوقهم، تمسحوا وساختكم فوقهم، وهنا هم بيقول يس بيطبل لكم. عشان كده تلقى كثير من الفولورز بتاعهم ديل they run around and that's why they come up and bully us because they cannot have, they don't even have a reasonable point to talk. ده يجي يقول لنا نتكلم معاه هنا، قلت له انت بس ورينا انت ما انت في تابع ل do you belong to the هنا to NAS؟ قال لي يا اخي ده ما عندايا. imagine اللغه ده يا لهود يقدر يقول هم يا اشطر مننا، هم يا فاهمين، هم ما بيتكلموا كلمات فارغ. والله اننا بنعرف شتيمه قاعده تقول شتيمه، لكن we're not going to go that level because عندنا قضيتنا اقوى من اي شيء. قضيتنا ده هو قضيه بتاع اراضي استوائيه والمواطنين المطرودين من اراضيهم. انتوا طبعا عايزين تعملوا حالكم جنوبيين والجبان بالجبن بتاعكم ما قادرين حتى تبروتكت ايكواتوريا. خليك بقى من جنوب السودان. انت كان ما قادر تبروتكت your house. How could you protect the whole South Sudan or liberate South Sudan من Salva Kiir؟ ما كده بس be honest yourself يا جماعه. انتوا ما make yourself jokes. انتوا بس فالحين تدخلوا في مفاوضات. كان كنيسه لما جدوكم في الكنيسه عشان تمشي تعمل مفاوضات. Because you guys cannot come up with a logical common sense to say this is what we want. لأنه قاعد تقول لك عملنا كده ما فينا. يا أخي listen, when people are killing your people you cannot say that. I'm really, even when I seen like our brothers in Nuer لما قتلوا أهلهم they did not sit down and قال يا أخي والله ما فينا نقول كده لأنه هسه كان عملنا كده. ما خدوا حجة. توالي they took action. They took action to revenge and to support to save their people اللي كان قتلوهم ديل اللي كانوا under danger. لكن did Equatorians هنا قاعد you see this؟ ديرك بيقول لنا هنا في جنوب السودان لكن يلا تحت قال بيقعدوا تحت قالوا لنا كلنا no we are for separation. No you're not, because real person will stand on his ground. A foolish person or a fake person will not even dare to do anything. He'll just ignore it. يا أخي الناس قاعدين يموتوا day and night. يا أخي تيجي celebrate هنا how many years؟ بكرة السنة الجاية أنت celebrate كم 6 سنة قبل شهور أنتوا شهر 3 celebrate قلتوا عملتوا 5 سنة. ما كفاية؟ ما عيب؟ انتوا لما مسكتوا ارضيه. انا بس قاعد نقول انا ما قاعد put people are getting fight down there. لكن I'm really disgusted by the people اللي قالوا هم members وما قادرين حتى يعملوا دعم فكري ولا حتى دعم جسدي يمشي volunteer in there to help these people. لكن هم هنا دانيك فالحين بيقدر attack us احنا الناشوناليست اللي دايرين ايكواتوريا يكون دوله، لانه هنا we don't see any eye to eye مع اي حاجه belong to South Sudan or to SPLM. لانه SPLM is number one enemy the same as South Sudan. Because South Sudan is the reason why our people today are getting kicked out of their land. We're going to get raped, abused, with the hina that they get to celebrate. That's are the true cowards. Yalla they follow leaders and they don't even have anything. Listen. It can say really a man of principle, stand on principle, but don't come and try to manipulate. It to us very much we know you. You guys are an open book. Open book because you got nothing. We know you by names. We know you by numbers. We know your characters. You know, you guys have embarrassed us. So I'm sorry I took long. I want to welcome to Mr. Brother Bashir, Brother Charles, Comrade Charles, General Charles, and then also Mambo. So let me give you a chance to Brother McCartney, and thank you for joining us. Welcome.
معلش عندي ناس لقوها لكن ما مشكلة. I can express my view here. Yeah, thanks everyone up there and in the audience, and the topics up there mostly about wanting to stop bullying. You see, I always advise people. I say if you're dealing with your issue about the national issues, focus about the national issues. Don't focus on other people's. Don't stick your nose on other people's issue here. Do yours there, and other people does that. But if you want to reduce yourself from the nationals and come to the locals, it means that you're going to create conflicts. You know, it's going to arise conflicts. And when people stood want to defend themselves, and then you will make allegation that people are abusing and people are are not respecting others. No, it's not that, because you're a big person, you want to play with a young person. That's not acceptable in African culture. It's like when a child urinate on you, you want to put the child down and urinate on that child. That become a curse. That's how the claim people who say they are national movement, they don't want to act like a national movement. They want to act like a local movement. That's the problem, you see. Try to adjust yourself into the nationals. Don't come here. You see, the separatists, they have got their own objective and agenda. They're working on it within their own parameters. They don't go there. They don't go there. They just work on their own objective. And they were very honest and with clear agendas. And they don't fear anyone's. And they don't stick their nose on someone things. And they're doing their own there because they want to save their peoples, and they want to see into it people achieve a goal and have a home where they will live happy and save them from bring extinction. People will disappear. If we didn't save Equatorial, people will disappear. Now there's some tribes even disappearing, and in about another 20 years. We'll never see them. It's like in Upper Nile you can see Anuak is rare to be seen, and in Baragazal other tribe is really rare to be seen because they were not protected, and that is our roles of responsibility to see that we advance Equatoria through achieving our own independence. So we don't need to waste time and talk about those who want to stick their nose on our issues. That means that we become very important. If we are not important, they wouldn't talk about us. They're talking about us because we are very important and we are doing very well and we are progressing and we are nearly achieving what we want to achieve. And no one there going to prevent us. And exactly we are using what is under Vienna Treaty of 1978, right for self-determinations. We are not operating beyond that. We are always within the context of international law. And that we respect others, they respect us, we want to achieve what we want. Because we are homogeneous society, exactly like a country. Like a country, nothing wrong with that. So we need to concentrate what we want to concentrate. If they fail over there, we don't want them to blame us because we need to stick our own. Because if they fail up there, they should not blame us because we are not their enemy and they are not our enemy. We are working solidly in our objective. Also, we got our allies and we got other brothers and sisters who are fighting for the same cause, and we are working with them, and other peoples we work with them because we share the same issues, but they are fighting their own and we're fighting ours here too. But you can share expertise. We can share those expertise and some of the intelligence and how we can implement them to achieve our goals. That is the most importance. And secondly, we need to work as a team. We need to work as a team wherever one of us open a rooms, like Bashir used to open a rooms. We need all to come there and stand in solidarity and showing that we are separatists. We take no nonsense. We means a business for a home, a business for a country. We want to achieve it. We are not for peacemaker or want to negotiate a peace or who want to stay in the bush. No, we are fighting for our country, for our home. That's ours, God-given rights. No one has right to deny, and we we have no anything that to go and kneel down and ask from someone. No, this is ours. We are custodians, and we got authority, and authority is given on to us. That's why we were called Equatorians, and we are in the Equatorial land. We are not in the other lands. No. So we want people to respect us, and to respect our members, and to respect our agenda and our objective, because our objective is not occupying. Our objective is not to want to dominate. Our objective is not to want to loot. Our objective solely is to achieve our own home, that is independence. That will help us establish our own system of government, and that can reflect our needs. Thus, we can see no more killing, no more dying. And the only death that will happen in Equatoria when you grow old, that we call natural deaths. That's happen everywhere. But from disease and from bullets, that will never happen. And we will never experience even starvations. Because Equatoria never experienced those. Because we were not a place there food is being distributed like humanitarian. No, never. Because we got potential and we got capacities and all those characteristics in us. So we cannot give space. Therefore, members, we are working hard. I congratulate everyone here and those who are working tireless for the right cause. We continue to work, and we don't need to focus on those people. Let them do their national issues. But if they want to come to the local issue like our own national agenda, we will challenge them. We push them. Please go do your national issue up there. Don't come here. Please go to national issue up there. Don't come here, because ours is different. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you, brother. I just wanted to say something. These people, I don't know. You said they created some. Go ahead. Can you say something, please? Quick. You said they created a room, right? These people. Hello? You hear me, guys?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, Didi, are you there? Unmute yourself. I don't hear you. Hello? Hello? Okay. I don't know if Didi is around, but let me welcome also Miss Tutu. We go ahead with Auntie Patricia. Mambo, are you there? You can go ahead.
Yes, أنا وصلت في بيت أنا هقدر أتكلم يا جماعة. To be honest أنا ما أعرف ناس جماعة ديل اللي بيقولوا ناس SSOMA يعني why are they like running after us we separatists or Equatorian Nationalists. لأنه أساسا من they fail, you know. يلا failure become they want to put on us, but it's not gonna work, you know. أجي بيجي clear لأي Equatorian برا هناك كويس لأي South Sudanese, to be honest. So the problem is here. Ito kangano language storm on few rooms tanindel yani mo bikengal we are on their way. Anna badena karanta separation de biten. Separation to Equatoria au independent Equatoria de biten is even less than 2 years. Lakini okay, leader to monde figaba ina almost how many years? Yala besabab to leader to monde figaba hina. That's why Equatorians, young boys and girls are suffering in the Equatorial region. Nasana gi katulu besabab tomon. Sistara de katulu, galide nasi akatulu, udema nasi akatulu. So hajat ketil. And then last time Sister Susie put it clear. Gali Equatorians zato bigamother join National Salvation Front. Lani Equatorians zato alfichuba hina, alfiground hina, they won't get complained. Gali mungimutu besabab ta National Salvation Front. Yala supporters the National Salvation Front, basically should attack and attack and bully and bully and because why? Lano taban nas Emmanuel Jawin, Edward Ashek, Bagishula Vitamde, they are you know manipulating them. Mongala bube muhtoman. So they are pushing them to attack us. Lakin ma fizol belief is tanna, to be honest. Mafi zol can SOMA, wale can yat opposition, wale can National Salvation Front, mami kifi katana. We are here in the clubhouse with social media. We will talk. We are defending our people. We are calling for the independent. Is that a crime? It's not a crime. Guys, they have been hukuk bitana. You know, shaka mto wanasa mwambike ngafili yake gishetimu, mahoni yake shetimu. Guys, nas members bitam de fi nas min shula bitam de gari shetimu fina, gari in a bunch of criminals. We are thieves. Uhata na haramia. If we are looking for money, Keremon au mon kerefata case lana, ashamu be taken the American government, Canada government, or whatever Australian or mission, Kereshtakan Nana Mujirimi. I know Mujirimi. To be honest, Equatorians down there in the ground, mon fihina fi clubhouse. Like now we are talking here, Fizol Hinakfata ajere clubhouse, you could almost speak ajere 30 or 35 or 70 people around him to listen and Separatists bonus and Equatorian Nationalists bonus. Our people are very proud of us. And then independent Equatorial be hassle. Because Nafara Mokengal Monial Union is there, Nasta National Salvation, the Mogal Union is. Yet think of bonus openly attacking. They don't want unity with you. They are calling you guys terrorists. They are cursing you day and night. Unaweza manipulate ngala buberasa itangaino lakini this FLN the cowardness ya proof lana, you know. Now umuntu wona tani lakini ayi mahali go focus Separatists kere sitimu kere turuju kere jada fata firu makina da juba Arabic de Arabic magura fogo completely Arabic magura fogo because National Salvation Front mon on room there. Hasa Teresa to give play game I zonta Equatorian Nationalists kerema siguda kalafi Juba Arabic. To hell, I don't care. Is that heaven for me? No. Number 2, Jafatanga Juba Town. Juba Town de kaman mo getala against ana hajumana fogo. Lari turujana ana sibu because ana di karama. I have dignity. And the reputation of my people back home. And then he room that if I right to Konya, then that's good. One camera home on occupy room there. Halas, is stay over. Stay over Monia, Hinabu, Shunde, Yaramoga attack us, Equatorian Nationalists. Young than if you room there, they start attacking Didi, Omar, Nasmuru, Yala, Alma. I was quiet, I was just doing something, but I'm listening. As soon as I opened my mouth, Jamari Kulugum for Ghana. You know what happened? They just dropped me down. And they continue talking about me shit, you know. Ana mother shakil me Equatoria say, kanta min National Salvation Front, wale kanta fi min IO, wale ta kan min IG, wale ta kan min shit. Ana mother shakil ma Equatorian zay ana. Wait, lakin mushkila, moni agi ajere mushkila, moni agi war between us and them. Wait. So language is there, la ser mogitala mogisitum stimana. Yare fitane sudo JJ, Umar, Tani Mar, Tukulu Sakara del. Mo bisheti mufogarina, mo bols kalamat farik, and they don't want us to answer back to them, you know? So Aramari, Nazi Beta Bosul well. Another Kelly Mahaja Hina, Fizo listen to Tongjang asa Gabushia Kanfini. I texted him, I said, Tongjang, please don't go because I want to say something that you told me. One day Tongjang called me. Tongjang said, Patricia, do you know why the NAS supporters are attacking you guys, the Equatorian Nationalists? And Gutolona Marif. Why? Tongjang Hatale Kalambe Wade. Tala Nutaba Naze Mugisha secrets to Tomo. Girl, Thomas Pirulo is dying hard to sign peace with Salva Kiir. He want to go back inside. So, which means Nasa Kona Katul basing the Thomas Pirulo de Naze to sack it Khasara. Nazel, the Thomas Pirulo promised them. Nazel last government, the Thomas Pirulo promised Sumongali. Big positions is there waiting for you guys. As soon as I sign peace with Salva Kiir, I'm going back inside and I get on Kulu Bijata and we have some big positions. Hatta Galvin Teresa become Secretary General that Shuluki the Marif. Yala Nas Munu, Asami Kulu Tongjang Hasibulana. Fogo Nas Stanley, Nas Jacob, Nas Munu, Nas the Kula give support especially the National Salvation Front. Hina fi clubhouse, wale ka fi Facebook. Monge hajumana. The language is that Maana gas Mamarat Mogikengali, we are not letting them like to concentrate. The concentration that Nas give to a Yama. Nas give the best International Salvation Front. Nas give Katolo, Aula, and they give Duru every day for that Juba. Can you go there is by getting a talent as a tablet, Tomasiro, Bishiru, Duru, you know? Yellow Monini, Monasteru, to get bottom of your position. Ukalande clear. Especially that zone less into Tomunuda, Johnson Alone, Kelim Kalam, Dino Kula, and should now kid at Facebook. That matter of fact, Tomunuda, Jagal, Rebecca said the region to a Paul Malone. Mata refi dan naskip uang nasmuru munde den jamade mawonusu galamo gisa en pis mo girja fi juwe nak ma reise masal bakir mo grashta kal juwe nak lakin to masirlo de kara afini nak to masirlo kara afini nak ko zata kanda kal joma birija mo biya haji mutamasirilo kois teftakir ya jama anna dela la sergi call for independent of Equatoria. We are not stupid kois lana arif independent Equatoria de behasel kef anna ma burile takon كويس دسر المهنه نما بورلي تاخد وما كلهم قاموا ازاي كان نما بوري فيس استنى هو كيس فيس استنى تاخد ما دير تاخد ديرانو لشنو واحد نمره 2 موجي كان قال فيني ان دير لنا كوات نمره 3 قال لنا ذاته اول فاجأ منتهم قال فيني ناس Equatorian Nationalists كلهم من ايسا Equatoria يتعلموا كرانو فتنه تومون كيف مرونس في روم قال لي كلهم ناس Equatorian Nationalists كلام زي ما في اصلا كلام زي ما في كله من ايستر ويسترن سنترال كلنا فيه هناك كويس Equatorian Nationalists سو يا جماعه نازل منصل فين انا بس حاجه على جبانا يوم دي سوزي جا من جوبا هنا سوزي جا حكي حاجات الحاسن كله وسوزي حكي كله في روم تاجونا جا في منو كان ما في هناك مامو ذاته ناشونال سالفيشن ده كان في هناك كويس ومناسمه ان Equatorians ذاته sons and daughters are في ground هنا ما بيكمل join Tomasirilo because ناس بيموتوا ناس بيودوا بس ساكت زي بسبب Tomasirilo. So until when number 2 tangani ade fi clubhouse wherever when that itangani ade dinka mader meta kuna sasa dinka der line bita kunde maderi na kozato isomuko itu nas Congolese itu nas Munu itu kuna Ugandans back and go itese gikenga no and for unity kwes gikele meta kuna this der gisitimu banate Equatorians gisitimu galia sharamit ita kunya jible na school shatambe jongerende yonda na masiti mgarfini banata gura fi rally de sharamit kun mogrono marujan na manasalo gata gas de zulu gala na magasi ay gebila tana gas Equatorians dekulu mishiro min kawad nas bitafon kwes anne Equatorian Nationalists hagara de wade huma fade anne ganno woriku madil zera enna maderin wala derin afanai wala derin barkazal derin Equatoria best derin Equatoria region de yaw ajere desmishinde asimshinde kharita tanna yare geography tanna de kuru yaw draw map geography tanna yare anne derin Equatoria region best because why nasanna last de kuru jere fi camp they let them come back home kwes iya tanna generations alasa lose kalas men schools magrofi madaris machine we want them to come and keremo ligo asimshunuda asimshunu madaris keremo ligo inaja majani keremo ligo haja majani we are talking about this itangaya ganna criminals tabisiti manna ganna bunch of criminals na maru shunuda umar del sharamit sakit umar del shunu yani ana maarif وشفت انا ادين ده زول مهم شديد قاعد ده هنا في جراوند قال لي ادو تا Equatorian Nationalists يا National Salvation Front قالوا كله قاعد حاجات ده واحد نمره 2 قال ادو تاخذ ذاته يا Equatorians تاخذ دير الميتا مستبار هناك ده ان كلام ده نقول قبل كده اذا كنت اداوه بيننا ليه enemy بيننا Equatorians ليه ما سيبي تاخذ عندنا كده نعمل حاجات عندنا تا separation واذا كمان نعمل شغل تاخذ هنا تاخذ mobilize كويس يا وجام جبال كان دي جبال ولومبا ذكروا Tomasirilo اسكو تك لا جيتا لا جاكاتي بناس لا دا لا جيجا هاد الناس لا دا شيء كور كلا تطور بس كده تلا ست مناس برجل فوق ناس ونسوس كلامات فارق ولا يا جماعه انتم محظوظين لاننا في كلاب هاوس والله كان ده الناس بيجوا فيس تو فيس زي ولا الناس كانوا بيتوقوا بنيان ده كده في ناس راسهم بيفغا ديل زي في ناس قاعدين ديل بروسيا زي راسهم بيفغا انتوا كنا National Salvation Front سيبي تكون اجري coming after us buli takuna hata kibuli ana recipe takon reta kuna radinga hata kuseru chai hata usefela hata kunya agwa ita kunya rebel hagiga marota waradinga dinga gisitimu giwoleta fa ena takon gikenda hata terrorist gisitimu Tomasirilo gikenda Tomasirilo ajere ya hata tusistara Tomasirilo ya hata nasishari let's get a give go we. The more they are bullying us, the more we are strong. The more they are mocking us, the more we are strong. The more they are coming after us with nonsense, and now we can't go win. The more they do, I'll question no more get exposed to someone. Let's back home. Class that's a nice get back home, Kalas Dakar clubhouse. Now the gasma. Wait. And now that's an agenda. And now 1, 2, 3, 4. Now then Equatoria because our people to come back from camps. Number 3, na they're in develop Equatoria. Most and not they're in Galbasana Bravo position. Okay, Yaka Jama Karamat Ketir Nas bonus. Fi Hajat Ketira Sharik Momo Zatunas National Salvation Front. Planta Tana Shinu. Nazema Gasma. But they are coward. They scared from Dinka. They scared from Cholo. Yarina they get drive it up on us. Zek anu chute dirkisho besa kikutu besa ki drive beteri gata kate they live for left they live for right they live the restrict they zigzag they zigzag yarina they give amulta konzere ajaribu ka clear hina fi clubhouse itano gal we are allies zone na maniatu ahla fi Equatoria wala beji bitkallam kwais beji hina bi mokita beji hina bitkallam kalafa muder wonu si history take zato kwais anne Equatorian Nationalists they bad na be organized Equatoria de batak history de Equatoria. Yes, history de Equatoria be rattibo asha biteresule generations ajay. Lakin la takurasi bunaze gija bol history tanda naze gija city manna Equatorian Nationalists. Also then are mid bidaya. Means our short and natala the separation de Equatoria. Imola jawal city manna. Gali separation de Equatoria ma bahasel le ficho for. Glen anu asasa other land in Equatoria. Wait, is dying hard to have a land, to have a house in Equatoria. Umadera mulbeki na fi kingdom bitamu. Nafsa iko da ke barru. Tana kalam lugha da gan nashufi ajali separation de Equatoria bahasil kif. Yonde jablo ma sakran kida jay kallam galai na separatize ka rujal kero monjenda gadi fi Juba hina. Hannen da beauty na hana gotina den na bishu separation to monne bahasil kif. Kira itakum. Anna asari Equatoria fi baadna inda bin shakil. Hal anna kede inda bishakil munahasire. Adu yale go relata gali ta fi Juba ta garajin ana dibet fi Juba ina wana ma hatla min Juba kwais dinka firagatu tanna cholo firagatu tanna muno firagatu tanna lakin no anna go win basaraha kida da kwais separation da bihasal separation de Equatoria da bihasal fi ina ta munzere wannan warrenakum alfi marra aina ma binakrakum Equatoria independent kantala ajali Equatoria kantala ita kulisa sanse daughters of Equatoria fi munubara jale ta kumbara kalam ni nakuna alfi mara lakini itaku bijana ba salim tashatai mushunu kalam alfari kwais ukan masalan gali aya lela uko taki jozuma dinka wale kan taki je wale bijana madinka wale kan masalan binya taki jozuma dinka don't be against us kwais ma binya taka jozuna denga wale bishiru bodi fi mahal to denga wale bendo mahal wale uko taka jozuma dinka kere dinka ni hina istamiru fogo ahatanna katulu rap looting hajade kulu kere semiri na keraskot na baskot kwait zekene dida loktu jozuma dinka and so what okta jozuma dinka kere dinka shilu tawali kwait de hajere fi culture tanna ka South Sudanese wala kan Equatorians rajin mara bikunta barajin ma fi rajin bikunta ba mara lakini de style ta kun Equatorians tanter jibu lanna fi dakini Equatoria this is not gonna happen we are not gonna allow that to happen okay I think jozuma Equatoria shil mara da tawali kwais enda na ulata fi dakini Equatoria rizo jibu kama fi Equatoria kwais lakini karam da cowardness ala serana ngadi yomede fi clubhouse inde is not allowed ya jamaa wogi ta konfoda de lano ita kona serebe ga the real enemy lanna na Equatorian Nationalists biga data kon Equatorians zato kwais anna magunda gali to kon Equatorians lakini tu bitahamuna bigulu ganna gunda anna the real Equatorians ita kon yana smunu anna makele kalam zere tohmat alfari de ma banfa hajata sifa sugare ma banfa kwais besababu miaga ni shirki Equatorians besababu miaga ita lona ai kalam يقولنا فوشنا يقولنا شفت بس كده كفرون تجهز تقاس مجلس أجاد الماء هنا لذاته ناس منيا سبب بيجي بواسطة كده كله في Equatorians ما ده تكون ده لا تكون Unionist وتكون اسمه شنو the cowards في نفس الزمن because تكون ما جي defend هل تكون ما جي defend Equatoria هنا region تكون ما جي defend هل تكون التبانين في bodile ta compositions kala always give struggle in look at those side peace masal bakira shambirije tu ina yeta mkulu girwa juu ina kashanta ngoreshta fi big positions kwes lakini na maana pisa kunde kenda no peace zekere okay last time besa no kele mhajana kenga la jamaa ana bodile ta 5 years 5 years they listen mati mukalam gala ile competition kama kero mo bodile na 5 years na bumbaye separation de Equatorian de bahasel ma bahasel ana bodile ma promise itaku kwes separation Equatorian ihtimal bahasel bukra sanalik binazil tahed هناك كويس sanalik بينزل تحت هناك Equatorians كده فوت عشان مو شيء independent بتاعه كويس لكن انا قلت ده من 5 years لسه انا ما تيمو كلام جدانا تاني زمان جدانا تاني مو بيكشتي مفوقانا you know مو بيكشتي مفوقانا وشنو كلامات كتير لكن ده ما this is not gonna help you دي اجي ودي push انا زياده عشان to work hard so that Equatorian ده بتاعه بكره and then I will question you انا بجاس عليك انا كينغال كده كيف يا my brother or my sister لكن بسبب ناس كتير يلاقي موتو ناس كتير يلاقي غيره كويس وبعدين كلام ده يوم ده لما سوزان كلم كلام ده I shed tears because Susan drove to Juba and then she came back واسمع من الناس individuals one by one كويس ولو عليه زره كويس ليه اثر مو ميغاتو مسيلو داس كنيم زي كانوا شجر الكلاس اسم شنو إريك توغاتا ليه ويارجع تهاميتا كناسيري كثير الناس البيكا أكثر الناس بيجين قاعدة تمسيرلو بعدها سرقو قاعدة تمسيرلو بعدها ما رفقتوا الناس في محل تزري بدأوا قاعدة تمسيرلو ما تقدر تقول ديفين تمسيرلو هنا بدنا نتهموكم زرا خلونا في حالنا يا جماعة خلونا في حالنا to work for the independence of Equatoria is not easy yeah we are working hard في إيميلات أنا درنا قرا في إيميلات في اجتماعات في زوم في شنو في حاجات كتير كويس so you guys don't waste our time يا أخي كويس thank
you let me give you
حاجة ما نذكر حاجة
اتفضل
حتى الناس قاموا قالوا contribution ده سكيل قالوا نسوان بلدين قالوا contribution ده عليهم ده أولاد في مصر أنا ورث ما واحد شخصيا قالوا defect له من أجل من national salvation مو defect له لانه جروزي ناس بيلموا من diaspora هنا كل جروزي برابع أكل في كينيا جروزي بودي لشنو لفاميلي members best family members تامونو تاماسيرلو وناس معينين 1 2 3 كويس جروزي بودي لهم best جروزي ولا جوز لناس أتاه هناك ده ولا جوز لناس ده كان قال جروزي جوز لناس ما كان بيبي تلاقات ناس كان بيبي سيرا ناس كان بيحارب لكن وين جروزي أكل best ناس كي كده يتأسف الناس yen matu nas munu dere gadi fa hotelat murtahin luxury life ushuru ge asibu nas bara hini limu gurush nas gi limu gurush nuswan de kam beta pan limu gurush ada tomasile du bed mention ke per fi UK guide murta na man fi hada shagali fi bed gurush ko bet nas de ga hol bara na fi Nairobi fi Kenya fi Uganda lakini nas fi joga bara angalia nas National Salvation Front jeshi ushuru agi find nothing is reaching them. So we don't want to expose a lot. Especially me, I have 1 2 3. Leave us alone, please. We are still Equatorians, we are still brothers and sisters, please. Kata kunjibu dola, kata kuntala Salvakir al dictator al dictator na zeta kuntala na lisa Equatorians. Anna kama kan break out Equatoria na kama lisa Equatorians. Kenda ma dakal enmity benat na meteriga. Shukran. Go ahead, brother.
Thank you. I want to welcome Brother Charles. I was just listening a minute ago. Before I copy a little bit from Nasta group bital Marda. The funny how واحد تاني ما من Equatoria, you know, from the group that SSOMA Desatu. She's from this Shuluk ladies, and she's saying like an Equatoria they're in into a separatist, they're in Fisal. Shilusila. Imagine they're trying to teach us like Nazend of Lisan Hilukep. Like they will try to mock us. هم هناك بنفس مصر جوا الصومة هم عندهم جيش كان نسألهم هسا جروب ده شلوك عندهم جيش هناك غير واحد بس ياو هم قاعدين step on the back of سيريلو هم قاعدين يستغلوا سيريلو حاجة ده واضح ده ما دار كتاب عشان يوروا للناس ديل دخلوا من نفس الشيء سوا ده استخدم سيريلو كان بيفور استخدم هنا في كلام أيوة
إذا لو لاحظوا يومين ده حتى شروع بيها ذاكرة Equatorians ذاكرة Equatorian Nationalists لأنه مزاتوا دير محلات مون ديرين نياكا ومحل في داخل Equatoria شروع ذات قوم كمان بتومن إذا قوم بتومن كمان يومين ده مو بيها ذاكرة Equatorian Nationalism قاعد أنا بناتو من قاعد أنا ناس يمر الجويل بيجاي ناس أبنات ناس استرات ناس bishops nas muluga taka na de la no zato der len Equatoria na len de Equatoria de kan ginya kamuki ser bumas. You know, that's why they hate us those days. Thank you.
Yeah, they push their luck because هم لما يدخلوا في شؤون استوائيه let them be ready for the هنا زي ما ديدي بيقول always there is a مثل بيقول انت قاعد تجدع حجر وانت عندك بيت ايوه ايوه سوري انا كنت قاعد اتكلم فكرت انت قاعد تسمعني انا قلت I would just remind what Didi said before like قال له يعني طبعا they started the fight they started it ونازل عارفين وهم كان جف الجد في سوما ده الناس القبليين كتير ياهو مجموعات السياسيه بتاع الشلوك وهم كمان كان لقيت عندهم big support جاي من قبيله بتاعهم هم pretend ان هم they're not وعندهم the most dangerous people right now is using their tactic طبعا هم بيجوا بالبارد اصلا لو انت شفت الدبيبه جاي sneaking around do you see sometimes the vibe ده بيجي ما بتعرف بس يجي يلدغك في رقبتك او في ظهرك لو انت ما منتبه right now they're using politics احنا جنوبيين وكده وفي نفس الوقت بيجي يتكلم وقال يا اخي شنو قال له عندكم جيش يعني قبل كان نسبة قال عندكم ما عندكم جيش كان دايرين حريه تقعوا من الجيش يعني كاهانه لنا احنا كاستوينا دايرين وطننا نكون ارضنا ووطننا انت ما عارفين نقدر نعمل جيش لكن ده ما حاجه بس بيعلنوها كده once it happen it will happen without them knowing the problem is not about جيش وما جيش احنا قاعد نبني قضيتنا وردي قضيتنا واضحه في حاجاتنا قاعد نعمل فوق عشان نوصل للخطط الجاي لانه احنا قاعد نفكر المستقبل ما قاعد نفكر احنا ما منتظرين عشان نيجي نقعد في مفاوضات زي هم هسه they're desperate في مفاوضات في ترابيزه this is not our call حسب ان هم هنا يعملوا مشاكل مع جنوبيين كله ما هم يركزوا على قضايا اللي هم قال عندهم لهم قال جذور المشكله طيب مش يفتشوا ناس جذور المشكله مش يستغلوا مواطنين على كانت ظاهر في دي سي باشا يغيروا من دي سي بقى اسم غني اتاك لان ده بقى desperation ده بوريك ناس confused يلا بيجي بيفتخر لنا هنا هم مثقفين متعلمين عاوزين يكبروا حالهم يا اخي انه وقت بتاع الكبرياء ما في خلاص انتهت كبرياء بتاعهم الماضي ده ناس كان لانه لسه ما مستوعبين الجيم بتاعهم لكن الجيم بتاعهم خلاص واضح خليهم يحترموا نفسهم ويعرفوا حدودهم وين إيكواتوريا ده خط احمر قلنا لهم انتم ما تتعدوا حدود ده احنا بنعرف طريقه ارضنا مش تيجي تعمل لنا بكره ما بتعرف ذاته هم محاضرين تاريخ ولا هم ثوريين تيجي تلقى لك واحد يجي يفتح لك محاضرات التاريخ لك يا اخي كانوا ما بنعرف تاريخ ده ما حاجات ده كله ريكورد بخواجات ده انت كانوا جبت حاجه ده من ريسيرش بتاعك يعني they want to make themselves like هم so brilliant اي زول بيقدر يلقى كتاب online you can go and find the book بتاع somebody انت بتعرف اللي بيتكلم عن جنوب السودان بس لو كتبت جنوب السودان you will go and look a lot of references بيوريك التاريخ حتى الناس الميشنريز اللي دخلوا جوا في افريقيا write about the Nile the whole river Nile وقصص هناك so حاجات دي ما جديد فهم بس عاوزين يعملوا فوق wonders عشان احنا نقدر شنو نبليف انه نازل عارفين شنو لكن في الحقيقه لا قادرين يورونا يعني they are just going far left and right you know and then you could see here they're using those weak-minded Equatorians اللي خلاص استسلموا انه في زول تاني احسن منهم يا هو نفس الحركه ده عملناه في يوم لما الإيكواتوريان دخلوا انضموا مع جارين كان قاعد يقتل الإيكواتوريان جارين كان the first man declare war عمل طلقه بتاعه ضد الجنوبيين وضد الاستوائيين وقبائل اللي موجوده في على النيل احداث اللي حصلت في 1990s واحداث اللي حصلت في الثمانينات ده كله اشاره انه what this regime is لكن في استوائيين بغفله بس دخلوا وقام they took this like وظيفه انا ما عاوز اكتر لكن في حاجات كتير يعني الناس ديل they're playing tricks انا بزار إيكواتوريا انتوا افتوا عيونكم لانه الثوره بتاعنا ما عاوزين واحد يجي واحد من بره ده يجي يعمل لنا فتنه عشان احنا نرجع شنو نكون تاني نرجع في الصفر last time we were deceived many times just ادوا الخداعات اللي حصل لنا نادينا بفدراليه ما قبلوا مش ياو ادودنيا بدا كان ما دير فدراليه هسه قالوا دير فدراليه لما بقى قاعد يسمع Equatorian Separatists coming out لانه انفصالين بقى ما عاوزين اي شيء مع جنوب السودان بقى عاوزين يلعبوا دور فدراليه وهم مباراه الناس اللي كان ضد الفدراليه وتانيين هم بيقولوا هم سياسيين لكن عندهم ناسهم جوا هناك قاعد help them out so these people are tricking us احنا ما خايفين منهم هم كانوا عاوزين يعملوا حرب دايركتلي زي احنا اعلنا حرب الدينكا كان بقى شلوك داري جو against Equatorian in that مستوى احنا مستعدين لانه ما في شيء بخلينا نخاف because we're done هم كانوا عاوزين يحترمونا كانوا هم بيشوفوا حالهم هم جنوبيين وبيحترمونا كاحنا ابناء القاره الافريقيه وهم بيعرفوا انه هم عندهم يعني احترام المتبادل وعندهم ناس يتزوجوا معهم مفترض يحترموا استوائيين اكثر من انهم يجوا يستغلونا they want to use us like احنا كانوا سجاده بيمسحوا فوق كورين no either they respect themselves والا هم بيشوفوا احنا بنكون very aggressive معهم لانه لما قلنا انفصالنا ما بس دينكا انفصالنا الطريقه المعامله اللي قاعد نلقاه من جنوبيين في استوائيه والاحتلال قاعد يحصل is too much. Yes, Dinka are the one holding the power, majority of them. زي ما انا قلت كان في دبايب 20 قول 1000 10000 دبيبه، يلا 1000 دبيبه قاعد يحاول يكون the good one، و1000 10000 الباقيين 9000 ده they're not going to make any difference. بدل هم يجي يعني انا لازم اسد باب بتاعي، لازم اقفل الباب بتاعي. So I have to shut the door عشان انا ما القى كل الدباب ده. حتى لو هم بيعملوا شنو بيعملوا يعني tourists they will put a fence to protect us. And we are not here to condemn, but we're here to protect our land. عشان كده separation تاني is to protect our people, not to condemn. لكن لو بقى في مؤامرات من وراء سوما وبالأخص السياسيين بتاع الشلوك وبالأخص هؤلاء اللي بيجروا وراهم لأنه دم من قبيلتهم اتأكدوا كده declare war on Equatoria. We respect everyone, but do not disrespect us because we can go aggressive on anybody disrespect us. We love our people so much that we have to fight for them. So I'll leave it here. I'll come back later. Mr. Charles, General Charles, please welcome. Thank you. And sorry for taking your time. Welcome, sir. Unmute yourself, sir. Mr. Charles? Okay, Mr. Charles seems to be far away. أيوة. Okay. So ندي فرصة لأخونا بشير. Brother Bashir, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Please go ahead. Thank you. Unmute yourself.
Okay. Yeah, أنا بشتغل لكن let me just proceed هذه شكرا لكل تفكير around the world. topic كويس ما بطل. أنا بقدر حاجة بسيطة على ناحية بتاعت جنرال تمثيله القيادة بتاعه السياسي بتاعه. أول حاجة اللي أنا بقول أنا هنا في وقت بتاع رفات، وأنا هنا عندنا حاجات كتير قاعدة تحصل في الأراضي بتاعنا. الليلة صباح عندنا تليفون علينا إنه بيقول الفقير قاعد يحول أساكر بتاعه ميليشيات بتاعه عشان يمشي في إكواتوريا. الأسباب إنه قال في السلام عليكم هناك، وبنفس الوقت ما في يعني السلام عليكم في سنة إكواتوريا. فالحكومة بتاعتنا في السودان هم قاعدين يمثلوا حاجات كتير يعني بيلعبوا دور على أساس إن هم عايزين يستكشفوا إكواتوريا. فأنا هنا في مشاكل يا جماعة. فالحاجة المهم إنه يعني أنا شخصيا أنا ما يعني بلوم الممثلين له most of the time لكن أنا بلوم السياسيين بتاعه. السياسيين بتاعه اللي أنا بسميهم هم الأقنام بتاع الممثلين اللي هو السياسيين بتاعه ده هم قادرين إنه يحل المشكلة. لأنه يعني الليلة القاعدات في الجراوند والسياسيين يقوموا بيلعب دور كبير على أساس إنه يفكروا يكون قوي، لكن الأقنام ديل ما قادر إنه يلاحظوا إنه هم قاعدين يجوزوهم أكثر. أقنام الاثنين الثلاثة والأربعة ديل بيمثلوا هم السياسيين بتاع الناشونال كونفنشن. فالليلة طول ما تكون عندك سياسيين قويين هم دائما يجيبوا ورا القاعدات بتاعهم. الليلة ما في حرب من غير السياسيين. حتى دورن الغرفات بتاعت جوكرين اللي هو كانت الكتلة بتاعت إكواتوريا اللي هو التابلين بتاعت إكواتوريا جوكرين كان في سياسيين بيلعب دور قوي شديد. يعني قاعدين نعمل له كفر اب يعني ده كفرنج هيم اب. لكن الليلة السياسيين اللي أنا بشوفه بتاعت ناشونال كونفنشن هم هو سبب بتاع التدمير بتاع الناشونال كونفنشن. لأنه هو لو جينا كده بالأقل نشوف الناحية بتاعت جنرال توماس لانه هو ما يعني في قاعدين نقول هو ذاته مكسوف عشان اقدر اطلع برا عشان اتكلم مع الناس. كيف؟ ليه؟ لانه السياسيين ما قاعد يرفقوه ويكون زول يعني زول مهم. مع السياسيين دول اللي انا بقول لهم هم الاقنام دول هم اصلا يعني قاعدين يعني هم حاسدين ذاته يعني داربين يعني لاعبين سكرين على حجر واحد. يعني لو تمثلين له ما نجا هم هيضموا مع الشركه في الدور اللي هم لاعبينه. والشركه طبعا ما بزال بقوتهم في السياسه. بالذات السياسيين بتاع الشركه ما بزال بقوتهم في السياسه. ده من اول ناس اللي طلعوا عملوا ميليشيا قبل في جنوب السودان قبل SPLM ذات بتاع السياسيين بتاع الشركه. سوف حصل الحاجه اللي هنا فوقه. يعني انا بشوف بتلقى نفسي كناشوناليست سيبراتيست بشير. يعني انا هنا خلينا نتشالنج هم السياسيين دول سياسيين قبليين، دول سياسيين يعني بنظروا للمصلحه بتاعهم اصلا. يعني هم ما فاضيين لتوماس اصلا كويس. وفي الناحيه بتاعت توماس البوزيشن بتاع توماس هو كزول طبعا عسكري قد كده. انت عارفين يا جماعه يعني الزول ده يمكن تحت اي وقت ممكن هي كان تشينج هيز مايند. كيف؟ فالمشكله الكبيره الهجوم الكثير اللي قاعدين يعني الهجومات الكثيره اللي هم قاعدين يدوا لنا يدوا لاحظتوا الكلام ده كويس. ده السياسيين بتاع ناشونال سلفيشن. دول السياسيين دول هم يعني انا ما اعرف هم شايلين جنسيه يعني هم مجلسين شايلين جنسيات بتاعت ابنال ولا شنو. كل حاجه الناس يعني افرض الانتلكت افرض Equatorian الانتلكشن بتاعنا دول الفاهمين دول السياسيين دول افرض يعني يتكلموا في الناس دول يعني يكتوم في كرسي السكن على اساس انه هم ما يحاكموا المواطنين. يعني الليله زي ما اخوي فكرني وسيك انت الليله ما ممكن تنزل قيمتك من فوق تجهد المواطنين from up to local you know ده حاجه طبعا وري يعني بوري شخصيه وري الشخصيه بتاعت الليدرشيب بتاع مثلا ما ناس بروفيشنال ما ناس لهم اصلا يعني فكره سياسي ولا دخلوا في النقاش ولا دخلوا في التشالنج بتاعت الدوله قبل كده. يعني دي ناس كانوا ما ناس لهم تاريخ ما ناس لهم عندهم اكسبيرينس السياسه ساعه السياسه ذاتها لما تيجي تحديثه كيف. الليله ما السياسه ده هو التجاره. انت الليله تشتري قماش بالمحل $5 تيجي تبيع $10 فقط. السياسيين ده كشفهم حلو لكن الليله يعني السياسيين بتاعنا بتاع الايكواتوريان ده المفروض هم ما يهاجموا اي ايكواتوري اللي بيتكلم في حق بتاعه كمواطن. فشل يعني احنا بنتكلم بالصوت بتاع الناس بتاعنا التعبانين. احنا بنتكلموا بالوحده بتاعت ان الايكواتوريا لازم ينفصل. يعني ده ما من الحاجات المفروض هم يكونوا جدا. يعني الكلام ده انا ما اعرف ليه ما قادر يجيب. انا مفتكر انه بانه احنا هسه في جروبات احنا هسه في الداخل يعني اللي عايزين يستغلوا الاكسترا ايكواتوريا زي ما هم استغلوا شنو ده سنترال ايكواتوريا. شفت كيف؟ فانا ما اعرف الهجومات ده يعني لحد 200 عشان يجيب. يعني انا بتمنى انه الحكايه تجيب ونحن نكون ناس واحد ونفكروا في العرب بتاع جلودنا كيف احنا نقدر نطلع من الجن بتاع المجرمين اللي قاعدين فيهم ده. شفت كيف؟ يعني انا بقول يا اخي والله انا بتاسف شديد انه يعني زي ما بقولوا برضه في واحد من اخونا كان بيقول لنا يا اخي احنا بقينا بناكل بعدنا زي السمك. يعني احنا بنكلي عاطو قاعد يستفيد من اراضي بتاعنا واحنا بنشاكلوا في بعض. يعني انا والله بتاسف شديد يعني انا ما اعرف الحكايه ده بيجيب كتاني يا فداس. لان الوقت الحسن احنا فوق ده ما وقت المفروض هم يعملوا اتاك لاي زول سيبراتيست اي زول ناشوناليست في الوقت ده بالذات. احنا ما عندنا شفنا حاجات اللي قاعد تحصل لنا في اخواننا في ماكوي. يعني وحتى في الداخل ده ما انا قلت بانه في يعني في يمكن يكون عساكر ذا وصلوا في توريد خلاص ولا في يفتر إيكواتوريا فده بعد من حاجة غلط شديد. يعني أنا بشوف الناس اللي بيكوركوا بانه علينا الناس بتاع السودان كله وجنوب السودان كله وبقول بيكوركوا بصوت بتاع يونيون ناس الجناكان ده ناس اللي انا بدي لهم احترام خالص. ليه؟ لان الليله انت بتقول انت مجمجي ولا مجمجي، انت مجمجي ده انت عبراك هناك مجمجي، ما في لبيت هناك، في دينجا هناك، في اجول هناك، في مادي هناك، في قبائل ده كله هناك تعيش. They're fighting together. يعني you can يعني هو بيتكلم بدل هو يتكلم الصوت بتاع all eastern Equatoria وبيتكلم مجي بتاع ده. يعني انا بشوف يعني ما في داعي لحاجات دي يا جماعه. الناس يعني المفروض يعني يتطوروا شويه. فاكر؟ ده حاجه غلط شديد. يعني انا بصراحه انا ما يعني من ما بدات تجي من ما بدات اتكلم في الميديا ده انا بعين انه المشكله بتاعنا شنو؟ مشكلتنا احنا ايكواتوريا. احنا عايزين نحرر انفسنا من الناس اللي شايلين حقنا، شايلين اراضي جدودنا وشتتيننا في كل مكان. ده الحاجه اللي انا دائما قاعد افاعل فيه للابد. وناس يعني برضه ناس يكون عنده كلمه يعني الليله هم لو تابعين للناشونال سلفيشن هم السياسيين دول هم قالوا لهم احترمونا. يعني قالوا لهم احترموا الصوت بتاع الناشوناليست، الصوت بتاع السيبراتيست. at the end of the day احنا كلنا ايكواتوريا. يعني ما في داعي للحاجات الغلط. يعني ناس بيشغبوا يعني بكرهوا بعضهم على درجه زي دي. يعني احنا المفروض نشوف في حاجه كبيره ده شنو؟ المشكله الكبير ده عندنا هنا ايكواتوريا. الناس اللي عارفيننا علينا عندنا ديفرنس بتاعنا كتير. عشان كده هم دائما بيكونوا سوسه يعني بيلزموا الاقلام ده. مع الليله الغنم ده لما يكون حابل برقبته وما بقدر اعمل اي حاجه، لكن كده فك الحبل من الغنم وخش عليك هي مع مزرعه باكل موته. يا بعدين الناس ايكواتوريا السياسيين بتاع الناشونال سلفيشن ده فهم المفروض يعني يحترمونا شويه بس. يعني ما يدخلوا في الشؤون بتاعنا. احنا بنتكلموا في شنو؟ انا هنا دايرين شنو؟ وحاجات دي. يعني ما في داعي للحاجات دي. هم ناس كبار يعني المفروض على الاقل يعني يحترم انه بيقول يا اخي ذاته تمثلوا له بنفسه. فقال الكلام ده قال يا اخي ايكواتوريا عندهم حق. ايكواتوريا عندهم حق لو عايزين انفصال عاوزين يكونوا بانفسهم. ده مواطنين عندهم حق. يعني ما في داعي انه السياسيين ده انا ما بلوم بمثلوا له بيرسونال، لكن انا بلوم اكثر حاجه السياسيين بتاعنا له. هو كان فعلا يعني ليدر قوي. انا مكاني انا المفروض مرفض السياسيين ده كله. السياسيين بتاعنا كله فعلا داير يكون قوي جرب لنفسه من جديد. المفروض يرفض السياسيين ده كله لان ده ناس الهسه يعني جايبين التفرقه، جايبين العنصريه، جايبين كراهيه بين ايكواتوريان. احنا ما في النهايه كلنا ايكواتوريان. الهدف بتاعنا ده واحد. عايزين بلاد، عايزين نحرر انفسنا من الناس زين قاتلوا السياسيين بتاع شنو الدول اللي قاعدين يوصل ماسكين اقلام دل من رغباتهم دل. ده من الحاجات اللي احنا دايرين يعني ما اكثر من كده. وهدفنا واحد. يعني هم ذاته كسياسيين دل على الاقل يعني هم ينتشروا مننا ذاته. يعني احنا قاعدين نسهل حاجات كثير لهم هم ذاته في ناحيه بتاعهم. وما في ظل قاعدين يعبدهم. يعني انا ما اعرف الحاجات اللي هم قاعدين يعملوا ده هم دايرين شنو. يعني هم دايرين نوصل لشنو. انا بطلب لكل ايكواتوريان هنا يعني احنا في صعوبه، احنا في تعب وفي هروبات ماشي في داخل ايكواتوريا. فده وقت بتاع انه كل واحد يمسك اخوه وناس تمشي لقدام. هذا من الحاجه المفروض نفوكس في الحاجات زي ده. يعني السياسيين دول بصراحه كده انا بتلج السياسيين بتاع توكسيرلا ده ناس الجاب الفتن في بين الايكواتوريان، وده ناس اللي ما عايزين الوحده بتاعت الايكواتوريان، وده ناس اللي بتاع الايكواتوريان. كيف؟ يعني بركبتين عشان تشوف النقطه بتاعت الدور بتاعت الانسان ده ما بقواده يا جماعه. الجماعه دول جونسون نولين قال يا اخي انت توكسيرلا امشي في لانغو، ولا تكاوى الثاني ده قال لك يا اخي تمشي في لانغو، امشي حارب في امشي حارب في ايكواتوريا. يعني هم السياسيين ده لو كانوا هم فعلا سياسيين بهمهم مشكله بتاع توماس ولا موفمنت بتاع توماس، هم كانوا ذاته يطلعوا نفسهم برا من السياسيين بتاع الجنوب. لكن عشان هم اغنم والهبل ده قاعد في رقبته هم ما عارفين هم هيفكوا نفسهم كيف عشان امشي ويخشوا في يكونوا مجانين دراويش لان غنمانه ما نفكوا هبل ده من رقبته طبعا بيجري في اي مكان ده اكل هنا وده يجري هنا ويجري هنا. انت كيف؟ ده من الحاجات يعني هم المفروض يفوكس ان هذا في شكل الناس ده you know جونسون لولا انت ما عندك جيش مع توماس وعندك ده بقول لهم انه الدور ذاته ما عنده جيش مع توماس كوتوريان اللي قاعدين يشاكلوا في جراوند هناك ده كوتوريان روحهم في عرض تجديده لكن السياسيين ده هم هو سبب للتقسيم بتاع كوتوريان في الدياسبرا هم هو سبب ما عايزين يشوفوا كوتوريان قاعدين نعمل حاجه كويس لبلده. فانا هسكت هنا لكن انا بقول Equatorians, let's don't give up. Let's have one voice to speak about it like the way we're speaking. Yes, we want the freedom in our country. Yes, we want Equatorian independence. Yes, we want separation in South Sudan. In Equatoria. Equatoria have to go by for them, have to fight for self-determination. And يزول قدر في محل بتاعه. احنا نكون صوتنا واحد، كلامنا يكون واحد. سياسيين دول الاغنام دول هم هيندموا بكره بعد بكره لانه هم هو سبب للاقسام يعني التفرقه للعنصريه اللي انه هسه احنا كلنا قاعدين نتعبوا فوق. فانا حاسس هنا شكرا لك يا اودينسيا. انا هقعد احضر وبسمع وشكرا.
شكرا بشير، كلامك صح. أنا بشكرك شديد. جماعة دي فعلا المفروض ناس كان بيفهم بعضهم المفروض people should understand each other especially ناس بقول لهم ناس ده ناسنا يا تحت هناك يا تعبانين، لكن الناس ما بيفهموا. لما الناس يجي يتكلم قضية إيكواتوريا تيجي تلقى واحد يقوم يهددك بمسج يقول لك كان تاني انت مشيت تكلمت ما تتكلم ما تعرف شنو ما تكلمت Equatorians كله بيجوا against you. واحد بيستغرب ليه؟ دي حاجة غريب شديد. أنا ما أعرف سيجا I think سيجا أنت يا نمري باورا بشير ده تشارلز مش؟ ولا تشارلز أنت بي؟
Yeah, the Charles Kamafi Tutu next. Is it? Yeah.
تشارلز أنت فيك أنت في وكده ونس حاجة شوية كده ودي لنا opinion تاكي قبل تمام. أنت busy؟ يا أنا بمove on لتوتو. I think maybe busy ولا حاجة.
Yeah, because
توتو.
Yeah, أنا free.
كيف تفضل.
I'm helping the baby get ready for bed. Equatorians, Jadao Lena net ya de bigger, Jadao net deck, and on top of it, Lasagulena J Loban, Kulu Maginta Kulu, they just stuck. They don't want to let us go. And everything is very clear. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. Kulu. They will even go to the extent of destruction, like calling people names, and especially Takum Ikajade. You guys are the target, the separatists. Dugana Malamata separatists, I don't even have any more spot on my body. They did not identify as the separatists. And I realized, I think because can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear
you. Yes,
yeah. Well, it's because you're telling the truth. I mean, the thing about us, we're just majority, I'll say. We're walking like Salam. We're walking like snail. Yeah, Kaman kida, tortoise. The slowest animal you can find on planet Earth. They are Equatorian, they do beskida. Yaula segufi gisim taki ginta kulu iya haja lisan kulu kasma kulu gobrita maida kulu. You're just still walking like a snail. And then our enlightened, the hardcore really want to do something, they tarnish you. But the one they want, are going to be a kalas. You're in your 60s and your 50s. All they're doing is just make you tired. Tired. But they're so busy. I'm just seeing them and I'm just saying, oh my. For me, kalas, I'm not scared of them. And I know who's really even the one waging war. And Equatorian are for Gali, then no swan. Then no swan, yeah, declare war later. Itakum say, Ginum Lisa, Itakum Equatorian. My really concern is our innocent people, being displaced. Because we don't have anybody that will flinch and help you with anything. Nobody. Olisa yao jet kija. How are we going to help our people? How are we going to help our people? That's where I am now. Kangali, we have a chance to fly, to just go help or contribute to help our people, Yajama. That's how we're gonna have to start doing this, because you're teaching magigum. Tagyonusu mabigum. Itagisitu umonjato mabigum one best command Equatorian tenade. They're even making it harder. They're even assisting. They're you cannot separate. You cannot see the line. The only thing you have to do is throw the gum away. But I don't. Yeah. Odysseus, Didi, McCartney, Bashir. Yao, Kalamade. What can we do? Sometimes they say you just have to be pushed in it to start something. And we're just moving like snails. We are the intelligence they nada yao, yareta kumgidu kudugita kumini. Makasmat tomon I'll go in agde. They don't want to go face their own enemy. Asade ina yao gisafa biga. My thing is, and as munu inak bokon gro give to tell our truth now. Yeah, there we see the future. Our ancestors they can see that it was going to happen. But it is you that is here now, voicing it out. Can biga kalasya degi dugina de. Yala biga, what are we going to do in the next 200 years? Tani na bukumfe, kanda magumasa. You see, it's like we've been beat kalas by the bug jato. Takalo kalas fichwa Equatoria. I don't know what we need to do. If we end up doing what we need to do and we did achieve our Equatoria Yazol, we have to start scanning people, come on. The infection dakalo kalas, dakalo lena. And it's deep. I think that's what I have to say. Anna Kaman, I took my time off to, refresh my mind for 8 hours. Anna Reja, yeah, de banana stanas, jongereng yeah, bigger. What happened? The jongereng yeah took a man, They're here, instead of facing themselves, they face themselves and they turn around and curse you, separatists. Kalas. Initiate me. I'm ready for the initiation as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Come to until they turn around. They turn around and curse the separatists.
Yeah.
Welcome to be a nationalist and separatist. Welcome.
Until until I have to come for the initiation. That's the only way I'm going to survive. You guys have to initiate me, because the truth, I can't be blindfolded. And all this I was just watching, and most of you know me. I'm in all the groups just listening. But because you just come out and you see the truth, can get clear. You see the truth and you see where the lie is, and it's sickening. You see, and they just fish me off, and some of them think they can come with their conniving ways and try to talk nonsense, and I'm just like, what are you talking about? I've been following all of you. I've been even Yasu Kerini, the bigger, like, how can little kids participate in this? And I stay there at Kimutu. And I stay there Kimutu, ya Equatorians. The worst part is majority of us, the outside there, they don't know Clubhouse even. Where they were, they're waging it here in the Clubhouse. You know, how do we now inform people to join?
I think it's all social media, not just and everywhere. Hatta zato be kitabat or be propaganda term. You know, they're doing every method. They're using all the attacks on us.
Yeah. So I don't know. My other teaching Anama Panas Munu Yata Hetinia, the one who are listening. But honestly, we don't have help. We don't have help at all. And we're the last one. We have helped a lot. We have helped everybody. We have done all our best, and now is our turn. Nobody's going to be there for us except for ourselves. And it has to happen now. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you. I'm here.
Thank you, Tutu. Before Didi, you want to say something, or before any one of you, before I welcome Mr. Kerito?
No, we just we need to welcome Tutu to the Separatist families, and you are well blessed, and you are part of us, and you are under our umbrellas, and we know it's hard. We are going to fight together, and it's collective efforts to make things happen for the benefit of our peoples. We will do it. We will continue until we achieve it. Thank you. You are most welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Ita komini abu snitches spies abu gijere jerede. You mark this day today, desunu. May 24, 2022. Silutakum date yala report to your people that I'm a separatist from now on. Okay? So ketakuma create lies. And itakumiaja to kucha na bigger separatist, so you can't complain anymore. And I thank them for pushing me this far. I appreciate it, really. Yeah.
Thank you. You're welcome, Tutu. Welcome. You're welcome home. You're here to defend your home, to defend your people. Can be advised why just you're gonna know that from now your opposition is gonna get greater. But the greater the opposition against you, the stronger you have to be. Do not give up. You know who you are. You're the daughter of Equatoria. Itar fenna jamin wen tarf in bele de kulu tanasa kulu tar fenna mununa Equatorians fenna muno. We are fighters. We are resilient. We are stronger than our forefathers. You know, mean zaman tabele tanna Equatorians zaman. Because mighty people. That's why it took multiple efforts. We divide bele tanna we get destroyed as the Equatorians. That's why you see Equatorian nation has been divided into even, I don't know, 3 or something. One part went to Congo, one part under Uganda, and the leftover of us is being attached to Sudan, and which will become South Sudan. So, which is not really fair, but at the end of the day, we've been abused, like what you said. You know, we always go with people, we fight with people, we'll be there for people, but when it's our turn, nobody wants to be there. Instead, people want to use us. Like, it's saddening, really, the fact that we have fought with people really so hard, and we have always opened our home. Equatoria has always been a home to other people. You look at these 2 regions, these people have never developed their places. If you look at these people that this NAS group is following, those people could not deliver to their homes. Their home is desolate. When they needed a capital city, they could never find any way to be capital city. You will ask yourself, these politicians, these people who are like, I heard one day yesterday, like somebody was saying some silly things in the night that, you know, he will bomb people who are opposing the opposition's Shuluku and SSOMA. I'm really shocked. Our people are getting killed in Equatoria. You will bomb somebody because of that? Those politicians who deliver empty promises to their people, to their land, but they want to live in our land. When they were looking for capital city, they could not find anywhere but in Equatoria. Only greater Equatoria that can deliver. It's been developed, it's well managed, you know, it's well attained. That's why people today are going to live in Equatoria. But up to when? After when? That's just the question that we ask ourselves. You know. So that's why we decided if these people gal huma greater, if these people gal huma dynamite, gal huma heavyweight, like I hear Equatorians praising them, tip le Maligo capital city fi Beto. Why they didn't find a capital city in Upper Nile and Bahr al Ghazal? Why? Why? If they're a greater politician, really, that's why I say I don't respect these people. I don't. I don't respect my people. They are my kings. They really, I respect them to the greater lengths, really, that I do not even know what to say, you know. Naf Nadel, Abuhat Nadel, Judut Nadel, I respect them, I held them higher as my kings, as my lords, you see. Land of what they have given us in Equatoria, that in Upper Nile, in Bahr al Ghazal, they have never found that from their ancestors or from their fathers. But our parents have given us, our forefathers have given us, yet we are ungrateful. Yet in the reduceness of the people, I'll best kashumun gowi. Kashumun best kashumun zenasta andayat. The zenasta dar. Bishetumo penas. Lakin tahdidat penas. Lakin they could not deliver in their home. Ita table, ita arfa ita zone siya. Ita arfa you can deliver. Why don't you deliver it to your home? And this is the challenge that we are bringing. We say we're doing things differently. You see, everybody go to your home. We want to separate ourselves. Let's see now. Let's see your intelligent mind, your intellect mind. Let's see it. Your political mind. Let's see it. Why now, when we want to separate ourselves, and then now you're fractured, you're shaky, you're scared. Now you're using Equatorians to bully other Equatorians, which is not working. Today, Itama Equatorian, you cannot tell me as Equatorian that if I want separation, I should pick up arms. And this is the very reason that, you know, that will bring division. Now there's a greater division between us and SOMA. There's a greater division between SOMA and South Sudanese. This is one thing that people need to know. They've been on a 3-day journey or 1-week journey fighting South Sudanese on this app. They insulted South Sudanese rooms, South Sudanese. And now the last thing that they could do, Nazal Mindo Padia, Denas Kubar, you know, Umurum Kubar Minana, what they could do is like the last thing you want to do, you're still fighting Jongarang, and then you continuation of fighting the separatists. 1 week straight, you're fighting South Sudanese, ya Jama. South Sudanese, you're fighting them, you're beating them down. And I want to know, they keep saying that, bes darin nas bositin. Yani this dawla bitamal humo jene hakomode. The dawla best 50 people. Dawla if you win. Fi Clubhouse, wala fi Facebook. Is this dawla day and that jayikun hina bas fi Clubhouse hina? Because if you're dealing with reality people, South Sudanese, you already put them up. We've seen the rooms already, people have that special of Gisimum and Soma. And then we've seen Equatoria even down there has already spoken. NAS is not representing them, sorry. That's why these people are angry. They already spoken. Susie came from down there, Susie spoken. Fizol tani kanium data, the room to chan gal kalamda. NAS galu la 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 la, the individual. Susie hauja. But hinaka, kama Susie kani da swar kaman fi Facebook. Ashan ma yugulu de kidip. You know? Garib dehna hanamul interview ma Equatorians. Ito hatasma aswata Equatoria. Ito hatasma hatshifu signature ta people. We will put it up here. You know? Hatasma aswata Equatorians al biji bugulu. Bakashumu ma deal de. Ashan nasi isma mintahet hinaka. And then you will hear with the sound from down there and you will see signatures of people that will sound out, will say that we are out. We want out. عشان نعرف كذب بتاع الناس ده اللي بيجي بيتكلم يعني وصلوا لحاله بيجيبوا زول ما إيكوتوريان بيمشي في رومات تانيين بيفتح رومات يتكلم عن نيابة إيكوتوريا. يلا لما يجي إيكوتوريا تتكلم يلا هناك بيتكلم للناس الإيكواتوريا اللي بيتكلم ده هو ما عنده حق يتكلم عن إيكواتوريا، هو قاعد يتكلم ده opinion حقه بس. How can you lecture other people who are not Equatoria about Equatorians who are talking about the Equatorians and you're dismissing them out just logically how could you? عشان كده الناس ما عندهم أدب، ناس هم متربين، ناس homeless. أنت عارف؟ عشان كده أنا قلت أنا ما عندي احترام لناس. I will not respect them at all. You know, I don't have really with no remorse for them. You know, it may be Equatorian Canada. You want to respect them, you want to give them a place in your life. It's okay. But with me, from where I came from the biography of our fathers, Equatorians, I'm good. I don't have respect for these people. I'm good. Equatorian, they reduce Gissim, they can reduce Gissim. Voice. I will not accept to be insulted. Zoltani binti biftah room, yala tkalam niyabatan Equatorians. Witama Equatorian. You know, and you dismiss me out. You want to make me look like a fool, and then you tadhak manas tanin. Fina Equatorians. Yala ita you dismiss the rape that our people are going through, the killing that our people are going through, to good enough then. Talk about they're doing this to me, they're doing this to us, they're killing our people. You know, Dema kalam huma yugulu. How could you say that? You're not an Equatorian. You have your own issues. You're not an Equatorian. How could you dismiss Equatorians? Cases that Equatorians just belbasata. And when we say these things, people come and say that, why are we saying this? Don't talk about it. I don't know. I'm just really, really confused. We reached the extent that we've been bullied. We've been bullied not to talk about our issues. We've been bullied not to do anything. You know, people spend 1 week fighting South Sudanese, and they last now they picked up is separatists. Now they will go with separatists, and that is good. بيشتموا براسلوا members حقهم بيشتموا ناس شتايم ما كويس. لسوينا دول بيجي بيكتبوا about people's private parts, people who businesses tabet, you know. يلا بيجي بيمشي هناك بيجي قال إنما كان شتم إيده كان شتم. You open room is insulting South Sudanese idiots and fool, you know. You إنت بتيجي هنا بتشتموا ناس من أجوز لزول يان من نسوينهم كله بيشتموا في ناس. فاتوا روم باسمي وانا ما في روم ده قاعدين يكركروا دي قاعدين في no one particularly. I'm not there. Ridiculous. These are the people who are going to represent South Sudanese. Imagine, these are the people who are going to be in public office, threatening people that if who are not going to be office, they will never step foot in South Sudan. Do you own this country? Jama country to be an individual, and all this we're doing it in the name of this particular tribal group that are pushing these people to do that. Why are we doing that? ناس يتفشلوا منكم. You know, I don't know who you're gonna represent. كان ناس تانيين دول عندهم أهلهم تحت هناك. إحنا كمان عندنا أهلنا تحت هناك. عرفت كان في حرب إحنا بنحارب بعضنا. You cannot send people. وزول اللي عارفة كده ما Equatorian, you get out of Equatoria, get out of مشاكل تا Equatoria, because when we begin, you know, to take ourselves down, you're not gonna be there. You see, you're not part of it, and you should not be speaking of Equatoria. You see, you're not a representative of Equatoria. So leave us alone as Equatorians. I know that we have divided because these people purposely choose to divide us. We say, leave us alone. ناس بيسكتوا لكن بيرسلوا ناسهم بيمشي من روم لروم بيفتح روم بيتكلموا separatists ديل وما they don't represent Equatorians, they don't speak for Equatorians and منو like that. And you wonder, انت كان اتكلمت بيشتموك, you know. I'm just really shocked, but I just want to tell you to welcome, but you know, just don't be surprised when people begin to inbox you like the guy that was, you know, threatening me 2 days ago, you know. And then when I tell them that, and I tell him right now here that Kennedy, why this is really sexist and this is misogyny. Why are you threatening me of a topic that a group has done a topic, and he's telling me that we are all equal, like he's comparing himself as a man and me, we are equal. You see, he can threaten me. The anger that he has from this man is okay, but let him take it on me. You see, let him attack me. So I find it really appalling. Really, it's so appalling. It's like I've been attacked by the NAS members. I've been insulted by the SOMA and the Sawindel. They talk about PPP, my period, which is I yet to open a room and talk about these issues that women being attacked in a misogynistic way and in a sexist way. You see, women has never been respected at all. You know, which is really I cannot take it. And the same lady yesterday when the Jongareng are talking, who's Alan got late, it's Kalamu and Ahalu. Like who just shatamni hina couple of days, got up in a gun. like I'm talking like somebody that is, my period delay. Imagine this is the NAS members, the opposition members, attacking people because of their relatives.
She's not NAS. I mean, she's a SOMA. Yeah, SOMA.
I'm sorry, not SOMA. Yeah, this is a SOMA member.
Real SPLM.
Yeah, real
Yes,
SPLM.
yes.
Umbara hinaka galu they fasulu Jongerem because Jongerem shatam nasawin. Jongerem gal who shatam all both together. She say she didn't say towards the gender, but he said as a plural, just towards any gender. Wila huma hinaka ya biji bitkalamu about my period. The same group that nasawin dal that name dal left to shatam Equatorian tani gal albinu ma fi serir da munu. Yala huma umbara fi room hagum bugulu inna ma gaina shatimu. إنما يوم فتحنا روم يلا في حاجة ترى أنا مستغرب لو جماعة دل تانين دل group تانين دل they call them government supporters I don't know okay لو if group تانين دل من South Sudanese Denka لو open room they had an issue with the Ajawin or something ليه Equatorians be run around be open room be buy the kalam ده في دوسهم أنا ما فاهم I don't this part I don't understand. I really don't understand this part.
The group Tanas, remember.
Girl, I don't have a problem with Equatoria. Girl, we don't have an issue with Equatorians. Equatorians are innocent. But we have issues with this group. Like in Equatorians, they'll fato jero fato room. Yala shuluk de jafogo galu ma mana shataim. لأن Equatorians هنا الشتايم fato room يشتم في نيابة الناس ذل. وناس ذل انتم مشاكل مع الناس ده. I don't really get this part. I don't get this part. And Jamadel be agitated situation maybe make situation 10 times harder than a slow down here. 10 times harder. All this provocation of the fighting that is going to happen is being provoked by NAS. And I have a feeling NAS is working as an agent just to in order to agitate our people, to kill our people, to make sure our people surrender mentally, defeated mentally, and submit into the idea of assimilation into this federalism. Because I'm really frustrated in this case. How would you dare open a room and begin to hadith nas ba isim lobong ba isim bugula munu waniga isim nas? How do you even politically you cannot even do that. You cannot تفتح room وتحدد ناس ما اسم ناس التحت هناك وناس عندهم أسلحة. They will attack these people, will make these people vulnerable. And it's في هنا you're on the up. You never seen us separatists open rooms and talk like that, reckless like that. أنا ما ممكن أفتح روم أقول أنت كان قتلت لبون ده وأنا في هنا وزول كان جاء أتاك لبون هناك. أنا عارف لبون بيقدر بشكل لكن أنت بعمل شنو you're making it 10 times difficult for لبون أنت عارف. ومبارح هو كان في شكله أنت جيت رسلت له جروب تاني نمشي شكل كمان تاني. يعني أنت قلت حتى لو زول بيقى قوي قدر شنو زول ده ما بيتعب من شكله. زول ده ما بيتعب من شكله يعني. وأنت شغل الرجال حاجة ده كله وين بس. ما عندنا بس في app ده هنا بس عشان you have to make the shuluk happy. It's just I don't get it. We can no longer make our people as a sacrifice in the name of the shuluk. We no longer. And the message al-Badin we need to give our people. They cannot be sacrificed because of this group. Al-Biji hina bishittim unas kalam haddidu nas kalam private part kalam sarair kalam shunu nasawinu birasul wara nas bishittim nas وبيرسلوا رجال ديل صغار ديل ناس كندي ديل يجي يحددوا ناس تبقوم صباح تلقى ناس كندي يرسل لك تحديدات.
Don't worry about them. You don't even have to worry about their name. They are nobodies. Just let's remember that. And on the focus in the group bitam kullu kanas SSOMA must stop the bullying because this is the most important. Because the way how they're going, they are losing.
Open about our name. They call our name even.
Yeah, I know. Let them use the mother witness.
If separatists want to separate, let them pick up guns. We do not even care about it. Why them? Equatorians do some Anyway, I'll just leave it here. But I'll just say that it's like to my sister, just be ready and do not give up. Whatever happens to you, people attack you, don't give up. Don't give up. Even us now, they've been attacking us, saying that we are part of the regime. You see, they're calling us that we have deals backdoor with the regime, which is really not true. They are the one who are desperately trying to sign to go back with the regime. It's funny, isn't it? People who are trying to sign agreement to go back with the regime now is calling you who want separation that you having backdoor. How do you even separation on the regime? How does that work together? How can you separate and then at the same time you also having a deal with the same person, you're gonna be together. Anyway, I'll leave it here. I'm just confused. ودي the same ناس يا حجة شتمونا هنا قالوا يال كلام فارغ وما تعرف شنو. Anyway, I'll leave it here. Thank you. I'm sorry.
All right, thank you. Let me give a chance to welcome back, Mr. James and Mr. Kirito. Let me just say something here in the matter, just to refresh the room so people can remember what we were talking about. Of course, there was some incidents that have been occurring and recurring for many times. We've been silent. Even we went one time and challenged NAS in particular that they need to stop the bullying. But this thing is not just on NAS only. It's the whole group of SOMA. The SOMA group are really working hard. And I would say this in particular, SOMA is what you can call it an organization where they are very good at manipulation. Even today, it was funny how one of their member, he's very famous by putting his social media all the time talking about Ya Junubin, so the shop. He mentioned that Bagana Mumda, even he studied something like he's bragging. I understand, and it's not about Bagana Mum here, but I'm just saying he mentioned something that made me got my attention. The guy knows how to counterinsurgency. That term by itself, counterinsurgency, is saying he studied it in Cuba. Remember, Cuba, counterinsurgency. I put a highlight on these. And then when you look at the behavior of SOMA toward Equatorians, in particularly using NAS, who are mostly Equatorian, yet they profess that they are not supporting independence of Equatoria, nor even supporting the idea that Equatoria must be a nation because they feel like all South Sudan belongs to them and they need to fight for South Sudan. Okay? And yet you see the people who are dying or people who are fighting in this group is Equatorian sons. Okay? Add to it too, there is no any initiative taken by this organization to kind of articulate the issues of Equatoria. If they're speaking for South Sudan, they need to speak. But it's not our case to tell them what to do, because we Equatorian nationalists, we already know what we're doing. But one thing I want to mention, that these guys, when they mention counterinsurgents, and I highlight that, and also Cuba, immediately gave me something. The way how they behaved with us, they're using a lot of manipulation game. One of it is to kind of use this divisive tones of undermining the sons and daughters of Equatoria. And I wish they just, and good thing everybody realizing what these groups are standing for. They're just people you can put them in nas fitna. That's all I could say. Nas bitkutum finus, they're fitna, which is they're like just create some issues and then they get away with it. Because this is the way how they do it. And they think that's politics, like in the Masiyasa. And then you don't even know if they are going for history tomorrow or they're going for, they take some issues and they promote it as if it's like like they want to make themselves as they understand it, and that's why they're fighting for South Sudanese. And yet when you talk to them, they don't even respect you. You, the person that they said they're fighting for. I don't know who are they fighting for. Maybe only their tribe. And I know the people in NAS, they're not fighting for their tribe because they said they're fighting. And we could see, even us as Equatorian, we don't agree with them. We condemn them in a lot of things when they do wrong, and we criticize them, and we see that this is wrong. But at the end, we tell them, remember, we are Equatorian. We're standing for one thing called Equatoria. That's it. No change on that. But then going back here, when these guys are using this tactic, last time they came up with a tactic, that's why I said these people are using many the information, what you call disinformation, misinformation, psychological warfare. Add to it many tactics to kind of like confuse the masses, and especially they're now targeting us as Equatorians. This just let me tell you truly, they are focused on us Equatorians, and they're focusing on the people who they see them vulnerable. Example like ABA. Just look at it. They use the ABA cases to manipulate. They use Equatorian issue to manipulate. So they want to get the numbers of people to support them, to call themselves they are the leaders to support us. And yet they play all these tricks, and we've seen it. They start with us when we came to Clubhouse the first time. We tell it like it is. We told the Dinka community that you guys are the majority in the country, in the leadership, and you are abusing our people and you are killing our people. Because don't tell me it's just one person. And some people say, no, it's not me. I'm not like this. It's like, listen, it's not about you. Like I said, there is an example that says, if there's 10,000 snakes and there's 1,000 who are not doing any bad, they're good. They're good. Do you think that those 9,000 will override the 1,000? Or the 1,000 will override, the 1,000 will override the 9,000 that is not bad? So instead of them trying to justify that they're good, they need to figure out how to deal with it. Because for us, we already seen the danger. And we cannot tolerate to wait. So we said, we're going to lock the door. That means they're coming to attack us. We're going to lock it. And so we end this cycle of violence. We end this occupation. We end this abuse, and let them figure out how they will able to fix themselves until they understand what they lost was great, because they could have done the right thing, but they never wanted to do it. And there is no more time for, anything can change, because they have crossed the line. Okay. So these guys using a lot of incidents where they saw Equatorians were fighting. They say, oh yeah, wallahi Nazatu, I think are killing us fi Malakal, and they're doing this to us and all that. And then they begin to bring a lot of people to manipulate our people, especially using tactic ashanigi. You make us to sympathize with them, because say, oh yeah, your case. Even we agree. It's like, yeah, there is some issues in Malakal. We don't deny it. The Sholo people have been kicked out. But come on. Then again, you add to it عشان تعرف manipulation. قال يا أخي أنتوا ذاتوا لغة يا أخي عندنا لغة معاكم عشان يخلي Equatorian to be completely submissive to the idea we cannot be a nation. يا أخي ما أفريقيا كله ناس أسود. We all black in Africa. We all have languages. We all come from the same father, whoever he is. Of course, we know his Ham, according to the Bible or whatever you believe in. إحنا أبناء تا كوش, أبناء تا Ham. So just because that you want to tell me I cannot separate, I cannot call myself. إحنا evolution بتاعنا في culture بتاعنا, ancestors بتاعنا, عندنا inheritance. Our inheritance, our land. Our ancestors kept this land even against European. They fought and they survived and they died there. We are the generation. And I was in the protect and build. We're looking for the future. We're not looking for manipulation. We're not looking for being abused and used and abuse others. Like in Nazil, they are manipulated. And then they said, Hassan لما نحن بقينا نواجههم, we begin to face them. قال يا أخي انتوا بقى ضد الشلوك. قلنا لهم no, we are not. لكن لو انتوا عاوزين نكونوا, push us to that limit. We said respect our boundaries like we respect your boundaries. You speak for your case, I speak for my case. We will come together on one table when we are articulating our issues. إنه في مشكلة هنا وبنعرف صاحب المشكلة ده منو. لكن ما تيجي تplay, انت قاعد تقول صاحبي, انت قاعد to use me, and then you stab me on the back and act like it's all smarter than me. And then you use the weak links in front of us to manipulate them. We're not going to tolerate that. We will fight you back. So I'll game the water. So احنا وصلنا لمرحلة we see them, they're using our people to attack us. حتى بيجوا بيجيبوا ناس أجايز اللي ذاته أنا ما بعرف هم عملوا شنو في مجتمع بتاعهم, مو كانوا شباب. عشان كده اليوم today Equatoria is in disarray. الناس اللي بيتكلموا كلامات كده sometimes you wonder, أنت قلت الناس زي Equatoria مرات بيعمل حاجة تعجيزي, بيقول لك يا أخي Equatoria ذاته كان ينفصل بيقتلوا بعضهم. Now they use Jonah Chang so many times to bring some things. Jonah Chang is like the trash bin. Everybody will come up and throw anything in them. So he's like used left and right, And the guy was so good at being used. And I'm sorry to say, because this is the truth. The men have been used before by Nas Jim Namtak. Then they use him now as SSOMA. And now he's like the guy who can, he's just talking nonsense. And then he's more anti-Equatoria, and he's even divisive, because the guy, he's so, even I was shocked to see somebody like that is so tribalist. I know this guy has a problem with his own personal problems. Like, I don't want to go there, but the guy went to the extent they're using him, and some Equatorians are almost falling for it, because I'm going to be careful. And then the snakes are coming, sneaking inside, and they're taking us one by one. We're standing our ground. We're not going to change for no one. That's your problem. Like when we say we are talking about our land, we are radical for it. Radical, like radical behind, and then we're If you ever fought terrorist people, terrorists, I don't know good we're terrorists, but imagine if you're fighting these insurgents, you know, today the war is different. They don't have to be like حتى السلاح لما انت قاعد تضربه بس كده shoot the gun. Do you really want to stand in front of the bullet and say, yeah, I'm gonna fight you back? But you gotta protect yourself, right? But this is not even the matter of it. الموضوع بتاعنا قلنا للناس الجهلة ديل, and I repeat it again to them because they don't understand it. Our mission, when we said we put this as this is a symbolism. تعرف symbolism يعني كرمز عشان نقول للناس اللي ما بيعرف انجليزي بالكويس نقول لهم رمز بالعربي انه احنا قاعد نرمز للناس الضحايا اللي ما عندهم صور ما عندهم اسامي, ناس اللي ماتوا ابناء بتاع استوايا اللي قتلوهم. انا عندي اقربائي قتلوهم. The recent one was they made his funeral, you know, absent. Of course, his body is not found, but he was killed. And these are the crimes that committed against our people of Equatoria. Every Equatorian alif indu ahlu katalo muftarati understand what we're talking about. فأنا ما عاوز أكتر, لكن this is where we reach to the level إحنا بنتكلم عن قضيتنا في تاني عاوزين come and stab us on the back, and then they want to use so many tricks, يعني trickery. عشان كده قال لك عشان revolution يحصل, people need to be aware what is they're fighting for. أنت قاعد تفشكل من شنو؟ عشان وظيفة, وأي زول غبي بيشاكل على وظيفة, لكن زول الواعي بيشاكل من أجل حقي هو أرضي وشعبي. لو أنا ما فهمت الكلام ده معناته أنا زول ما بستحق أكون ذاته في الأرض هنا. Because our people are crying there. We were refugee once. Remember, الناس الكل في Western countries وفي دول عربية whatever. أنت كفي دول عربية لسه refugee. لكن لو أنت في دول تا West country, if you're in the Western countries, you were once a refugee. And remember how refugees are suffering. مفترض أن sympathizers our brothers اللي قاعدين suffer down there. إن كان في مخيمات وكده. ولما نتكلم عن Equatoria, we are not hating on anybody. And let me repeat it to you. To those who think we hate Dinka, or we hate anybody in Upper Nile, or we hate anybody in Bahr Ghazal, we are talking about our land, our people, because our people are dying. We had to take over and do something. Our leaders are only just good at negotiation and going back, good at talking in Nuhuma Kanu leaders, like they don't deliver. They have nothing brought to us. لما نرجع جوا هم بنسوق ذاته والله بنسوق أي زول ما يوم داك حركة شعبية لما مسك البلد ده مش ده كلهم كان جوا هناك في هانيمون بتاعهم. ليه ما تفكروا في الشعب الجنوبي؟ ليه ما يتكلموا كلمات رسم بيتكلموها ده؟ كل زول كان عنده وظيفة نعم بيسموه يا honorable يا سيادته يا منو. نعم تاني بدون وظيفة, نعم تاني شالوا وظيفة ده اسم تاع وظائف اللي هم كانوا holding it لحد هسه. في تاني سفر لحد هسه. I wonder what سفارة هم شغالين فوقه وياتوا وزارة هم شغالين فوقه وياتوا ضباط هم شغالين فوقه. يا أخي في ناس لما يكونوا military, you know, those people are too much. They carry the title بتاعهم ده لحد برا. وكمان هم في نفس الوقت هم opposition. So this is the market, this is the job. عشان كده خواجات ده رسلهم لكنيسة قال يا جماعة إلى ناس صلوات يا بيجي يشتغل معهم حتى ذات الكنيسة ما اشتغل. this is the end of them there. لكن for us Equatorian Nationalists, we are fighting for our land and we're gonna get our land, you want it or not. لأنه أرض ده, this is where the revolution start. Revolution ما about وظيفة, ما about رئاسة, ما about تكون بحكومة. Revolution is about the land. لو أنت ما فهمت المعنى تاع land, then you really need to go revise books بتاع انت قريته ده واعمل فوقه revision again عشان تقدر تفهم revolution بيبدأ من وين. Revolution is all based on the land, not on وظائف, not about هنا. لأنه land بتاعك is your freedom. So I will stop here. I'll welcome Mr. Kirito, and then from there, Brother James. Welcome, Mr. Kirito. اتفضل brother. أنا ما أعرف. اتفضل كريتو كانوا في تلفون. اتفضل Mr. James.
يا معلش يا عاتك انا في الشغل عشان كده.
اوكي سوري. يا انا كان تكتب لي, انا كنت بديك فرصه طوالي. اتفضل. شكرا.
يا عشان كده قبلنا.
ايوه اتفضل.
تسمعني واضح؟
اي حسه واضح. نعم.
يا كده انا اعمل ريفرشمنت للتليفون بتاعي. تمام.
I know. حاجات دي مرات عندي مشكله التليفونات تاعنا ده.
واي جيمس بيعمل ريفرشمنت بس انا ضحكت لك كلامك. انت قلت ما اعرف شنو هما التانيين لسه ما وظيفات حقهم ده. قالوا في تانيين قالوا ما هم ما سرقوا قروش ما عملوا اي حاجه, لكن درجه وظيفه كله جابوا معهم.
I know. ايوه واضح جدا. قلت لك ده غجر السياسيين. اتفضل.
يا اول حاجه انا اسلمكم، معلش لاول مره الليله نحن تاخرنا جدا في شغل لاسباب خاصه كده. فاول حاجه اسلمكم يا اخاتك والاخت ديدي والاخت منابو والجنرال تشارلز والاخت توتو وفريده وكل الناس معانا هنا في الغرفه. صراحه انا متابع بالسماعه بتاعتي هنا في عضاني حاصل شنو في المنتديات السياسيه حقنا نحن كابناء جنوب السودان نسميها كده. لكن انا شفت يعني الكلمه بتاع السبريتيز او هم في الصحيح انهم إيكواتوريان ناشوناليست اسمهم ورد في حته المفترض انه اسمهم ما يكون فيه هناك. نحن كده نحللها من التحليل العلمي الصحيح عشان الناس بعد ده تعرف الحقائق. ونوع الحاجات زي دي is not bad، هي حاجات كويسه بتوري الناس حقائق الاشياء الحقيقيه. بالذات يعني نحن لما نخاطب قضايا الناس مثلا بيموتوا وناس قاعدين تتأجر ونحن في حاله بتاعت حداد لنا 3 شهور، ويجي ناس يطلعوا لاسبابهم الخاصه يقوموا يخصموا اسم الإيكاتوريين في موضوع اصلا الإيكاتوريين ما جزء منه. دي بدايه بتاعت انه لازم الشارع الإيكاتوري يعرف exactly what is taken place، ودي حقيقه. المنتديات دي يا اخوياتك والاخت ديدي وكل الناس اللي معانا هنا والاخ بشير نسيت اذكر اسمه. الناس لما تجي هنا المنتديات يعني ما قاعد تجي حبا لانه دارين يستمعوا او للظهور، لكن لمتابعه حاجات دقيقه تخص بلدنا. نحن لسه بلد واحد، لكن البلاد دي بلدنا دي المشاكل فيها بتختلف من محل لمحل. مرارا وتكرارا بنكرر أن المشكل في على النيل في مشكل هناك، ما قلنا لا في بحر الغزال في مشكل، لكن المشاكل دي بتختلف عن بعض لأسباب تتعلق بالثقافة. حقيقة نحن كجنوبيين لو ما احترفنا وسلمنا من الحتة دي ما حنلقى حل، لأنه ويسر الحل بيجي عن الآلية السياسية، لكن المشاكل اللي بتحصل دي عندها كالتشر باك جراوند، دي حقيقة في الأمر. فالموضوع الشاغل حسي في الميديا حسي انا بتكلم معاكم، انا بدخل من روم لروم زي ما قلت لكم بالسماعه حقتي محل الشغل. موضوع زول اسمه قالوا جون جرن، انا صراحه ما بعرف، وانا ما اعرف ده يعني جون جرن، انا اتلخبطت في الاسم، قلت يمكن ده جون جرن الراحل يمكن بعث من جديد، لكن قالوا فصلوه من واحد من الاحزاب وبالتحديد هي الSPLM. طيب نفترض سين نخليها عمليه رياضيه على إيكواتوريان بالفصل بتاع زول الاسمه جونجران ده شنو؟ انا سمعت بعضاني وشويه كده، لكن في
جيمي زولك انت ضحكتني وفعلا كلامك صح، ده سؤال كويس يا احنا ذات احنا قاعدين نستغربه. لكن الكلام ده شنو؟ Equatorians go and open a room and get in a fight. أحد كويس ده ما Equatorian separatists، طبعا ده Equatorians ثانيين ده، يعني Equatorians ده بيحبوا يلقطوا ناس بس ناس من الناس ده. معلش بس كلامك ضحكني، كلامك منطق شديد.
يا جميل جدا يا اختي ديدي. صراحه احنا شده مشكله بلدنا ما واجعانا اكثر، اتصالنا اكثر حاجه على مستوى الارض هناك مع اهلنا اللي هم ماسكين الجمره. انا لما اقول اهلنا ماسكين الجمره ما قاعدين في الشجر تحت الشجر وفي الامطار براهم، اهلنا اوف كورس قاعدين في الاحراء ديك ما عندهم حزب وديك ما عندهم ميول، ديك همهم كله الناس الاجيال الجايه ينعموا بالخير. انا بقول الناس المتابعين معانا في دول الجوار مثلا هنا ديل قاعدين ريفيجي قاعدين يستغربوا وقاعد يقولوا يا جماعه وات از ذا ريزون انه في زول فصلوا من ريا لإسبيلي على الإيكواتوريين في الموضوع ده شنو؟ جايبين اساميهم كمان. انا سمعت قالوا ذكروا بعض الاسماء هناك، ما في اي سبب سياسي يخلي الناس ديل يعملوا كده. صراحة إذا هم بيقولوا مثلا أنا طبعا أنتوا عارفين موقفي، أنا أي جسم إيكواتوري أو أي فرد إيكواتوري أو حتى يعني ما أقدر أقول نص لانه كده انا بكون دخلت في الشؤون الالهيه، ما في انسان نص. لكن ايا كان إيكاتوري في اي شيء انا بشيله في رموز شرعين هنا. عمري ما حمشي اتكلم عن قضايا حته ثانيه قصد عن إيكاتوري، لانه انا ما عارف اسبابهم. بعرف اسبابهم شنو لكن حلها ما عندي انا. وما اعتقد انه اي زول يقول هو داري يحل مشاكل الناس ديل حيقدر يحلها. يا جماعه مشاكل الناس ديل قبل انفصال جنوب السودان بفترات طويله جدا جدا. امشوا للسجلات هناك في الخرطوم في كل دار الوثائق القوميه بتلقوا الحاجات دي. هسه الليله انا بتكلم معاكم كده في مجموعه من الجروب من الإيكاتوريا حقنا النشطاء الشباب الطلاب الجامعين ماشيين بكره دار الوثائق القوميه دارين يمشي يعرفوا اكزاكتلي الناس دي اصلا مشاكلهم الاساسيه كانت شنو؟ هل الإيكاتوريين كان جزء من الاشكال حقهم ده؟ بالتاكيد لا. ليه هم يوم ذكروا اسم السيبراتيست هناك انا ذاته استغربت. انا كمتابع انا بحلل الحاجات دي اربا. سبب واحد انت ما كان تذكر، ما تجيب اسم اي تنظيم إيكاتوري في قضاياك الداخليه، لانه انت فصلت زول من منظومه معينه. الدخل باقي الناس هناك شنو؟ ده طوالي بيقودنا يا الاخت دي اسمه سياسه فرق تسد. يس، سياسه فرق تسد فايت الرول، وسياسه الكيل بمكيالين. ومن ناحيه فيها نوع من البروباغندا، اذا حسبناها نوع من الذكاء السياسي فيها نوع من البروباغندا السياسيه، انه دارين يعني يخلوا الناس انه ينحرفوا من المسار الحسي الناس ماشيين فيه. يا جماعه نحن نكون اذكياء شويه. لما نزول يكون سياسي ما معناته السياسه دي عباره عن 1 2 3 ارقام رياضيه وانت تجيب النتيجه. النوع في خبز سياسي احيانا، لانه في الوقت الحالي انتم لو لاحظتوا التغارب الاستوائي بقى اقرب، الإيكاتوري بقى اقرب من اي وقت مضى. انتم شايفين بالذات على مستوى الجماهير والشارع، واي منظومه سياسيه بتخاف من الشارع بتعمل لها 1000 حساب. حتى الدكتاتوريات الكبيره عبر التاريخ صدام حسين وغيره وهتلر والغزافي وعلى عبد الله صالح كله بيخاف من الشارع. البشير ده الشارع سقط. فزي الجماعه ديل اللي هم فصلوا الزول ده من الحزب بتاعهم، هم شافوا التغارب الاستوائي بتاعهم. لازم اذا كان نحن برضه نحن كإيكاتوريا لازم انت يكون عندك الحصافه السياسيه. اوكي. If you are involving in any agenda and you know that agenda is not helping you, that means you are framing a situation in which you will be affected soon or later. It's not going to be now. ده في عالم السياسة كده ما في حاجة بتجي من ساكت. ما في حاجة. هم زي ما بيقولوا موشنال وما موشنال، يعني حسي هم كده. الناس ده الحرفة على فكرة. أنا كجيمس ده نوع من الذكاء السياسي، لأنه أنت لما تجيب اسم مثلا عندك مثلا تحالف مع حزب معين، خلاص أصل التحالفات السياسية دي ما جريمة. لكن عشان تمشي تجيب اسم كيان تاني وفي وقت محدد وفي قضيه محدده زي بتاعت زول اللي اسمه جونجرن ده، معناته في حاجه جوا نفسك هناك. انت داير تلعب ألاعيب سياسيه، نوع من الخبث السياسي. ده كله ما علينا. الناس اللي بتجي تتكلم في الميديا هنا احنا والناس، انا شخصيا جيمس ده ايام نسم، لكن المشكله الناس اللي قاعدين هناك تحت الشجر بتلحفوا السماء والامطار بتنزل فيهم، ما قادرين يزرعوا باسباب كلنا عارفينها. ما حصل يوم قيادات الناس دي، الناس اللي قاعدين هنا في الروم كلهم والناس اللي قاعد يستمعوا. انا برسل هنا بالذات الطلاب قاعد يستمعوا يا الاخ اتيكا الجريت إيكواتوريان نيشن ده، بيستمعوا له وبيتابعوه ولو انه مسجل. انا اسالهم سؤال عشان احنا نكون واضحين للامانه التاريخيه. التداعيات السياسيه كلها حصلت في إيكواتوريا من مآسي اوف كورس قاعد يحصل في اماكن ثانيه في جنوب السودان في بحر غزال وعلى النيل. هل القيادات السياسيه دي الفصلوا جونجرن ده من الحزب؟ هل حصل اليوم طلعوا بيان تضامني مع الإيكواتوريان؟ يا جماعه نحن نكون ناس صادقين. طلعوا، ما هذه الحاجات دي مسجله في الميديا.
سوري اقاطعك بس هسه طبعا انا شفت NDM بقى لعب دور، بقى عاوز يطلع كلام تاع مقوي. طبعا ده كله بروباغندا. لانه هم كان من زمان وين هسه بقى يعملوا في ورقه كده اخذتوها كنت شفته في السوشيال ميديا تلقاه قالوا هم بيعملوا نداء يعني بيدينوا الموضوع اللي حصل في الشرق استوائيه، لكن ده كله طبعا ده كله بيقولوا شنو مكر سياسي. فيتفضل.
يا شكرا للفتة اخوي اتيكا. يا شو هسه البيان ده انا ما اطلعت عليه، ولكن انا بصدق اي زول المهم صديق. شفت بيان زي ده وفي وقت زي ده، معناته هم يعني لاحظوا البوليتيكال كونشنس بتاع الجماهير بتاع الايكاتوريا ماشي فوق، وماشي فوق بسرعه الصاروخ، بسرعه الصاروخ ماشي. عشان كده هم لازم يجي يدسوا السم في اللبن. ده واضح، ما دار ليه 2 3. اي محلل سياسي اي زول ما دار يخش في عالم بتاع مجامله بيديك النتيجه دي. بيقول لك طيب الناس دي الوقت ده كله كان وين؟ قبل الاحداث بتاعت ماغويا الاولى دي، خلي حسك حاليا حاصله اليامات دي قبل 3 شهور ولا كم، ما كان في واحد من قيادات الحزبيه تابعه للجماعه اياهم، انا ما دار اذكر اساميهم، وانا دائما بتكلم بلغه الايحاء عشان ما في زول يجي يتهم الناس، يجي يقول هنا الناس بتدعو للعنصريه والقبليه والجهويه. الزول ده كان بيتكلم رئيس حزب، شخصيه كبيره، يعني ما زول عادي عضو بتاع حزب او زول في لجنه تنفيذيه يا دوب بادي، رئيس حزب بحاله بيتكلم يقول يا اخي الحاصل في إيكاتوريا ده بسبب الحكومه، ده تقصير من الحكومه. طيب يا جماعه في العمل السياسي تقصير من الحكومه، اداه الجريمه هنا شنو؟ الناس اللي بتعمل حاجات مثلا تستولى على اراضي وبتقتل الناس ديل، هل الناس ديل ملائكه جو من السماء؟ صدروهم جابوهم من النيجر، جابوهم من كولومبيا، من الارجنتين. معناه ديل جنوب سودانيين قاعدين جوا هنا، النظام قاعد يدعمهم. ليه انت ما تقول كده؟ لو مثلا انت زول سياسي ولازم تتكلم بلغه الدبلوماسيه، هذا برضه سؤال يفرض نفسه. ما ذكر اداه الجريمه نهائيا، ونهائيا ما يتضامن مع الضحايا. يا جماعه نحن انسان باسم الانسانيه بنتضامن مع كل ضحيه، بالذات في مزاله الموت والتشريد والتنكيل. ده في العمل السياسي كده يا جماعه. نحن ليه بنجامل بعض؟
سوري اوبس سوري يا جماعه just give me a second.
واضح نحن نمسك السبب المشكله دي شنو؟ قالوا فصلوا ديسميس زول اسمه جونجرا. طيب على جونجرا ده بالإيكاتوري شنو عشان يحصل التراشق الاعلامي؟ هسه حاصل في تراشق اعلامي بين مجموعتين، بين مجموعه احمد وحاج احمد، والناس دي يا جماعه ما ابناء عمومه من زمان عندهم قضاياهم دي، ليه بيدخلونا معهم؟ اوكي اذا مثلا انت عندك تحالف سياسي معهم، باقي الناس دي هم جابوا اسم سيبراتيست ليه هناك ككيان ثاني مثلا؟ ليه جابوهم هناك وايش معنى؟ وفي التوقيت ده بالتحديد وزادوا عليه قالوا ديل عملاء للحكومه. يا اخي بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، يا اخي زول الليله بادي اولى سياسه، ما ممكن يقول السيبراتيست هم عملاء للنظام. ما في اي مقارنه يا جماعه. العمل ده سياسي وفيه نوع من المكر السياسي والدهاء. في ناس قاعدين يتململوا حاليا هنا، ما مشكله انه نحن الايكاتوريان ذاته اخوي اتيكا ما متابعين. نحن عندنا الصفويه والنخبويه فاصلين نفسنا من الجماهير. الجماهير دول فيهم انتلكتوال برضه، فيه اساتذه بتاع الجامعات، في قاعدين في روماتنا دي قاعد يجي يحضروا ناس ايكاتوريين، بس ما دارين يجي يتكلموا لانه هم في حتات دينجرس. افريكا دي انت عارفين ممكن يحتغلوهم يسلموهم للنظام. هم قاعدين يتضايقوا، قالوا طالما المساله دي المنتديات دي بقى زي البرلمان في الساحه السياسيه بتاع جنوب السودان، ليه ناسنا ما بيقولوا الحقائق؟ هسي ده سواقه بالخلا الحاصل هسي ده قبل شويه ولحد هسي شغالين. دي اسمها سواقه بالخلا، دي سواقه بالخلا. البيان انت اللي قلته ده انا صراحه ما سمعت به، لكن لو البيان ده فعلا طلع ده دليل ادانه للمنظومه. طلعت البيان ده بالتحديد في الوقت ده زائد الموضوع بتاع فصل المدعو جونجرن ده. احنا ما لنا مال جونجرن ده فصلوه ما فصلوه ادوه استماره بتاعت انضمام، ده الشغل ما بيخصنا. انتوا عندكم مشاكلكم الخاصه هناك حلوها في محلاتكم، حلوها هناك عندكم. العمل السياسي كده، لانه موضوع جونجرن ده از نوت ناشونال ايشو. مش هم قالوا هم ناشونال؟ انا لما اقول ناشونال ده ما بقصد الايكاتوريا نحن، انا بقصد الجماعه دي يطلعوا بقى هنا يجيبوا انهم ليه بيدخلوا الايكاتوريا في اي قضيه، لازم يجاوب وذكروا ناس باساميهم. اثنين يا جماعه، بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، انا اول مره في العمل السياسي اسمع، معلش انا طولت الحديث لانه انا حامره وحكون مستمع بالسماع، انتوا عارفين الاشغال وكده في الغرب هنا. هل انتوا يوم شفت لكم الاسر دخلوهم في العمل السياسي؟ دي تبقى مهاتر. اي زول مثلا انت ادينت اسره معينه دخلتهم في العمل السياسي يبقى انت غلطان. ده ما دل 2 3، دي ما قضيه راي عام. لانه مثلا انت مثلا قول انت اتك انا جيمس اجاستن، الله يرحم الحاجه، اذا ابوي عمل حاجه في عمل عام has nothing to do with that، ده ما شغلي. واللي بيجي يتكلم في ندى يبقى هو غلطان، واللي بيحاكموا منه ما بحاكموا انا، بيحاكموا الجماهير اللي قاعد يسمعوا باعضانهم دي. لانه انت ما بتسوق الناس بالخلا، انتوا تفتكر الناس دي بتفتكر الناس الساكته دي الناس ديل بيريلوا. يا جماعه سياستنا بتاع جنوب السودان دي الا يكون دي سياسه بالدكاكينيه بتاعت بيوت. اديك كويس انه الشباب اللي كاتوريا قاعدين يتكلموا ده نصهم او 90% منهم من العنصر الشباب تابعوا الثوره السودانيه دي. زنون عثمان زنون ده ما هو شاب سياسي محامي ناشي. شوف لما كان بيتكلم في القضايا بتاعت الثوره السودانيه، لما في ناس اهانوا اهله بالتحديد اخواتنا في غرب السودان اهل الهامش ديل، قالوا يا اخي نحن بعد ده بنغتصب الشماليات. عثمان زنون طوالي قال لهم يا جماعه انا لكل السودان، لكن لما المساله تتعدى تمشي في شرف اهالي انا هنا بدافع باسم اهالي. قال لهم بدافع باسم اهالي، لكن لما يحصل لك هناك انت حاجه في غرب السودان ايا كان الحدث ذاك شنو، انا بدافع لك باسم القوميه باسم السودانيه وباسم الانسانيه، لانه شرف اهلك ده ومتاعب اهلك انت ما بتتاجر بيه. هسه الناس ديل بقوا يتاجروا بمشاكلنا، باي ذا واي بقوا يتاجروا بمشاكلنا. دي بروباغندا، دي تجاره. اوكي، التجاره دي ليه الناس دي بتتاجر؟ الناس دي ما طبيعتها كده، الناس دي طبيعتهم كده. دول اللي زي كار دارين قروش، الناس دي لو حصلت اي متغيرات انت حتشوفه والتاريخ حيثبت نفسه. حتيجي تقولوا دنقلاوي جاب الكلام ده من وين؟ الناس دي زعلانه، انتم ما عارفين انهم زعلانين ليه شنو؟ عشان اوراقهم انكشفت للايكاتوريين بالتحديد. انا ما بتكلم عن زول ما كاتوري، والله ربنا يسهل لهم يحلوا اشكالياتهم اللي هم بيشوفوها مناسبه، لكن ما ممكن يمشي يدخلوني في مشكلتهم ونحن نكون ساكتين. هسه هنا حصل اساءه لزول، في منو اساءه هنا؟ في منو الشتم؟ شتموا منو؟ ما دي حقائق. فصل جونجرن، طيب اوكي فصلت جونجرن، انا دخلي شنو؟ انت فصلت جونجرن، ده قرار حزبي طالع من منظومه معينه، جايب اسم الايكاتورين خير شر هنا ايا كان المنظومه بتاعت الايكاتورين دي، انت جايب ليه جايبه هناك؟ اوكي، اذا انت سياسي مثلا دار تجيبهم بس ساكت لسبب ما، وضح. طيب وضح، قول يا اخي انا جبت اسم الايكاتورين كذا كذا كذا، يا اخي جونجرن ده من الايكاتورين. اوكي جونجرن ده على حسب، في واحد حسي كتب لي هنا قال لي انا ما صراحه ما تابعت الحدث ده، قالوا جونجرن ده ايام الحراك بتاع الرالي ده كان شتم اساء اخواتنا الايكاتوريين او الجنوب السودانيين عامه. وبالتحديد قالوا كان أساء الإيكاتوريات ده جونجرن ده. يلا كيف اسم سيبراتيست ولا أي كيان إيكاتوري يكون يمشي مع بعض مع فصل جونجرن ده؟ ده ما هنا الكونتراديكشن هنا، في تناقض هنا يا جماعة. ده واضح ده تحايز سياسي وفي نوع من المكر السياسي، ونحن ندعو إخواتنا. أنا ما دار أدعو أي زول يا زول، هي أنا ما بدعو أي زول، بس بقول الحقيقة. الموضوع ده يعطيك هنا ده مكر سياسي. ولو سمحتوا لو بتسمعوا كلامي، نحن أخلي أهلنا أي زول من أهلنا أيا كان أهلنا ديل هو ناس منه ما نعترضهم في الوقت الحالي، لأنه كده نحن بيكون شنو السجن ورا الحاجة اللي هم دايرينها. هم دايرين أن نحن شنو نشابك في بعض، وشايفين أن نحن في تغارب هسي بقى يحصل، والحاجات اللي حتحصل بعد شهرين خلوهم يشوفوا الوقت داكم حيعرفوا فعلا الإيكاتوريين ديل هو ناس منه. خلوهم أدينوهم هم، لكن أهلنا التانيين ديل بليز نخليهم، لأنه ده الهدف، ده الهدف الأساسي، ده الهدف الأساسي. هسي في واحد يعني من الناس أنا شغال باثنين ديفايس، في ناس متابعين أنا هسي بنات شابات من الخرطوم من جامعات بالذات طالبات هسي جامعة الأحفاد هم معنا في الخط. وحدتنا أهم حاجة. نحن we have nothing to do with عملوا ديسميس لجونجرن، جابوا زول واحد جديد خدوه في الحزب فلان سرق. ده ما شغلنا، نحن مش شغلنا. انتوا عارفين اليامات دي شنو. انا حقيقي بس نخفف لاهلنا شويه، احنا كمنظومه نخفف عليهم، لكن كافراد والله بعد التاريخ بيسجل. انا جيمس ده انا لو غلطت التاريخ بيقصني انا، ما حيقول زول ثاني، حيقصني انا جيمس ده. وانا لو حسيت بنفسي انا غلطت انا بحتذر للناس. انتوا عارفيني انا كيف غلطت، لا اي زول بحتذر له طوالي رايد اوي، بطلع في صفحات الخاصه بقول يس انا امبارح كان غلطت في كده. لكن في الوقت الحسي حاليا حاصل ده لا دي سواقه بالخلا، ده بروباغندا، ودارين يخلونا نشتبك في بعض. لانه انا سمعت ذكروا اسم ديدي هناك، وديدي ما كان في الروم، وسمعت سبراتيز. مشيت جوا الحمام اتصلت بواحد قلت له سجل لي النقاط مكتوبه هنا عندي هنا. انا ما قاعد اتكلم من راسي، هاتك الحاجات دي مكتوبه هنا.
لا انا عارف، انا ذات سميت او الشاك الحاجات دي كلها حقائق يعني ما مسجل ذاته، هم مسجلين فيك تستمع. طبعا ده ضرباتهم الضعيف علشان يعمل it's just they are just desperate. تفضل سوري.
desperate of course يعني. انا حقيقي فينا والحاجات دي يعني ما جايه من فراغ. you guys إيكاتوريا بتفتخر بكم، بتفتخر بكل شباب الشرفاء. نحن هنا في الميديا دي بنتكلم باسم الكتله الصامته. يس في ناس مننا ضعاف، مش ضعاف، في ناس مننا يعني العمل السياسي بالنسبه لهم هم ما مقدرين. يعني يجي فجاه كده يصحوا من النوم يلقوا نفسهم في ناس ساقوهم بالخلا، والحاجات دي نحن ما حنجيبها. نحن بيجيبوها الإجابة عند جماهيرهم، حيجاوبوا الكلام ده. نحن ما عندنا حاجة أنه نقولها إضافة، نحن بس بنحلل واقع سياسي، ما عندنا أي دخل بتاع جونجرن. أنت عارف أنا داير أسألك سؤال، هل جونجرن ده يوم كان من المنظومة هنا؟
لا
عشان الناس تكون
سيبراتيست. لا هو ما السيبراتيست never.
أوكي يهودا يعني يا جماعه انتوا عارفين
وجونجرن من ابناء الدينكا كمان، واحنا استوائيين عاوزين ننفصل. واحنا قاعدين نقول بكل وضوح انه الدينكا اليوم قاعد يحتل اراضينا في استوائيه، وجونجرن بنفسه بيعرف، حتى هو بيتكلم ضد السيبريشن.
اوكي انا يلا حسي لانه في واحده اسمها بوني ايزاك هي قالت لي ازل اتيك السؤال ده. معلش يا بوني اذا ده اسمك الحركي في الفيسبوك، واذا اسمك حبيبي معلش I don't mention your name الاسم الثلاثي، لكن اجي اتيك هدى اجاب ليكي. طبعا هنا انتم كلكم عارفين الكلام ده موجه للطالبات ديل، حسي هم معانا هنا في الخط يا بيكتبوا هنا هم يعني عارفين انه الكيان بتاع الإيكاتوريا ناشوناليست او القوميين الاستوائيين هو كيان جماهيري بخاطب قضايا الإيكاتوريا بالتحديد، ما قاعد يتدخلوا في قضايا الاخرين. واما عن المكتب السياسي حقهم هو تنظيم اخدودي واضح المعالم والبيانات، انه كل زول فيهم غائد ما قاعد في مكتب، قاعد عنده كلمه دار يوصلها لجماهير شعب إيكاتوريا من باب كلكم راعي وكلكم مسؤول عن رعيته. اي واحد من الشباب هو يمثل المنظومه كامله، واي إيكاتوري شريف برضه يتكلم في الحق لاحقاق الإيكاتوريين، برضه الإيكاتوريين ما حيخونوه. والانسان الثاني اذا اختار خط ثاني دي برضه للمسؤوليه التاريخيه. الاخت بوني انت تتابع مع الشباب هنا، ناس اتيكا وكلهم جنرال كارليس وكل الشباب، وخدنا الراكزة الديدي وتوتو ومنابو. فالكلام بقى واضح، انتوا حللوا براكم والمسؤوليه التاريخيه بتاعتكم. امشوا عارفين، احنا عارفين ظروفكم، امشوا دار السلامات، امشوا مايو، امشوا كرتون كسله، امشوا الخواجي دقس، امشوا المعونه بحري. الناس اللي قاعدين تحت العمارات ديل اولزو ما مننا، لكن برضو من باب انه انتوا قاعدين في غربه في بلد ثانيه، برضو فهميهم عشان يفهموا، عشان التاريخ يسجل الناس ديل. شفت الحلقه الناس ديل عملوها الليله، ده وصمه ضعاف في وشهم. كويس انتوا كطلبه الحاجات دي امشوا ودوها قدام، وما تنفصلوا من قياداتكم السياسيه. انتوا كطلاب واصلوا، تشوفوا غلط اكتبوا للناس. شباب ديل لو غلطوا زي ما انتوا هسه كتبتوا هنا في الرساله، يهودا اتيكا اجاب لكم انه جونجران ده ما في من الاسم اوف كورس، هو ما من المنظومه بتاع الكاتوريين القوميين، لكن للامانه التاريخيه لانه الحلقات دي مسجله، ما عندنا اي زول هناك في كاتوري اسمه جونجران من الاسم انت بتعرف. فالشيء ده حرام، ازالوهم. انتوا لو لقيتوا طريقه ازالوا برضه الناس دي، قول لهم يا اخي انتوا عندكم مشكله، انتوا جبتوا سامي كاتوريان هنا ليه؟ عشان تعرفوا بعد ذاك الحقيقه. انا حجيب هنا الاخ اتيكا، حجيكم راجع ثاني بعدين. شكرا جزيلا للفرصه، معلش انا اتكلمت كثير لانه ما عندي تشانس كان.
لا مشكلة، بس في إضافة في كلامك ده. الشخصية اسمه جون جارنج ده طبعا اسمه بيقول له شيلد 1، فريلي الموضوع ما كان عنه. وبعدين احنا اصلا متابعين القضايا ده. بعدين ده كان موضوع بتاع الريل SPLM. الريل SPLM ده نفس الجروب اللي هم كانوا انقسموا من سوما، اللي هسه احنا بنتكلم عنه، ناس سوما، ومشوا كونوا جروب تاني قال هم السوما، ما بعرف سوما رقم كم، لكن كان حاولوا من طريقة أخرى يتسللوا ليوغندا. وكان طبعا جارنج واحد من أعضائهم. اختلفوا هناك ودوا ورقة رفض أو طرد، فالزول طبعا طلع وبيتكلم. فده مشكلتهم يعني صراحة. وقبل زي ما انت سألت واحنا بنسأل شنو دخل الاستوائيين يجوا يرفعوا قصة بتاع زول، وبعدين حتى إذا هم استوائيين تابعين للناس. أنا هسه حاجة ده فني يعني، في شربكة في الموضوع ده. مفترض منه بيفتح روم بيتكلم عن الشخصية ده، هل ده ريل SPLM ولا جروب بتاع ناس ولا جروب بتاع سوما اللي هم يعني كان جف في الناحية القانونية. ده كان خيانة وبطريقة يعني الريل SPLM بتريد السوما في الوقت الماضي لما هم كان السكاندول لما ظهرت لدرجة هم بقوا منقسمين. لكن لما تشوف الطريقة اللي بيتعاملوا معهم بدينا أسئلة، وإحنا كاستوائيين لازم ننتبه. حاجة لما نشوف حاجة ساكت معناته الناس ديل هم بيعملوا مقالبهم، واحنا كم نجي نسكت نركن لهم سجاده عشان يجي يركبوا ويدسونا ويمسحوا ارجلهم فوقنا ويقول لنا لا ما مشكله، ده ما احنا ده ما سياسه كده. لا لا لا، معناته تكون اجهل ناس. الحاجه اللي لعبوا فوقنا بفوق، لعبوا فوقنا بفوق. حتى السوا ده قبل ما يكون في سوما كان في سوا. اتذكروا شنو صار؟ اتفاقيه بتاع 2018 اللي جاء جروب بتاع ناس تامو كلنا من نادي الشخصيات ديل، ما قلنا ناديم كاتاك. في ناس تانيين بيمشي تاخدوها طريقه هاجموا قائد بتاعنا. listen، ديل شخصيات public known and we have to criticize whatever they did wrong whatever they did good we have to also acknowledge it. okay. انتوا لما بتفهموا الموضوع ده لان انتوا صراحة اصلا الله يساعدكم. I don't want to say much but الله يساعدكم في الوعي لانه these people have committed things and حاجات ده كله مسجل في التاريخ. then again Equatorian مفترض استوائيين يتعلموا. كان ما هو حتى لو ماشي للوطنية للnational still he need to learn who's his real friends and real enemies. الفريند بتاعك هو بيقف معاك للنهاية ما بيخليك في نص الطريق ما بيستاب in the back ما بيعمل مؤامرات ورا ظهرك. الناس زي مؤامراتهم كثيرة سياسيين الفي وده كله عشان كده أنا دائما بدسمسهم ده كله تعمل الحركة الشعبية يعني زي ما قلنا كان الدبيب غير جلده ما معناته دبيب هو بقى شيء ثاني هو لسه دبيب. so كنتوا ما learn this بعدين هم بيفكروا ده السياسة لأنهم قاعدين يفكروا ده Machiavellian but this is not true. this is not even going to that extent. ولو ده ترجع للطريقه اللي هم بيتصرفوا وده كله ده ناس مؤامرات يعني مستعدين يذبحوك. وعشان كده انا قلت الشعب الاستوائي ما ضيع وقت يتوهم بانه الناس بيجيبوا التغيير. ما بتعرف بكره هم محاضرين تاريخ او هم بكره ثوريين وما بتعرف هم بكره ماشيين يكونوا في نفس الجروب ولا هم حينقسموا. يعني ناس ماشيين على الجو بس. وهنا بنجي نلقى المطبلتين استوائيين اللي بيشتغلون هم بيفكروا يعني حتى عنوان كتبوها قال الاغبياء. لكن من الغبي لما الغبي بيمشي بيرقص للزول اللي دايرك ترقص. يعني 200 ترقص وبخليك ترقص 200 تقعد بخليك تقعد. يعني ما عيب. يعني دي اهانوا كرامه استوائيين وحاولوا يقسمونا حتى حاولوا يجوا بافكار وهميه جو بعده كل يوم بيجوا بقصص. ومبارح قال لنا يا اخي احنا كلنا في نفس المشاكل احنا لازم نجيب سوا. قلنا اوكي اندستاند انت عندك حدود عندي حدود تاني بيجي يقول انتوا ما عندكم جيش انتوا يا سيبراتيست ما انتوا فيكم تعملوا كده. قلنا هي انتوا ذاتوا الناس اللي جوصلوا ما عندكم جيش انتوا معتمدين على واحد زول بس معمول لكم جيش بعدين تتكلموا. قال لا احنا ناس السلام احنا ناس ثوريين سلميين. يعني تضحك على الكوميديا اللي بيتكلموا فوق ثوريين سلميين. انا ما بعرف الثوره بدا في التاريخ بدا بسلام. ثوره فوق دماء فوق تضحيه. انتوا ما ثوريين لانه الثوريين ما بيقعدوا في اتفاقيات. ثوريين دايرين ينتهوا من اي حاجه اسمها اتفاقيه الى اساس انه يا انا يا مغلوب يا انت يا انا ذاتس ات ما في تاني. لكن انتوا ما ثوريين عشان كده بتسموا معارضه. ولو انتوا بتفهموا ذات معنى المعارضه ده المعارضه شنو؟ مفترض زول المعارض بيقدر يفهم انه اي زول من يعارضك ما مفترض يكون عندك صدرك واسع تسمع. لكن ديل قلت لك لما بيطردوك من غرفه لو انت تكلمت حاجه او انت لو ده تتكلم حاجه عندهم هناك عصابات معينه لازم هم يا بيتكلموا هم يا مدرسين هم يا ثوريين وهم يا القاده. لما بيتكبروا احنا يا ناس اوكي والله يتكبروا. لكن الثوره ما داير تكبر يا زول. الثوره بيبدا من الزول المواطن الساكت ده. حسب في السودان يا مثل كبير الشباب اللي قاعدين يضحوا هناك ده بيموتوا ده كله شباب مواطنين عاديين. في تانيين طلبه في تانيين ذات مو متعلمين لكن كلهم مؤمنين بالارض وبقضيتهم كسودانيين. احنا استوائيين عندنا قضيه عشان كده بنقيف عليهم. اللي عاوز يتكبر يتكبر ويمشي للجحيم واحنا هنمشي على مكاننا. واللي بكره بيجي يقول لنا قال مستحيل لان انا شفت في ناس ثانيين بيزبزب. so I can give you a chance Mr. Charles. في تاني امبارح كان في ايام كده كان بيقول والله انفصال ما بيحصل لما هم كانوا بيجروا ورا الموضوع بتاع الرالي. انفصالين ده والله ده ما بيحصل. صدقني انا بيتكلموا هناك كان استهتار. then the other one بيقول يا اخي هو قائد قال يا اخي الا تلقوه في السماء كاستهتار. so these people will talk this thing يلا هم بينسوا. بكره بيجي بيتكلموا قال احنا نتوحد نكون سوا قضيتنا كلها عشان نكب النظام. ثاني بقى شباب يقول يا اخي انتوا قاعد تشجعوا النظام. يا اخي إننا كان كم سنه وانتوا كم سنه. انتوا اللي قاعدين كنتوا جزء من النظام عملتوا المصايب هناك ما قدرتوا تتكلموا عن قضيه الشعب. and then now you want to tell us that you guys know better than us. واحنا انفصالين ده ناس جهله. يس اذا إننا شلة جهله لكن صادقين في قضيتنا. لكن انتوا شلة شنو؟ خلينا ما نقول ده انتوا بتعرفوا حالكم انتوا شنو. قال من ثمارهم تعرفونهم. Let me give a chance to Mr. Charles. Please اتفضل. Thank you. General Charles, are you there? Sorry I took your time. Yes, sir. أنا ما سامع صوتك. أنا ما أعرف أنت عندك ميكروفون. If you can take it out and speak. Yeah. My voice is clear, right? I think maybe Charles. Yeah, okay, Charles. Yes, he'll be back. So yeah, قضيتنا كتير، لكن بس قلنا التوبيك هنا ناس and SOMA bullying must stop، لأنه في bullying، في تهديدات، بيرسلوا لنا كتابات تحت بيقول لنا كلامات فارغ، وهنا سمعناه وخدناه ودوناه كدليل، لأنه الهجومات اللي بيجي ده كله جاي من يعني من الممبرز whatever they are. حتى قبل في واحد هنا جاي يتكلم، يعني كلامه كان قلنا ممكن بيتكلم كشخص كبير فاهم، يتكلم بكلام استهتار. يلا قال يا اخي انا ما في عندايا. سالته سؤال، قلت له بس سؤال سيمبل، قلت له وريني انت تابع لناس ولا انت تابع لمنو؟ فهو زعل. وفي تاني ناس بيحددوا قال والله انت انا بنعرفك، يعني داني يوصل لحاجات شخصيه، زي ما الاخ قبل شويه اتكلم اخونا جيمس. اتفضل سوري هنا تشارلز. اخونا جيمس اتكلم انه الناس زي يعني انت كان انت عملت مشكله زول قاعد تتكلم في بابليك ايشو تتكلم فوقه، لكن ما تدخل في حاجات شخصيه تاع زول تاني.
انت قاسم انا اقول كويس.
ايوه هسه بقى نظيف جميل.
So I exit it then I come back.
Yes, thank you. لكن الناس دي طبعا بيتدخلوا في حاجات شخصيه تاع الناس، عشان عايزين يسكتوك، يعني بيستخدموا اي وسيله. طبعا ده desperation، لانه لما توصل لمرحله ده معناته فعلا انتم ما سياسيين، انتوا desperate because your cards is already there، يعني كروتكم مكشوف. لكن for us we don't care. وإنه قلنا انه مستعدين، شفت بدمنا بارواحنا بكل شيء. And they think we're joking. But we're radical. That's how we stand. إحنا ما هنا عشان نجاملك. You don't like me, that's your problem. You can hate me until kingdom come. That's not an issue for me. Because في الدنيا ده ما كل الناس be like you. You know, you like me, be yourself. You don't like me, good luck. I don't care. I'm not gonna lose you. I'm not gonna die. Let's focus on the objective. Objective تاعنا is Equatorial land, and the people اللي تحت اللي قاعدين يكوركوا منتظرين ننقذهم، وإحنا الشعب اللي ننقذه، إحنا أبناء استوائية. فاتفضل Mr. Charles. Thank you so much for your patience. Unmute yourself, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Etika.
Naam. Yes, Elamar. Yes.
It's good?
Perfect. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Taban, my greetings to you, all our separatists. You, Etika, and Didi, Mambo, and of course, Ajede Tutu. Welcome, Kaman. You have to join the separatists. Don't worry. Carito, your voice is even more than the unionists. So you're welcome to join our separation. This is you are right. It's not a gift, but your natural right to be Equatorian and to fight for Equatorian interests. This is General Charles Pinson, the leader of the SPLM, SPLI, Equatorial Bloc for Equality and Justice. I'm proud to be Equatorian. I'm an Equatorian and from the Federal Democratic Republic of Equatoria, proud citizen of Equatoria. Equatoria belongs for Equatorians. If you are not Equatorian, you go away. You are not part of that country. So don't waste our time here. Etika coming to National Salvation Front and SOMA bullying us, bullying must stop. This General Thomas Chirilo, if he's not paying attention to his media propagandists, I think he's going to be the loser. He's going to be the loser. If Thomas Chirilo does not stop the National Salvation Front members attacking us separatists, Equatorian separatists, on Clubhouse, Thomas Chirilo is going to be the loser, not those ones. So I always appeal to Thomas Chirilo that you need to stop these people, those of we and the rest, those who are making propaganda against separatists. And those who are non-Equatorians who are there, those of General Ian Matthew, they are just, they are there like John Garang. John Garang with a real SPLM.
That's true.
They are just like that. Anyone who is not Equatorian there, they are just spying on Thomas Chirilo. They are not fighting for the unity really. National Salvation Front is an Equatorian movement and belong to Equatorians. Whether they like it or not,
it is a Equatorial movement. If it was a unionist movement, why they don't go and fight in Upper Nile? Why they don't go and fight in Barghazal? Those of Abuya are just, opening mouths there. Even he was talking about me and about you. Even though he doesn't mention your name, but he was talking about you. All of us are separatists. And that is going to open a room about us. So I always say that, I agree totally with you, Etika. Any attack on us or separatists, we must respond. Any attack on one of our members, we must also defend. But the same as the Dinka deal. Can't be correct, Dinka, they can't be correct. Oh, wallahi. Oh, Equatorian Shilab Gartana. Actually, at the end of the day, they murleto mo ta Upper Nile. Amnin del nasa Noka del. Nasa Madit, they are here. Mabagin. They were opening mouths here about Equatorians. But at the end of the day, they found that it was Ajere Murle. Those of Wilson, the chairman with Apadang in North America, making plans against separatists. It's a liberation. You can kill, you can do what, but still the liberation will continue. You see now, the message is going to our Equatorians. And Equatorians are talking loud and clear. National salvation is still Lisa Viduluma. But the light of separation is more brighter than any light for the liberation of the so-called South Sudan from the Dinka. We said to the Dinka, move peacefully. Take your cows peacefully. Like a someone go, we got the land. This is our what? This is our land. Oh, we liberated it. Really? Your land? It a sibu land taking the Mitan Garobo no delete land for Equatoria. It a Mosarabo Abugarta Murle, you come and hide in Equatoria. You think Murle cannot follow their cow. They don't know their identity. They know how their cows look like. Now they are returning them. And we hope they will come for the second time. I hope they will come for the third time. I hope they can also, go back to Jungle to Bor and pick their cows from there. We'll never close any door. If the Murle want to come and take their cows, they are welcome any minute, any time. Yeah, ethical Nazel Muarasin Kevna Soma. The video was to prove that, Bugar Shilu. They went and exposed this video. The summer. Why you put they are not those that are happy as an Abugarde Shilu. So they want us and think I can literally go Abugarde Lisa. You see? Why you expose Murreli go when they are still on their way? If you want really, you could expose it. Can be monos will be Murleto Monina. Or if you pibor. But you betray them and you start posting when people are still on the way. Now some of them, they are a problem. But Thomas Chirilo is the one paying the price for that. Emmanuel Ajawin is misleading Thomas Chirilo, or he will even hijack movement at Thomas Chirilo. Yen Matthew, they will hijack it from Thomas Chirilo. Nazdel, wallahi, hijack. And I can relate on. I told you before about the DC rally. I told you guys, all Equatorians, I said the DC rally, this Abraham Pacific Dollar Lake is not going to be in charge. The person who is going to be reading is not going to be him. They are just using him as a tool to mobilize people. When I said this rally, because Abraham Mafi Kalas. Well, Tana Abraham there, innocent command. I think it's good to learn through the hard way. Because if we go back to the video, to the voices of the DC rally campaign, either you agree with me or you don't agree with me. But the reality is happened. I always predict this. It's like December 2013. I say that people who are now opposing us during this SPLM liberation, they will be rebels. Today they are rebels. I raised the issue of self-determination in Paga Conference 2014. And I say, if any state going to be marginalized, we'll fight for it. They have a right to self-determination. We are fighting now for self-determination, but not self-determination only, but in total independence of Equatoria. And it's happening. We have been talking about this all these years. And you guys, you take it from 2020. So, National Salvation Front, you want us to fight them. But I said, we are not our enemies. You are defending our people. That's why we give you a benefit of doubt. But don't make Equatorians to die in the name of South Sudan, which is South Sudan that colonized us, South Sudan that kill our people, South Sudan that colonize our borders, South Sudan that take our land, South Sudan that rape our people. Thomas Chirilo must change his tactic. And then Thomas Chirilo, some of his supporters, the National Salvation Front, yeah, you don't learn. You don't learn. You don't learn. When you nas Nuba Sadi, when you nas Darfur, Southern Blue Nile, when you man nas Eastern Sudan de wenu, Musulisa Gishakil. So bagi Junubin Commander Talakona Mianines and Ivolo Thomas Chirilo, so that Bokara, you know, como Vijakore Kaman can Thomas Chirilo Harry Equatoria. No. We have to be honest. We need to have alliance with open policies. We are separatists. We are separatists. You want to ally with us? Stop attacking us. Yeah, unity. They even no one said in SSOMA Baramak they unite.
That's a good one. Unite. That's a good one.
Right? Malu, Thomas Cyril ma bag de rasro moya ma Paul Molong. Ole ma pagana mu. Edward Bessie agilek le finusi ni kaano yane bagara window ayan. Met cow met jidis bugulushunu. Cow mad disease.
Yeah, mad cow disease. Yeah.
Okay. Best be in the book because and they cannot reason. You open a room, come and reason with us. You want us to come and debate with you? We are ready to come there. But they throw you down. They block you sometimes, and they do. This is childish behavior. Yes, of course, we are fighting. We are separatists, right? Mavikorta, the separatists, unionist bros are always. Especially when the demand for separation is high among the Equatorians. They are not happy about this. And there's nowhere for them to demonize Equatorians, either to attack. Galician is there emotional, or Shirusun. Whoa, Jawinda emotional? Well, what has to the worst emotional part of the year in this? Can they get to get a better correct one? Right? So this summer, they hijacked those of Gailam. They hijacked the thing, the DC rally from Equatorian chairman. Equatorian, they use you best. They use you, but they want to finish, they dump you. That's why I will never join anybody again. The time for using us is over. It's a time to liberate our people. It is time for us to stand. And the other problem with us, there are some separatists in it. Can also fi jota union is there. Wala nehina junubin. Ita kunlisa junubin. We are not junubin. We are Equatorian. And that's why sometimes I am hesitant to join some rooms. That's why sometimes I hate to join some rooms. Because when I hear you talking, oh, nehina junubin, this is what? What is that? What is that? You are not Junubi. I'm Equatorian. I'm fighting for Equatoria. Period. I don't identify myself here as what? As South Sudanese. I'm Equatorian. You like it or not, that's your own problem. I'm Equatorian from a country of Equatoria. You know, I know South Sudan is just a colonizer, a country that take our land, that is trying to make us homeless, keep our refugees, you know, in exile. We have to liberate Equatoria for Equatorians. We have to stand, and I salute all Equatorian separatists, be it inside, be it in diaspora here, for your strong stand against these neo-colonies from Barghazal and Upper Nile. We have to keep the history of liberation for Equatoria to the 1956 borders. Don't mix history. You will get confused, and you will confuse also those who follow you. And the enemies will take that as an opportunity to divide us. The 1956 January 1st borders are clear. The Kokora, the 1980, 83, 3 regions borders are very clear. That's what is our country is. We have to be sticking on our objective. National Salvation Front must check their objective. And they must redraw it, remap it. Remapping is very important. Redirect it to focus on Equatoria. If Thomas Cirillo doesn't want to stop this noisy Abui and the rest, that's his own problem. But he should not blame us as a separatist. For those who want to follow him, let them follow. Come on, they will leave. They will, at the end of the day, or they will all go. I think they are in a wrong boat. The boat is for Equatoria and is our boat, even though we fight, but it's still the boat will end in Equatoria. It's not gonna cross to Barghazal. It's not gonna cross to Upper Nile. It will end in Equatoria. Let Upper Nile and Barghazal, you know, made their own boat for the liberation of Upper Nile and Barghazal. If you want to put it National Salvation Front, that's your own problem. So forget about, you know, we are fighting for unity. Unity, Equatoria are not interested for unity. Unity with who? You cannot unite with the oppressor. Even the Commonwealth, the British today, despite British now changing its policy, still countries are breaking. Recently from Caribbean countries, they refused their allegiance to Queen Elizabeth. So it just do it. But I salute our Equatorians in National Salvation Front. They are fighting, they are not fighting for unity of South Sudan. Itang gas mayao go na zato clear. Kan makita kalfada na takon. Ile bitel jumu letang barabitan na Equatoria. So it's their own problem. They will attack us, but sure, some are there. If Thomas Cirillo doesn't stop Emmanuel Ajawin from attacking us separatists, some will also collapse. Will attack it to the maximum until it collapses naturally. Let them not blame us. Let them not blame us. They are saying, "Oh, who give us authorization to fight for independence of Equatoria?"
They're the cheapest stock, like they say that munadakum tasrih. وهم كانوا منادم تصريح عشان يكونوا opposition,
Opposition. Who give them an authority for them to oppress us, to give our land to the Dinka and the Shuluk and the other tribe? Who give them that power?
You're in a matrix. You're in a matrix. Yeah, go ahead.
في كلام تاني هنا تشارلز بس كده انا كان باكسبت انا كده زيدو لقيتها معلش كده انا جيت استغرب من الكلام ده. I have a feeling they زي انت قلت الناس اللي شاكل تحت هناك ده مين اغاني توم on their song, you know that they are for Equatoria, they even but the political wings, someone which is on the social media here, they are something else. They're different. They're trying to advertise themselves as girl they are for South Sudan. And even the most funniest thing, one of their people 3 days ago spoke out and said that why should us, the separatists, which are fighting strictly for Equatoria, not join their kind of separatists. They're saying that they have their kind of separatists. But then when they're in their room with those other people, they will deny it. But in the social room, one by one, they will speak it. They will say that they have their kind of separatists. And I know that they've used those separatists to be spies within separatists. You see? They've used them. So I just, one thing that I wanted to make it clear is like this. The reason why these people on this social media, they're provoking, like if mom bifata room, mom better advertise, like provoking fights, attack on our people back home. Like for example, the East Equatoria one, they provoke this to happen. They open rooms and they say things like, "Ita lo katalta munu munu. If ita kan katulu zoltana, if you kill Lobong, if you kill munu munu, and nazato derin nader give weapons, naderamu zarin nazato their fight." They acting as if they have a strong wing down there that are fighting, defending Equatorians, which they don't. You see, when our people defend themselves in Magui and other places, they claim it that is them. So I feel like these people, they're provoking Equatorians to be tangling with, in fights and stuff like that. As a reason whereby Equatorians buy knows that let's join NAS. You see, we're getting attacked and stuff like that. Let's join NAS. That's how I feel like it, because there's no reason that NAS will open a room and with SOMA and start provoking Equatorians. It's like provoking Dinka to go attack Equatoria. You see. And then they think that by that way, if Equatoria keep getting attacks, then Equatoria would decide like, oh, why not join Cirillo? That's how, this is just what I'm thinking. Because this is all what they do. What do you think in this area? Which our people are not going to join. They have said it clear. They say they're not going to join Cirillo. They say Cirillo has trained us, those people who are killing our people. They're not going to join Cirillo. If there's something that is about Equatoria, yes, they're happy. What do you think about this, Charles?
I mean, they are just using it as a propaganda to mobilize people, Equatorians, like you said, so that they can like Thomas Cirillo or support NATO Eastern Equatoria. National salvation are not there. And I don't think the mood, thousands of Equatorians run move to the Upper Nile. Nobody's talking about that, even including Thomas Cirillo. He never talk about it. I've been talking this loud and clear. The 50,000 Equatorians plus who die in Barghazal and Upper Nile, they die for nothing. Their children now are still being killed by the regime in Juba. And today we are still called cowards. They call us cowards. They call us cowards. Their wife, their children are being raped daily by the same regime that Thomas Chirilo wants us to unite with. That you want to put Equatorians to be there. We are not going to allow this. Even Equatorians down in Ak, their message is very loud, clear. It's separation. I sent this video. Alkan Abuna, the Bishop Stephen Ameo, visit more refugees in Gumbo. Refugees Canada.
Yes, I remember.
In our own land.
You sent it to me, sorry.
Yes. Edward, I know Edward. Edward Mamul analysis. Malo Majibu voices another. Why? Because these people, Gali, we don't belong to this country. We are Equatoria. That's why they are killing us, because we don't belong to this. You need to listen to this video very careful. We need to bring and again and again and again.
Repeat it again. Repeat what they said again, Charles, just in case people don't hear.
They said we don't belong to this country. We are Equatorians. That's why they are killing us. We are Equatorians. That's why there's no government coming to rescue us. That's why there's no army to come and help us, because we don't belong to this country. This country belongs to Dinka. Very clear. Kanastana bonus Gumbo. Loud and clear. What about Italy? In the diaspora. Mutu de usulo mutu wahid. Lorabuna der katolana sa tesa mukena na bumutini. Wala bijibu zoltan bija katolana. But does it obi hiru mashakil de? No. Zaman katolo fada satuli na hore. Liberation the South Sudan no give or let Equatoria? No. Finally, what he said that Equatoria, South Sudan will one day break down, it happened. So killing is not a solution. If you think killing is a solution, as and where Lomon cut will be 1,000, does it solve the problem, Tadinka? No. It does not solve. Do you think that the problem of fatigue will end if the land of Raja and this, with Waude Bishilu? Do you think that fatigue will remain? They will be celebrating? No, they will resist. National Salvation Front, mata onjada wa white ya National Salvation Front. Mata onjada wa. National Salvation Front. Right. So National Salvation Front ya white mino ya Muhammad. These are another useful idiot that we want to deal with, including Abui. Okay, Ngibeli idiot leajede, but they are the worst idiot to the Equatorian. So kelana kedasuma mino ubalisa na marwa. Fadal Muhammad.
Okay, let's go back.
You need to be very clear. It's a
Muhammad,
Asma, Charles.
But Muhammad, excuse me.
Yes, how are you guys doing?
في زول تاني فوق هنا أول.
Yeah, في واحد أنا بديك فرصة. You give you a chance. كان في قبلين في واحد كان اسمه كاريتو لكنه left. So I think, I don't know, maybe network. Yalla Badute, it was Radical, and then after you, Muhammad. After Radical will be, after Radical, it will be you, Mr. Muhammad. So please just hold on. Thank you for your patience and welcome. And of course, the topic, عشان بس refresh the room, we address this as a direct message and clear. NAS and SOMA, because I wrote it earlier down there, and there was, طبعا writing that could not go enough to complete the sentence. طبعا لما تاخد title, it have to be short. And I put this clearly, it says here, so I can repeat it, NAS/SOMA, because they are all in the same group, NAS and SOMA members, and hierarchy. Remember, members and hierarchy. Bullying against Equatorian Nationalist Separatists must stop. Full stop. Then what they are doing is simply cowardness, because if they are attacking, because Hajjada, we were being silent for a while. في attack, في intimidation, في insults, حتى في sexist remarks against our Equatorian women. And I call them our Equatorian brave women who are standing for the people of Equatoria, speaking loud and clear. نلقى في insults and attack, even humiliation, to the extent هم بقى ما بيحترموا حتى أخواتهم. ما كفاية قاعد نقول دينكا قاعد يغتصب بناتنا في جوا إيكواتوريا، نيجي نلقى بقى في Equatorian men ما عندهم خجل. They don't feel shame. They will insult their own sisters. In a way, it's not بتقول فرق بتاعه مع animation. يلا هم identify themselves as NAS members. And then sometimes they come up and I got to myself, individual. If you are the one who is promoting, say NAS Yahuta Rigo, this is I'm from NAS and I get it, take man up for what you're saying. Don't come and run away. Once لما يضغطوك في النار تقول لا لا أنا هجيب واحد زول بس. They're my own opinion. وأنت هنا جيت لي بصوت شنو بتاع الناس قبل شوية. And you will attack, and then suddenly when Zemadidi بيقول all the time, when you have a house from glass, be careful to throw a stone to the other person. I think Didi can refer it better. ما take the حجر with the بيتك من glass.
It's like if you live in a glass house, don't throw stones at at someone who lives in a glass house.
Yes.
So come on, people in Tarnish, when those of NAS are making room, we do not go there and attack them, even though we do not agree with what they are saying. What we can do is we can come out there and voice ourselves. But nowadays we don't even, because we've seen how they are moved, how it is. We kind of avoid them. We just listen, and that's it. But only if those other members of SOMA are saying things that does not involve them about Equatoria, that's when we begin to write something or question what they're saying in writings. But when NAS is writing, is making a room, we do not attack them. We do not say anything. We try our best to tiptoe around them that these are brothers and stuff like that. We try not to engage in a fight or be insultive like what Jacob did, Gibel insulting us, like what Naskeni did, radical doing, like how they send the SOMA women, the Shiluk women will come and insult us in a very provocative, private way. So we do not do those things. We only question people, the other SOMA people, when they begin to talk about Equatoria. But when NAS is talking, we don't do that. Even if they pin us in, if we feel like coming in, we come in, we just look. If we're not happy, we just leave. This is the point here. This is just the other thing that I want people to know. I want the whole Equatoria to know, the whole court of Equatoria back home to know. We don't attack NAS. We respect them. We try to respect them when they talk. We don't attack them. We only engage when SOMA, the other partners, are saying wrong things about Equatoria, when they are attacking Lagu, the failure of Lagu, the failure of Oduho, and the failure of the other Equatorians, which are our heroes. When they begin to insult them and attack them, that's when we go down and tell us, what about your failure? Look at the failure of Upper Nile. Look at the failure of Bahar al-Ghazal. You cannot have a capital city there. Yet you have the guts to talk about my fathers. When you talk about my fathers, this is personal. It's personal. You're taking personal with me. These are my kings. To me, they are like king. They are like Mark. Then I begin to take down your politician, to Mark, to everything around you. So these people are heroes to me. They are my fathers. They are kings to me. But we don't do that to NAS. This is just what I want to say.
Thank you, Didi. Yes. So this is what we were talking, because someone, the thing Ali, they were saying this attacks coming from these guys. Remember, we know our common enemy is the regime, and the regime that represent as tribal. And also we say even to the Dinka community that your people have committed atrocities against our people. Yet we want only one thing, to end this chaos and bloodshed by separating. Dema karahia, like Anna said, it's not karahia. Because huma shafu karahia can bukun extermination of each other. But we never do that, because we know إحنا ما مسؤولين في روح تا إنسان غير ربنا. Lakin we want our land, our people to be free, our people to live like human beings and to experience advancements like other human beings in this world. And today we're in 21st century. We don't want to live like we're in the 16th or the first century ayam bita Messiah or ayam bita, whatever the time of the Bible. We don't want to live like that. So my point here is insults and the behavior of bullying. It shows cowardness cowardness, and also it shows to me ايضا they lost their self, because انتوا كيف بتخلوا يعني بتuse people عشان يجي يعمل manipulation abuse to us. واحنا قاعدين نتكلم عن Equatoria. يلا في تاني بيجي mock us and they want to become ما بعرف هم لأن يكونوا revolutionaries, opposition ولا هم historians, and they want to come up and create some like كانوا ما بيزوا بيقدر يراجع التاريخ ده. But then let me remind you something. Those history that they are trying to collect, they claiming they have revised it. All these things are recorded by the Westerners, by the colonizers. وإحنا كراجعنا في حاجات هناك ذاته, because remember these people are politicians, they're propagandists. هم بياخدوا مقطع اللي بيفيدهم, and then they will make themselves look good and sound good in front of us. Even is imagine هم use the word Lua عشان separate us in Equatoria. إنه يا جماعة Equatoria ما فيكم separate عندنا Lua كمان في Upper Nile. Imagine them بوريك these people really they have no good intention toward us. لأنه إذا هم بنفسهم they will mark as separatists. قال يا أخي you don't have soldiers. يلا هم بيجوا هناك هم قاعدين تحت هنا ده تحت ياهو مش خاتين تحت امبريلا تاع ناس, وهم ذاتهم عندهم جاله قال شنو, قال لنا احنا revolutionaries سلميين, we are peaceful revolutionaries. The same people will go and betray. بيجي مع بول مولونج بعد شيء ما يثبت بيجي هنا يلا بتيجي تلقى يعني confusion. وعندنا ناس هنا بيسموهم these are the هم بيقولوا في title
جيس بتاع باغانا موم جيس بتاع ايمانويل جاوين وين they are using just the Thomas Chirilo. That's why they want to hijack the movement in Thomas Chirilo. But we are advising our brother, to listen. Otherwise, we'll be just correct.
حقيقة. So أنا ما عاوز أكتر, لكن this is what I want to leave here. إنه القضية بتاعنا كبير. So خلينا ننزل stop bullying. That's number one. لأن أنا أعرف هم بيستخدموا كل الوسائل. هم قاعدين يفكروا they're playing Machiavellian game, but that's not actually. That's a cheap and cowardly, and also it's very open card. يعني كروتهم مكشوف ومحروق. حتى ذات الناس اللي Westerners ده they know how to. عشان كده جرهم في الكنيسة كلام شيء negotiated to, لأنه إلا كمان وقته في negotiation بقيت تصلوا لأنه ما في طريقة تاني. Because that's what they do to them now. The international community really gave up on South Sudanese. وإحنا Equatorian right now, our case is more brighter because our case is واضح. Our land ما موضوع بتاع وظيفة, وده نفس الناس على أساس الكلام ده كله كان شغال مع حركة شعبية. أنا ما عايز أكتر, لكن خليني stop attacking.
Yeah.
Okay. أنا جدي بس ده نقول كان هم قاعدين push their luck, they will see us we go full scale war, وما يفكروا ما بنقدر نعمل حاجة. أنا بتكلم بعدين في النهاية. أنا ما عايز أكتر. فندي فرصة لمس راديكال. Welcome Miss Radical. And also I want to remind that there will be sooner a rally. We're going to talk about it finally at the end of this, and we will tell you why the rally is important. This time we want the Equatorian by numbers. I know those of NAS, I'm not expecting them. Like in NAS, the Equatorian really are fit pain. Let them go. Go ahead. Radical, please go ahead.
Thank you, Brother Etika. Thank you, Didi, and thank you, Charles, and everybody and listeners down there. So, the matter of Tabani, in one day also bullying. We've been bullying from 2019. Anna decide Anna Rafi Washington. We've been bullying Anta Bizekir. Galia Hidel Nasma Muta'allimin. قال ديل المشوا في مظاهرات في واشنطن دي سي ديلوا الجهلاء ديلوا ما متعلمين عملوا فيديوهات عملوا جد قلت لك المظاهرات المشينا فوق في 2019 بقى قال هرقوا عالم ده ذاته ولا هرقوا في واشنطن. لكن انا داير نقول لهم العالم دور ده هنحرقه هنطلع التصديق بتاع حريقه هنحرقه علم بتاع بلاد ده علم الفوق الدم علم القاعد يقتل اهلنا علم الشر دي إيكواتوريا كله هسه إيكواتوريا قاعدين في مخيمات علم الشال اراضينا علم اللي بيرب في نساوينا علم اللي بيقتل في ايالنا علم اللي بيعمل لنا اهانه. هنحرقوا دور ده official في واشنطن in August. هنحرقوا قدامكم غصبا عينكم هنحرقوا. احنا ما عندنا جيش ما عندنا سلاح ما عندنا اي حاجه لكن صوتنا ده هو سلاح حقنا. صوتنا ده هو سلاح حقنا وصوتنا ده رايز اب. صوتنا ده يعني لاو كبير، مشى لغاية يوغندا، مشى لغاية كونغو، مشى لغاية خرطوم لأهلنا إيكوتوريين القاعدين يهانوا هنا. كلهم بيطلب في سبريشن، كلهم بيطلب في انفصال بتاع إيكوتوريا. إيكوتوريا لازم يجين independent من ساوث السودان، لأنه دي ما الناس أن إحنا هنقدر نقعد معهم. culture حقنا براو وculture بتاعهم براو. أن إحنا ولدونا ما human being و human being يعو ربانا ولدهم ب human being، لكن الناس اللي قاعد يتكي بتاعهم الربام ده أبقار يا ربام، هم الربا في تحت بقرات. عشان كده هم ما بيفهم، هم ما بيعرف شنو بإهانة الحسي إيكوتوريا ماشي فوق ده. هم لسه دارين يقولوا قال ديلو ما متعلمين وديلو هنايدا ديلو جهلاء. يس أن إحنا ما متعلمين، أن إحنا ما جهلاء، لكن صوتنا يا هم متعلمين، وصوتنا ده هيوري هيطلع حقنا بتاع إيكوتوريا ده من ساوث السودان. ما ساوث السودان كورة كزيرة كم سنة كان من 55 لغاية 2005. how many years South Sudan جت على independent؟ أنا بيكونتينيو حتى لو أنا موت، أنا بيباس voice بتاعي للجرين كيدز حقي. لازم as Equatoria gain the independent from South Sudan. أول حاجة ديل بيقولوا إنايدا بيبولي توماسيريلو، بيعمل لنا بولي عشان هما ياهو طبعا عند توماسيريلو. ما عندنا مشكلة توماسيريلو ولا عندنا مشكلة مع توماسيريلو. توماسيريلو ده أخونا، لو دير مساعدة هنساعده، لو مرمروا هناك وقع في الوطح احنا هنجيبوه، هننظف هنجيبوه، ده ولدنا. لكن حاسة دلوقتي خليه يقعد مع ناس وديل، خليه يقعد يتمرمر مع ناس ديل. لما الناس ديل انتهوا منه احنا هنرجعه. شو توماسيريلو مفروض learn the lesson من الحاجات اللي هو شافه من جماعة ديل كان قاعدين يعملوا له شنو لغاية ما هو ريزاين ده. عملوا له شنو بول مولونج ده. بول مولونج لما جاب ماتيانغانيور مليان في جوبا قاعد يقتل في ناس بالليل لغاية ما هو شاف كده قام عمل ريزاين. حسب ماتيانغانيور وينه؟ ماتيانغانيور ياهو كله مجانين في جوبا، بيجي بدوك باب صباح بيجي بيكولكت. ماتيانغانيور حسب garbage collector بينوموا في تحت كباري مجانين ضدهم إيكوتوريا. ولسه بدري يا ناس الدنكا تقتلوا في إيكوتوريا، انتوا هتصفح. you guys will suffer. انتوا بتطلع مجانين بتلفوا في شوارع جوبا، بتكونوا شحادين بيجاس وياهو قاعدين نشوفوا number of جنجة في الشارع قاعد يشحد شحادين. وفي الرغم انه كله السلاح في يدكم، القروش في يدكم، اي حاجه في الدوله انتوا ماسكينه، بتقتل في ناس. يا حبيبتوا تعبانين نايمين في تحت الشجر. ايالكم ياهو قولوجين مليان بيجوا منا ويل من وين 14 15 سنه لافين في الشوارع. شب 20 جنيه شب 10 جنيه شب 10,000. انتوا تلموا اهالكم. ده شنو؟ ده punishment ربنا قاعد يبانشكم عشان انتوا حاجات اللي انتوا قاعدين تعملوا لإيكوتوريا. حاجات اللي انتوا قاعدين تعملوا لإيكوتوريا ده ربنا هيوريكم. ونحن إيكوتوريين ما هنجيفوا، ونحن ناس سبريتيست ما بنجيفوا ولا خايفين من أي زول ولا كده. نحن ماشيين بصوتنا as a separatist. أنا من قمت زي ده، أنا قلت أنا separatist. مين أنا قمت من 80s. وانا ما ببليمهم، وانا ببليم ناسنا الكبار المشى معهم في SPLM لما هم كان راجين 2005. مفروض هم عارفين الدولة ده كان قسموه ل3. قعدنا 21 سنة بدون جنجة، احنا قاعدين مرتاحين تلفوا بالليل كله جوجوبة ما في زول بقتله. في ناس بيجوا بعجلات من ناس بيجوا بعجلات من لانيا جوجوبة، ناس بيجوا بعجلات من مونري من مريري، بيجوا بعجلات في جوبا، ما في زول بيقتلهم في الشارع. قعدنا 21 سنة we live peacefully. even though Arab كان عنده حاجات هم بيعملوا، لكن Arab بيعملوا إلا كان يشتكوك لعرب. قال يا أخي في الزول ده هو نور، يا هو Arab بيجي بس بيشيلك انت ده بس الاستكبارات ده بس بيجي بيشيلك بيديك هناك لشمشدين، ولا بيجي بيشيل اهلك ولا كده. لكن حاسه حاجه يحصل بس زي ده، قتلوا دينكا وين هناك في الشارع هناك، بيجي يقولوا ده توماشيريلو، بيجي توالي يجي من هنا زي يجي يشيلوا يا إيكواتوريا، يقتلوهم، يشيلوه في بلو هاوس، يمشي يقتلوهم، يرميهم في جوا بحر. كان توماشيريلو ريبل، ما كل إيكواتوريا ريبل عشان إيكواتوريا يقعد يقتلوه. ونحن ما بنخلي، احنا ماشيين تاني مظاهرات، مش أنهنا مش سبريتيست، هنمشي تاني في مظاهرات. وانا داري اقول لهم يا اخي الجهلاء، الناس الما متعلمين هيمشوا تاني في المظاهرات، والدور ده المظاهرات ده انتوا هتشوفوا يا إيكواتوريانز من كندا، من وين، من ولايات المتحدة الأمريكية كلها. يلا جهزوا نفسكم يا إيكواتوريا، شهر 8 احنا ماشيين تاني في واشنطن. دور هنمشي، هنعمل مظاهرات يومين ولا 3 يوم، هنشوت هناك. قدرين نقول لهم يا أخي الجاهلين ديل ماشيين، الما متعلمين ديل ماشيين. يا أخي بولي بتاع ناس ديل فات يا أخي، يقعد يشتم فينا. مالك انتوا مالكم؟ كان إيكواتوريا ده داير يسبريت ماله قاعد يوجاكم؟ ما كل زول عنده الريجن بتاعه، كل زول عنده الريجن بتاعه. امشي، ما دايرين نقعد. ما انتوا تسعى لنفسكم ليه؟ إيكواتوريين ديل قاعدين يكوروا قال دايرين يعمل سبريشن. ما تسعى لنفسكم عشان عمالكم الكعب، عمالكم بتاع السرقة بتاع النحب بتاع القتل ده. احنا ما دايرين نقعد معاكم، عشان كده احنا دايرين نسبريت. احنا ناس بتاع بيس وناس بتاع ربنا، بس كنيسة والمسلم ماشي في مسجد بتاع، احنا ماليش دعوة بأي زول. عندنا ناس بتاع بيس، لكن حسا ما في بيس في إيكواتوريا. يعني ناس نبيغة فاستريشن، تشوف ناس ضعاف، ما في أكل، لأنه ذاته ما في محل اللي بتزرع فوق. سيمبل أهالي باريرين كان بيزرع كرفولو بيري بس في طرف بحر، طرف بحر كله شالو ما في زراعة. أي حاجة بيجيبوا لنا كله من يوغندا، أي حاجة بيجيبوا من يوغندا. زمان نحن قعدنا في جوبا دي، تربيت في جوبا دي، احنا ما قاعدين نعمل آلاي مع يوغندا. بآلاي حقنا دي تريد بيزنس حقنا كونغو وكينيا، وياهو حاجات بيجي من خرطوم وسنترال أفريقيا. أنا هنا كان ما قاعدين نتعامل مع يوغندين، لأنه يوغندين كان حرامية، كان بيجي في جوبا هناك بيجي بيسرق ناس بدواء، بخد دواء كده تنوم ناس كله في بيت بينوموا، يلا يقلعوكم كل يشيل حاجات بيت كله بعربات يقوم يفرتك. عشان كده كان زمان داك نجيبه وقف ما دايرين يوغندين خالص. يوغندين هم جد دخلوا لنا، يوغندين دخلوا كينيين، دخلوا الصوماليين، دخلوا ناس من البلد بقى فوضى. يعني صوماليين، يعني صومالي وإثيوبيا وكينيا ديل يا عندهم صوت، ديل يا هو بيلفوا بالليل. إيكواتوريين ما بيلفوا بالليل ليه؟ عشان كده احنا دايرين سبريشن، دايرين نكون فري في بلدنا. ما دايرين نكون سليف بتاع جنجة، ما دايرين نكون سليف جنجة يعمل سليف بتاعهم في محلاتهم هناك. بلدكم ذاته جميل يا هو جبال. انا قاعد اشوف عملوا فيديو هناك بتاع محكمه ده ولا ده لافزه ده، ما يهو ترابكم جميل احمر زي تراب بتاع مريدي وتراب بتاع يامبي ومحلات دي يي وكده. if I am not mistaken ما امشي ابنه الامارات ديل هناك. enough is enough. It's time for Equatoria يا إيكواتوريين. أنا داير نقول لكم ليتوا ما وقفتوا، ليتوا ما دايرين ترفع صوتكم. احنا هنقعد خدادين أحلنا ديل، احنا قاعدين هنا لكن احنا ياهو هندفع ثمن، لأن احنا بنشتغل بنرسل قروش لأهلنا عشان خليه يعقلوا وشوية كده. احنا ذاته تاني ما هنقدر نرسل لهم قروش، لأنه كله هيعملوا لهم ريب ويقتلهم كلهم. عشان كده this is the opportunity for all the Equatorians to rise up. عندنا evidence مليان، عندنا evidence ياهو بتاع قتل بتاع الريب بتاع الشنو بتاع حاجات كله قاعد يحصل عندنا في إيكواتوريا. عندنا evidence بتاع نشيلوا حاجات دي، نمشي نريبريزنت لليو اس government ياهو جاب انفصال بتاع جنوب السودان ده، واحنا كمان لازم نطلع نقود بريشر لليو اس government يشوف مشكلتنا بتاع إيكواتوريا شنو. UN ذات عارفين UN عارفين قاعدين عندهم كلهم ريبورت، لكن لو أنحنا شعب ما طلعنا ما فاضيين، بس بودي ريبورت في جنرال اسمبلي في هيد كوتا في يونايتد نيشن في نيويورك and that's it. بس بودي ريبورت. لكن زي ما انت ايكوتوري انت ماشي لدكتور عندك مشكله، انت لو عيان انت ما مشيت لدكتور عشان الدكتور يجي يجور دمك يدوك في ماما يجي يكشفوك يطلعوك بداينوسيس، ما انت بتقعد بس تقعد تشكي بمرض وانت ما بتعرف مرض ده ذاته شنو. عشان كده المرض ده ياهو الناس القاعدين في رقبتنا ده. ما جونجرن قالوا البقعد في رقبتك البقعد في ظهرك ده ياهو سبب. عشان كده احنا دايرين انفصال، ما دايرين اي جنجة يقعد في رقبتنا هنا، ما دايرين جنجة يقعد في رقبتنا. الناس we moving forward. وبولي ده خليهم يبولي يا اتيكا، بولي ده واللي بعمل جرح ولا بكتب في دهرنا ولا بكتب في دهر زول ولا في دهر سبريتيس ولا كده، خليهم يقولوا قال الكلب بينبح والجمل ماشي، خليهم بس يكوركوا، بس خليهم يكوركوا. بس احنا نمشي بأجندة حقنا قدام، بس نمشي قدام، نرمي قدام وورا معمر. شكرا لكم. أنا بقيف هنا.
Thank you. Yes, indeed. There's a lot of things I would love to say, but I will wait later. خاصة في مواضيع.
أنا sister. Okay.
Yeah, اتفضل.
Yeah, sister radical. You know, جمل قال ماشي وكلب ده بيكورة ده، كان كلب ده كورة كتير راستا جمل ذاته بلاقبته. Okay, نما ديرو دي فرصة ديرو. They are our brothers. We are telling to Tomasiro, stop them. Al club embade, give. We are not ready to fight them. Like I said, these are our brothers and our sisters. We cannot fight them because they are defending Equatorians. Like I said, if they want our support, we'll give them. But Kilomon Magata Usatanata separation. Let them not be a stumbling block. Because it's about always be used Nastaki to destroy you. They will use Equatorians to destroy Equatorian separation. And that's why we say no. We don't want that. We don't want that. And go ahead, Fizama Tarali, burn Kulu flag there. That's what I said. That flag is a blood, shallow blood Equatorians. Even Umana Hakuma ta Junuba Sienda colonizer Mahara flag the Fibuta not Equatorians. They don't even recognize that. Let's get Equatorian Tana Kedarpas the flag de Pop, Lumabu Durubu. That flag does not belong to us. You don't blame also in Al Nas Equatorians Al Karwak SPLM. We saw that this movement is for all the people. And even during the SPLM, after Equatorian leaders found out that, you know, this government, this SPLM is for Dinka. Equatorian gal kenna makara bagi de shakla de. Jelina bes genizede. Anna bijahilu kalam de kanna gobu to bellet. Nena gobu to bellet to molisa mak der hilu mashak de. Dika arfa rasto muketir. Imagine zaman katulo dugo. Fi 1993. Fi Mad. Zol gobuti yaba gobudu. Naze kata kwa manyanga kata besutur. Nas gal kele nas masi kida mashakla. Bunu edwe totome musukan katulo fi 92, 91. All these leaders sacrifice
yaba kobulu kama katole yaba kobulu bes gura fi campaign girija bes mon kata gato fisika hina.
Yeah.
Kata puter.
You see? So we say this this is gonna be and they sacrifice the Equatorial them enough. Even for 2007 zaman kutuma mur bisikin ana yaba da kore zede hadi Equatorial tani la hadi jata lao. Our voices is very clear and loud. Asa bugar gura futu minajede min Equatoria. Mabi futu sakit. It is the separatists who are loud. It is us who said loud and clear. Not even as a bugar. Now Karabugar Futu, another Rabugar Nimretnim. borders. They have to be clear too. They have to be removed. And I say go peacefully. But the rest of them can go in. Will they believe go build common? Build they belong to Equatoria. Tin de to Equatoria. Ujar de to Equatoria. Kasab de to Equatoria. Abil de to Equatoria. Moyo de to Equatoria. They came with nothing and they will go with nothing. Thank you. Then that's Mamin Mohammed.
Bukunde jata bugarte na sarago kaya Charles.
Malis kan somo sarago tana de murle silu. Na yakwana tana murle bija jibulena.
Let the Charles come on. All right. Thank you. Let's give chance to Mr. Muhammad Al-Faddal. Welcome. Muhammad, are you there? Mr. Muhammad? Unmute yourself. لا بكون ما فتح الصوت. Okay. مرحبا بك.
أهلا وسهلا.
Yes.
First I just wanna thank you for your invitation. I was not really interested to come. I just wanna listen. Secondly,
nobody invited you.
No. Listen, Service.
I'm the one who approved you. You raised your hand.
Listen to me, Service.
Okay.
No, but don't say that we invited
no,
you.
Charles,
you raise your hand.
I'm not here coming to fight with you. You
Let's get to the point, Mr.
Etika.
Yeah, I know. Who Rafa Deno? Ana Rafat can the manu Rafa Deno.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ana harfa wajidu harfa den. Ugal gali we invited you. Propaganda de. Why are you cowardice? Nobody invited you. Nobody invited you. Why you lie like this? It raise your hand here. I approve it.
It's okay. That's fine. He went down.
Yeah, he's back. He's back.
Let him come back.
Yeah, بس أنا دايرين كده خلي ما نقاطع ونديه 5 minutes
Yeah, I think عندي فرصة لمنيبة.
Yeah, عنده 5 minutes نديه ندي للأخ محمد يلا بعد كده نرد يلا ندي لماني باي and then Brother James. اتفضل.
Yeah.
Please.
Thank you.
Yeah, just طبعا الtopic you saw it.
Look.
Yes. Listen, أنا بس ده أنا بقول لك.
I'm here to.
Listen to me just a second.
I'm not coming here to fight nobody.
I know. Hold on.
And then there should be a respect.
Exactly. Just hold a minute.
We should respect each other.
Just hold a minute, sir. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second, sir. And I had to mute you for a second just to remind you. Our topic طبعا we said it. لأننا شايفين في too much bullying من SOMA and NAS in general colored group then in hierarchy to members. They're not respecting the voice of the Equatorian. They're using rhetorics. They're using also tactic عندهم طرق يعني وسائل كتير شفناه بيحاول undermine disrespect and bully Equatorian separatists. حتى بقى بيجيبوا ناس ما من Equatoria عاوزين يتكلموا بأصوات Equatoria. منو يعينكم انتوا كش تكونوا أصوات وهم ذاتهم منو عينهم كمعارضة وكأحزاب عشان يجي يتكلم باسم تاع الجنوبيين. إذا إحنا يا أصحاب الأرض we the people of Equatoria. You remember even في الدولة هسه قاعد نقعد في أمريكا ولا في دول ده بيقول we the people by the people for the people. لو انتوا عاملين نفسكم انتوا يا بقى مؤرخين وعاملين نفسكم انتوا يا قادة جنرالات ولا انتوا يا سياسيين we don't need them because we rejected them all. That's why we call for separation because we don't see them as they're going to guide us anywhere. عشان كده بس ركز على حاجة ده. عندك مسج ده تقوله do you deny انه ما في bullying against us ولا انت قاعد تشوف في bullying and how could you correct it? Hold on. دقيقة بديك فرصة. My question to you عشان تقدر تانسر it كله. Do you see there is a bullying from your group toward us? And if you see there is a bullying, what is your way or method, mission, إنك member للناس عشان تقدر to correct these things might happen again? And then Equatorian nationalists will not even bother because what we're seeing is like إحنا بنتكلم عن Equatoria في تاني عاوزين يسكتونا نقول no ما بتتكلم عن Equatoria and they are not talking about Equatoria. لا أنا مشكلتنا هنا قاعدين نتكلم عن جنوب السودان and then they don't care about us. So اتفضل بس نقدر نعرف انتوا شنو اخذتوا يا ميجر عشان توقفوا الحاجات اللي قاعد يحصل لانه في attack we have evidence of it against our separatists. Thank you.
Including Muhammad,
he attacked us.
First and foremost, before I answer your question, I just need to have some few talks here with Charles.
Let us not make it personal.
Listen, first,
hold
first
on,
of all, I need to
Mr. Muhammad,
because
Mr.
it's very
Muhammad.
important.
This is
very important, Oscar.
Okay.
I'm not coming here to fight you. Respect must be given.
Again, أنا سألتك سؤال Mr. Muhammad ده ما ده الروم عشان إحنا ما خدنا موضوع بين تشارلز ومحمد.
Okay. Charles, first of all, he called me idiot.
Okay, listen, اسمعني Mr. Muhammad في روم زينا دخلنا فوقه. Listen to me.
Who is better Equatorian than we are all Equatorians?
Yeah, Muhammad, are you trying to just let's calm it down? أنا قاعد نديك فرصة as an elder. Yeah. بس دقيقة ركز علي بس أنا عارف this room I want to just make it clear. الروم ده قاعد يتكلم عن حاجة معينة. This is not between you and Charles. Whatever Charles, this is an opinion. This is not the room for us to argue what Charles said and what you're trying to say. Where is he at? He left?
He left, so we didn't drop him.
Okay, المهم خلينا move on لأنه it seems like we're not going to because كان شخصيات جايين يتكلموا ب argumentative on one person يعني against each other. We're not going to get anywhere. Instead نلقى حالنا هنا في too much problem. This is not the problem for us to start here. And I'm sorry to say, it's not like, you know how the American show, Jerry Springer show, where people will fight each other. This is not what we're going to do it here. And I was in نتكلم عن موضوع مهم جدا. I understand Muhammad is not happy with Charles, or Charles is not happy with Muhammad. But at the end, let's not make it personal. Let's all just, like an adult, you know, brush things off, just focus on the objective. ما في مرات كلمات بيطلع من الناس تاني ما معناته خلاص عدو بتاعك. Is it that we believe you're Equatorian? Believe in Equatoria. That's all matters. Mr. Membe, welcome. And then from there, Mr. James.
Yes, before Membe.
Yes, sir.
This Muhammad city mina fi room ta Edward room tani tamuno.
Focus very Charles. Your voice is very low.
For room ta Edward or for room tamuno ta Abui or tamuno tani ta Juba. He talk about the separatists. Ukel maisim tai. What is it? All these things we document them. Ana gibel ki river, ana gibel ki quote ajede quotation ta ke ta ajede. Pita munu pitada. Ismu Simon. Gale, why you listen to this idiot? And I'm saying we are also dealing with this idiot. The Equatorians who are against separation. You think they are not idiots? They are idiots. They are misleading our people. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Zema Didi always says إذا كان عندك بيت من قزاز ما تجدع حجر عشان بيتك القزاز ما ينكسر بحجر تاني. Welcome, brother Manpei.
Thank you. I hope you guys are getting me well.
Yes, loud and clear.
Clear.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to point out some other things before even I go deeply. You know, guys, we as Equatorians or as South Sudanese as general, first of all, let us
South Sudanese, we're Equatorians. Please.
I understand you, Charles. What I'm saying here, you have not yet separated, and we are still trying to see how we are going to separate.
You are annoying.
Yes.
Mr. Membe, let me correct you here. We talk about the region of Equatoria. Technically, we are Equatorian. We're not South Sudan is just a term that's been given to us by the North, and then these SPLM adopted it, and we do not even elect SPLM as government. So there is no government, there is no country at this moment. It's just only in admission to the paper. Like in Kanjafidjet, the land to Equatoria is still the land of Equatoria. So we focus on the Equatorial land. That's matter to us. You are Equatoria. If you belong to the region of Equatoria, then talk about just Equatoria. Worry nothing about those others in the two regions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. What I'm saying in this room right now is not Equatorian alone, and I'm saying also I want them to hear what I'm going to put across there. That's all my concern. Yeah, what I'm trying to say is in each or all countries, there are oppositions and there are government officials whom opposition opposes them. But now, here, we are talking of separatists. or we are talking of Equatorian. So even if you are not a separatist, you need to know the agenda of us separatists is what. And if you want to contribute, you just adjust what they were saying wrong and make them to be corrected, but not to abuse. We need to work together as Equatorians. We need to achieve what Equatorians want. I am talking on behalf of Equatoria. I know what is paining Equatorians. Always when I'm in a room, I'm not specific for anything, but I know the pain people are going through. Let us understand. There is a sister here who came up and talked a lot, and I know how she's feeling in the heart. We know what is happening in Equatoria right now is painful to every and each one. Even if we oppose ourselves, this pain is going to all of us as Equatorians. Whether you want separate or you don't want separate, but it will still pain you. As a family or as a member of Equatoria, you will get the pain. People are dying. People are being raped. People's lands are being grabbed. It is painful to everyone. But when we need to get a solution to that, we shall not get it in one directive. Maybe we can get it in a different ways, but we want to achieve one goal. That's what we need to do as Equatorians. You know, when we started attacking ourselves and we started hating ourselves alone, then we are not going to achieve what we want. Separation, when you are separated, you fall. When you are together, you can stand alone.
You're in the matrix. Can خطأ قديم.
Sorry?
You were in the matrix. كان صوتك ما واضح.
Okay. أنا قلت ناس دينغا نبنا once فوق ده. Let us talk about this. Dinga bina gulo fogode, whom they will never hate themselves. They will never fight themselves. You will say that I'm wrong, but those people, they are more united. So also for us, we need to unite ourselves, whether it is separatists, whether it is unionists, whatever. Then we will achieve what we want. But when we start attacking ourselves, and we started hating ourselves, we will not. You know, I had wanted to say, but I know Mohammed is down somewhere there, is listening to what I'm saying. That's not the way we are supposed to go about it. Also, Charles, you are up there, you can control it. You need to cool down yourself. I know somebody must have offended you, but first of all, you need to come to solution. Why do you say that I'm wrong? Point for me my point that is wrong, and then you come to conclusion. You know, when we talk of bullying, the topic up here is NAS and SSOMA.
Just one second, I just want to interject. So, Mother Jenny by propaganda, Sudan is the name of the separatists. Put your phone off. Put your Mother Jenny, as a lagbatu, who's a separatist, girl, they hate us. Don't. We don't hate anybody. What we are saying that our brothers in National Salvation Front should not cross our line, should not attack us. We are just we are doing here self-defense. We did not attack this NASA National Salvation Front. My advice has been to Thomas Cirillo directly. Thomas Cirillo, you need to stop this. Now you are coming here for propaganda, saying, "Oh, we need to unite. You guys, you are being haters. What this? Who told you that? Who told you that we're emotional? You are talking the language of Emmanuel Ajawin? Please. You can join the room there. You are distracting us from the point. From what? From the topic. Go to the topic or you get dropped. Thank you.
Okay, just let me add this. إضافة لكلام Charles. One thing, Mr. Mabe, or Manpay, sorry. زي ما قلنا الموضوع, we are the one who are coming up with this, you know, accusation on that they are abusing our people. Because إحنا شايفين توجهاتهم ولغاتهم واستهتاراتهم day and night, and we are silent. Even when we went to extent, even we confront them, but we did not take it to that extent. But this time we said it's enough. Enough is enough, because if they want to be our enemies, we are all ready for it. Because SOMA in particular are really working the same as the Jing Council unas hukumata Dinka Hinak on dividing Equatoria. These guys, at least they're using it through what? Bribing our officials, so-called officials for Equatoria. Wahina del, they're also using our official Algalo Homagani speak on opposition side by luring others and weak-minded والناس اللي دايرين, يعني هسه ما تقول الناس كلهم في سوما ده كله they really care about Equatoria or care about South Sudan or care عندهم really desire for revolution. ديل بس دايرين يشوفوا السلطة, لأن عندهم this. طبعا تعرف كثير من الجنوبيين قاعدين يحبوا شغل الوزارة ده, تلقى في ناس ثانيين بيعمل anything. Today they can change their skin color anytime. Like they will be today with you, tomorrow they go against you. You know, this we have seen them. انت بتعرفهم في تانيين pretend.
Politricks.
Well, I wish it was politricks, but close to that, because they are doing this as a game. So احنا قلنا enough is enough for us, and we're not going to tolerate this behavior. وهنتدخل بعد كده serious معهم. هم يكونوا the enemy, we will put them with the same enemy اللي احنا قاعدين نشوفه right now, and we want to separate from. So let them not push us to that limit. واحنا عارفين exactly الشكليات ده, واتكلمنا فوقهم last time, وهنتكلم فوقهم أكتر. وفي شخصيات تانيين بقى بيدوم الصوت العالي, لأنه عندنا ناس ما بيقدروا, بقى زي ما أخونا بشير بيقول ديل بيقوا شنو, يعني ديل بيقوا خرفان, بيقوا بيشتغلوا لمصلحة الناس, بيرفعوا الناس وهم below their standard, because they cannot speak like men. Instead, nor speak like women. They speak more like people who are just a mat to be stepped on and wipe feet on it. يعني تخيل حتى الأحداث اللي حصل قريبات ده ما مشكلة بتاع إكواتوريا, لكن ولا مشكلة ذاته بتاع الجروب بيقولوا الناس, مفترض كان مشكلة بتاع موضوع معين بجروب معين, but the guys went and tangled themselves into it in a ridiculous way. And then at the same time, they're sending their elements to attack, you know, our sisters, our women, and our group in a way to insult them. يلا هم بديناي, حتى انت بتشوف مرات في خطاباتهم وكتاباتهم لنا they will write down some insult. انت كما مشيت كتبت في غرف بتاعهم هناك اي شيء بسيط كده, وهم they know you meant something that will criticize their behavior in a very wise way, هم be kick you out of the room. And I've been kicked out of the room, and I don't care, because the room بتاعهم ذاته is not beneficial. بس ده مكان تشمرات, ومكان بس الناس بيقعدوا هناك عصابة بيتكلموا كلام فارغ, ما في حاجة منطقي become out غير هم بس act like هم are wise people, and then إحنا يا تلاميذ. No, we're not going to do that. But we want our people to wake up and do the right thing, and this is what we start. So أنا بس سؤالي لك هنا ممبي, إنت هسه لو في مكان أنت كان تابع لناس ولا تابع لسوما, what do you think the best advice you can give to those guys? Because we know what we're doing, and we know who we are, but for them, عشان ما escalate situation بتاعهم look bad, هم قالوا لهم case, إذا قال إحنا ما عندنا case or whatever, what about them اللي عندهم case ده, what they supposed to do? So إنت كده ادينا رأيك هنا بس, وشكرا.
شكرا يا أخوي, شكرا. الرأي حاجة زي ده, أنت عارف, لو if it is me, كان أنا personally, I have no right of attacking anybody, because حق عليكم قاعدين تقولوا فوقوا ده حق بتاعكم, أنتم Equatorian, you feel
Are you separatist or are you unionist?
No, who قال if he was NAS, وما قالوا هنا.
لكن هو separatist or unionist?
Okay, let me be open to you.
Let him express his thoughts, then maybe let him talk.
Yeah, what I wanted to say, I'm a separatist, I'm a unionist, but I'm Equatorian, and I feel the pain of Equatoria. Kwes, فأجعل فيه لو في زول بيقول أجعل بيكون accent لأنا. Do I really have to object it? No. Kwes, أنا قاعد نونس زي ده. فكلمة طبعا أجاد بتاعكم مناسي ناس ومناسي سوما ده. I have never had it. I have not attended it. I'm not always in a clubhouse. Sinana في Africa. وأنا ياو قاعد بشوف أجي الباسل معنا هنا وتأثير بلغاني أكتر من ناس تانيين. فأنا أقدر أقول كده ناس سوما ما ناس those are politicians, you know. And here, separatists, those are the concerned citizens. As somebody has put it very clear, you feel our people are suffering, and this is what we want to go for. When you want to go for that, I've not seen any mistake on that, because that's your choice, and you feel the best way for us to do is to separate. There's no problem there. That's why I'm saying we don't need to hate each other. Separatists are hatred or are hating people. No, that's not it. My problem is when you come here and you are listening to what separatists say. Beside no, this one will not lead you to separation. But not to say that it was separatists, it was Nasi, I know. Nasi Ketalabi, Kimura Gali, Derina, Gesum Patan Mini, Sudan, they know the right, the truth. We are here. We know what is happening. People have no freedom. As my sister said, there is this lady who said that you cannot move from place to place freely. Even within Juba, people cannot be freely. Honestly, I am one of the person who really don't enjoy the life in South Sudan. As in Sunu, it told myself in Sudan, the foreigners are the one benefiting and they are the one enjoying. They can move freely. That day, if you room turn on our nasta, you can a foreigner can go and carry money and you move with your money freely. Like in Sudan or Equatoria, you go and withdraw $1,000 in any bank in Juba. Before it, a lot to make in Bokoreta become high. This is happening. And how long will it happen? We need to get a solution for that. And when you are doing this and you are making rallies in wherever you are there, not that everybody is opposed. Those who are opposed, you go ahead with what you are doing. You are doing it for your people. You are doing it for the benefit of those who cannot do that. You tama bagger bisilu alam fi Juba, itabitala gali, we want to separate ourselves. You will be fired completely at that particular time. But if you have the opportunity to do it wherever you are, you go ahead and do it. You are doing for the people whom you feel for them. Are you saying? That is why I'm saying we need to support ourselves. If we achieve it through separation, that is the best option. But I will advise, yes, NAS and the SOMA, they are not all Equatorians. Although in another room I heard that NAS is fighting for Equatoria. That's what I heard in another room, and which I don't even believe, because the agenda of national salvation is completely different than that fighting for Equatoria. So that is also another block, just to complicate things up there. Let us put in mind that when you talk of separation, you are hurting everybody in South Sudan. And it is painful for anybody to accept that, let them sing the song of separation. It is very painful. So I want to tell Charles that the task you have carried, or this team is carrying, is not an easy task. And you will get a lot of challenge. When you get a lot of challenge, there's nothing you can get on silver plate. You must fight for it. So let us take heart of unity and let us go ahead with what we are doing. If we get ourselves, there is a letter said that Equatorians want to separate whether we like it or not. And there is another letter who said that Equatorians has two options. One is to separate. Two, there is a specific tribe which was mentioned. If Equatorians are not ready to separate, this tribe want to join Uganda and Kenya. They're becoming part of Uganda and Kenya, not part of South Sudan. And those are all fightings. Those are all wars against Equatorians. What is the way forward? What are we going to do about that as Equatorians? We need to focus on the agenda that we need. Okay? Let us leave NAS and SOMA to do the national agenda. But separatists, continue with what you are doing. even if somebody is not part of you, but you don't know how are they going to support you in other way around. Okay?
Thank you.
Anybody
You
must
got 30
defend.
seconds. Thank you.
Yes. Anybody can defend wherever he is or she is. Okay? But sometimes somebody can support you indirect. You never know. So that's my advice. What I'm trying to say is let us not pull rope among ourselves, but let us have one agenda and we achieve it. Everything in this world, you will never achieve it freely. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We're not pulling rope, Mr. Mangbe, just to remind you, we're not pulling ropes. What we're doing, we're speaking on the facts, but we see from the other propagandists, because there's really a great propaganda. I mean, you have the, like I said, I call them the SPLM leftover, because they really deserve to be defined that way. Because if they were not SPLM leftover, they would not be doing the same behavior to Haraka Shabia, manipulation, division, and then they want to silence the people. And they're trying to say they're fighting for the people. وزي ما أخوتنا قال هنا هسه لو Equatorian Nationalists قال enough خلاص ما جاينا give ما أي زول اللي قاعد يسشد himself مع ناس Upper Nile بحر غزال وفي جروب بتاعنا Equatorian اللي depend on people like us, there'll be a problem for them. And the loss is going to be theirs, not ours. Until they admit and respect the voices of the Equatorian. لأننا ما جايين من يوغندا ولا جايين من يوروب عشان نجي نتكلم إحنا Equatorian. We are the sons and daughters of Equatoria. أرضي ده فوقه أسامي أجدادنا, فوقه blood بتاعنا, فوقه everything exists on us. So I don't want to go far. It's just that I don't know where to go, because you guys sometimes Equatorians في ناس كده, يعني أنا بس قاعد نقول صراحة يعني elders بتاعنا Equatoria كانوا ما put themselves in the sorry كان ما خدوا حالهم in the right straight line, then we'll be in trouble. عشان كده إحنا we will not allow that. أنا بشكر في elders, they really outspoken, articulate, like Uncle Charles and all the others who are speaking out for Equatoria. I respect them because they gave their voices clear. But then, أنا عاوز إحنا كإيكواتوريان, let's make this really commitment. خلينا نوقف نمسك عصاية في النص يا جماعة. مسك عصاية في النص ده بوري ما إنما رجال. Because they called us cowards. Enough. خلاص ما في تاني كلمة coward they do له. Let's prove it. Palestinians and Israelis, when they come in their issue, they do not talk about أنا إحنا أبناء إبراهيم. They talk about I'm Palestinian and he's Israel, or I'm Israeli and this Palestinian. ما في زول قاعد يمسك عصاية في النص عشان يقعد في جيروسلم. كل زول قاعد define who they are. So let us define ourselves from this time. لو أنتوا لسه ما to define, then we're always going to be in that circle. But again, let the bully stop, because this bullying coming from the people and the Aston, they don't see the interest. Ma yaw indana waniga jua hinak, indana Lomoro, indana nas Lobong, indana nas Munu hinak, the Western Equatoria. All these people are playing with the regime. Ahana tabani min wara. So I will stop here. But the fursa, the brother. Yes, sir.
Let me, talk to our brother here who is from Equatorial Manibe. Manibe, it has my quest Galifi Gabal Tana Equatorial Uganda, or if Kenya, or if Kun Gabal Vita Congo. Otani, no swan, Tana Ginumu moment. Yel Tana Ginumu moment. Rojal the Aquana Vita Ginumu moment. Arta gisilu boda taki adaki controlo ita mendo mahalta hawas and them sibaro le tigere le terja fibele vita galma resources taki gamule exploitation fogo le development vita dinka wa barghazal wa sunu wa Upper Nile ita lisa neutral fide ita baamul sunu ka neutral. Shukran.
كلامنا ما كلام بس دقيقة بس أنا دير كلام لتشارلز جروز ده وهلقى ملوبو حاجة في باركازار بيبو بيوت في يوغندا بيبو بيوت في أسا يومين ده منجيري في رواندا ده أو في وأكل بس أكل بطنات كبار أكل وشراب وجاني مع الكولوجين بس في هوتيلات ما في حاجة قاموا بقروش قروش ده حرام ولا بلد تمون ديفلوب بلد فاضي يا شهر 12 رئيس تمون ده لقى تمون تمام وروح هناك زيارة كانوا ودي كان billions of dollars كده لريجن لمحلات تمون ده كده ديفلوب كده عمل فوق ديفلوبمنت وروح هناك وطلع disappointment شهر 12 نزلوا عملوا دينا في بيت تطول somewhere هناك في ناس من ناس تنا دروا هناك ياو بوري لنا رئيس لقيتو من تمام قال انا ودي لتكون قروش تكون ولا درابي نوبل تكون ما درابي محلات تكون بس تكون دراجيري بيو بيت في نيروبي بيو بيت في يوغندا ابينا مارا هيدي في جوبا لسه تكون مارا في Equatorians يوم itakom bijali go amarat de kuli takom bisibu wala takom bikasur falata kal takom gidala sakit lisa Equatoria magum le takom abu tegia gina di zere abu tegia pana numoni nak zere haja tani ma fi hinak ya akhui ya Charles ma fi haja gurush ta haram gurush ta dom magi geni maga mulubo haja iyalto mon kulu majanin bes asrubu merisa dugu sila fo bilel kulu fi jojuba ma fi haja jere fi Nairobi amulu foda bes ma fi haja na gurush gi terte suma they are bes alana der wonis fogo ma fi gurush wala mon gi develop bele tomon ma fi haja na bes ayno kotal fi awilde ayno kot shukran so malish fi mogata lakin bes de haja lana deri dafe ma fi gurush tani develop wo bele tomon ma fi
Shukran sister. Majata harami debo sulugura beteriga makwes. Right? Robert Nzata put to development program. You know? Kala na asuma kere min manibe. Kelo relena what can he do as somebody neutral? Woza to halo wo ajade kwa jalo ulizo neutral. Halo wo kanuswan wogi kurajil kukun kev. Kanuswan ma kukun neutral. Come on brother manibe.
Okay, Charles. Thank you. Yeah, I'm a good ana nitro, but it out of the dunya, people do things in a different way of doing it. And as I told you, I said before, this pains some of us even more. But because we cannot put it in social media, we are in a place where sometimes you will not be on social media throughout. And I agree with you fully, and I'm also working on it on my own way. You will just feel the result when the time comes. There, the simple answer I will give you, I'm also doing the same thing you are doing, and you will also feel the result when it comes to the light. Thank you.
Okay, Jama. I tell you, wala shana darwanu sa shana na fi area ko isma fogo mushkila fi internet bas kan tan tasmo tan ko dilana 10 daqiqa wala 5 daqiqa girana
Go ahead.
Why? Manimbe, fi kalam itakalim I don't really understand. Fana der gereta clear kalam. Itakalim binu masalan Equatoria bigata burata jata Congo tijata nani. What do you mean by that? Direct clarify for that. Do you think Equatorian masalan mabak dergeni bara mabukun nation benafsu? Fadal.
Okay. What I mean, it's not Equatorian deciding, but this is the information in social media is what we are discussing. I'm saying there is a word we heard. Zama sahina anabi wants SSOMA or NAS.
Matugule Jono Cheng ejek Matugule Jono Cheng dana Jono Cheng dasan biji baya hawa. Bes kande Jono Cheng dismiss
No. It is not Jonah Chan. This is the letter written to the president. I want maybe you people have not got it. The letter written to the president that Equatorians are willing to separate from South Sudan. If those are the two options, if Equatorians will not manage to separate from South Sudan as general, there are 4 tribes. I don't want to mention the tribes, but there are 4 tribes who are willing to join Uganda and Kenya. Are you getting? My point here, that's not the will of Equatorians, but that's what has been put on Equatorians. That Equatorians want separate, want separate from South Sudan. The only Equatorians. But if they don't manage, there are 4 tribes which want to move to Uganda and Kenya. That is it.
Shukran, my brother. I really appreciate that. Benefit something, and this is good. حاجة تانية بس عندنا نتكلم لكل nationalists كل separatists. Sometime أنا قدروا فرصة للناس قدروا نسوا. لأننا محتاجين أنفسنا أنا دارين نفسنا أنا دارين هي زول for in this time. And another thing أنا دار كلام بينه brother Manembe, I believe أنت يعني لازم تكون في إيه مجموعة تا Equatoria كان كونوا في issue تا Equatoria أنت بيجا بcontribute لأنه عندنا issue هنا عندنا أغنام هنا في diaspora هنا أمون بيكلم أمون national أمون بيكلم أمون South Sudanese nationalists أمون South Sudanese unionists أمون شغالين حاجات سواتا. So أنا هنا في Western world هنا we really working hard في مشكلة أنا تا Equatoria مشكلة عارف تتنا. أنا هنا كي تلا في إيه محل أنا ما كونسو يجيني في محل واحد بسواتات بحاجات دل أنا كونسو أنا كيشتغل زي ما هو كنت أنا هنا radical was saying a lot of stuff أنا جناسوما لكن بس شبكة هي كتا معي فجريتا كون كمان paying attention on this جريتا كون في كل room تا Equatorians تمان كلم في مشكلة تا Equatoria فده حاجة لاندر contribute فربنا جريتا كون ميتا كون كله. شكرا أنا كريجا سوغو.
Thank you. في حاجة واحد ده نسأل member because هو فتكلم كلام ده. And I want to warn our Equatorian carefully. Since we start talking about separation as Equatorian, في a lot of disinformation coming from the enemy. زي أنا قلت لك حتى في جروب بتاع معارضة بيجي بيستخدموا لغة اللغة عشان entice Equatorian into not separating. يعني يديكم تخويف. This is what they call scare tactic. It's part of this game or mechanism game that they use to confuse and to put fear on the enemy. And it's used by the enemy against their other opponent or the other enemy. So right now they're using these things. And then I could like Haja, Mr. Membe. Whatever these jokers, I never call them jokers and clowns who think they can just say that word. Or they went to the president and send letter لو ما في something happen ولتر ده ورا هناك انه في قبائل 4 قبائل في Equatoria هاي go to Uganda. Do you know that these tribes in قاعدين في Uganda that they don't even want to be part of Uganda? Those people over there, they're not even given any. You think they are happy, but I don't want to go far. Just want to tell you, Equatorian need more chances. As in that dictator is Museveni guide for Uganda. This man, he's doing his part. Even though I okay. Yeah.
It and what Manibe is doing. The policy Tadinka. Also, Jenny, my policy of dividing Equatorians. What Jenny, my propaganda Galifi Arba Gabal, Equatoria, they join Kenya, ma Zulu, ma Uganda. Imagine this. Ogala na madero riga minajere. Mine ajere. Mine Upper Nile. Isim Tanzania data kutu sake. So tell us
I will send you the document.
I'll the win.
Anna Brasso later, Charles. I will send you.
I want the paper too.
I'm lying.
Send me the paper too, please.
Yeah, I will send you.
Mafi Equatoria Equatorians zatu walgadini nakma yalum gadini hano min Ugandin. Even the northern Uganda nas gulu gallo belek dakan is stable munderin adle South Sudan. Lakin besha shantaban hasa de belek de ya humu lakbaz zele. Ugandin zatu Ugandini au malian fi juba jero min Museveni. Mafi shogol hinak. Istiglal ta Junuba Sudan ya abinubo Uganda de. Uganda they develop the gurus to South Sudan ya jama. Uganda can nothing. Zealot mafi ayi haja fi Uganda. Museveni gallo, you need the money, you need the work, you need to establish your life. Go to South Sudan.
Radical. Yes. Separatists. Ugandans our neighbors. Kenyan our neighbors. We don't want to influence a policy that think ade alkija divide in ade. Ma ni bede oja jamolo gija kutu jidu kuwa le propagandista SSOMA wa eizol al majenge who are against Equatoria to give them powers and exactly this is what our sister right here Bismarck brother. Manibe, it is a propaganda to energize the energy of enemies of Equatoria to fight Equatorians on a legal and legitimate ground, and especially a way of getting a special aid from Kampala. We, Manibe, I don't
honestly,
want to really,
honestly, we shouldn't,
okay.
Uncle Charles, we should not even listen to this guy. And I mean, number one, why are you playing two-face? First, you guys tell us we're Ugandan, we're Kenyan, we're Congolese, get out, get out. Now you're saying there is 3 tribes that wants to join. What do we think? So we can join into that fight and fight. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, guys, so I'm gonna mute myself. My background.
Okay. Thank you. We will continue. Oh, Charles, I shall continue to the next. Yeah, go ahead if you want to add something, and then want to give a chance to James and Martin. Thank you. Okay, I don't see Mr. Charles able to speak. Oh, okay. Okay, I thought maybe you want to say something before not the first of the James.
What I'm saying that this is just a propaganda. They can use some Equatorians to say that, or they have been forced, to say that. So, but this is not true.
I agree totally, because احنا قاعدين define ourselves as Equatorian ما as a قبيلة زي Upper Nile and بحر الغزال. So this is complete propaganda, and أنا عارفين الجيم ده وده ما جديد. بعدين Equatoria ده in the history تا ما بدأ امبارح. So let's go ahead with Mr. James, Brother James, and then later Mr. Martin. Thank you for joining us.
دقيقة بس إتيكا دقيقة Brother James. So أنا ده نوري هنا حاجات الكل قاعدين يطلعوا قالي قبائل وشنو. That's the first statement. أول حاجة كان قبيلة ديل مثلا قالوا هم ماشيين في يوغندا ولا ماشيين كينيا. إلا كان بيكون مثلا أنا إيكوتوريين من زمان we don't get along. عندنا حركات ده بشكل ما ده بشكل ما ده، لكن ما حصل اليوم في تاريخ إيكوتوريا إلا كان بيجي زمان احنا طلعنا من إيكوتوريا جينا خرطوم وجينا هسه ياهو في أمريكا ده، لكن عندنا لسه كونكشن ورا هناك. حتى زمان أنا كنت قاعدة في خرطوم، أنا بمشي كل شهر كل بشهرين أنا بمشي جوبا بشوف أمي لأنه حاجة ريفيوز أبا يقعد في خرطوم. جا قاعد في خرطوم كده قال لا راجي ياهو كمان كل شهر أنا بمشي بطمن عليها. ما حاسة اليوم أنا شفت سميت بأنه قال لتوكا قام من هنا ماشي شكل مامادي، ولا مادي قام من هنا ماشي شكل باتشولي، ولا باري قام من هنا ماشي شكل مادي. احنا ما عندنا حاجات بتاع شكل بتاع ترايب ده وحترت في ترايب ده، احنا ما عندنا. ما حصل اليوم عندنا قبيلتنا. انا دي تربيت في جوبا في مع بنات، احنا تربينا سوا. انا ما بعرف قبيلتهم شنو. قبيلتنا كان في جوبا حلة بتاعنا، دي بنات اطلع برا، دي ناس هاي ملكال، دي ناس هاي موظفين، دي ناس هاي كبات، دي ناس هاي مونيكي، ودي ناس سينايدا ناس كاتور. ما بنعرف قبيلتنا خالص. اما لو ما دارين نسمي باسامي احيانا، احنا قاعدين نسمي نفوسنا ان عيال تجوبه بامبات تجوبه اولاد تجوبه. ده حاجات انا اتربيت فوقه، ولغايه ما انا رجعت في جوبا ده لقيت لسه عيالنا بيقولوا زي بيكونوا هم كلهم متخاطفين. انا بقول لكم يا جماعه انتوا ايكوتوريانس البر هنا ده تكون يا ما يونايت، تكون يا ما يونايت، تكون يا شكله، تكون يا عنده too much bullshit. لكن ايكوتوريان يعود هناك واقفين سايد تو سايد كلمتهم واحد بس. كان بيجا ما في طريقة أننا بيسافرت، ما في طريقة وأننا بيسافرت، وإحنا قاعدين جاهز ما بنعطاك أي زور. لكن البيجينا زي الجال نوير ده إحنا بندافع نفسنا جوا هنا، ما ماشيين خلا. قالوا ما حنمشي غابات، الغابات ده ما لنا الغابات ده خليناه لانه قاعد في غابات جدودنا قاعد في غابات حياتهم كله لكن الجنريشن الحسن ده قال هم ما ماشيين غابات قاعدين جوا هنا بيضاف نفسهم جوا عشان كده ده كله بولشيت زول الما ماشي في جوا حاجات ما في زول بيكتب حاجه بس متى بتقوم كده بس بيكالا زي او سيبريتيست كلام او كلام سيبريتيست بيجي جا سيريس وكده كده نكتب حاجه كده تقوم تخش بس في كمبيوتر هناك اعمل لك فوم هناك بس تطلع وتوالي تقوم قال يا عوده زي ده. This is all bullshit. ما في حاجه زي ده. اول حاجه ان قبائل ايكوتوريا we getting along to each other. يعني رغم انه حكومه ده دار يفتن عمل فتنه بين امامنا ديل في سنتر ايكوتوريا هنا لكن قادر يصالحوا وحسا كويسين. وكمان يهو عملوا فتنه في ويسترن ايكوتوريا بين ناس نونو كومبا ما ناس باكاسورو وديل ناس منو زيمبردا ولا زيمانا ده يهو زمان كات الشيب بتاعهم ده مش صالحوا فهم غايزين بيجوا ما دايرين يعني هم كان دايرين عملوا فتنه كبير في ايكوتوريا عشان ايكوتوريا يقاتلوا بعض. حتى بقبيله امي ده كلم ناس مورو ايتو يا ناس مورو ديل ناس ويسن ايكوتوريا ناس زاند ديل شالوا هنا ما دايرين يدوا لكم السلطه مفروض يخطوا نائب الحاكم ده من مورو لكن ما ادوا لكم وانتوا شاكلوا وانتوا عملوا وانتوا سووا. انا مشيت جوبا وروني حاجات كتير لكن اهلومي قال احنا ما بنشاكل في السلطه خلهم يشيلوا. كان شالوا زاند شالوا ده لسه في ويسترن ايكوتوريا ونحن بيكونوا قاعدين في كاونتي حقنا هنا في موندري ما عندنا مشكله احنا ولا بنشاكل كلام كرسي ولا دايرين كده. هم حاولوا ما قادرين. حتى خط الزول ده شالوا عمي انكل جلاله برا من هنا بتاع ده بتاع غافنا ده جابوا كاكوا ده ايمانويل عادل ده عملوا كده مع عمي عشان عمي تشاكل وباري يقول كده هاي دي خطو كاكوا اللي يعملوا زي لكن ما في زول دير شكله. احنا ما بنشاكله كرسي كده بيمشي يعني زي كوره زي مباراه غالبا وين المباراه غالب شنو كده بعربي ده انا يساعدني يا جيمس
الغالب والمغلوب مش الغالب والمغلوب انا ما اعرف
يا الغالب المغلوب ده هنا بتاع كراسي بتاع ده كده بتاع جنوب السودان ده كيرنا من يقوم من بتاعه كده في راسه دي سي ديجري يو فاير سو كرسي ده ولا اي زول ما في خلي ما تكون اسمع حاجات اللي بيقولوا يا اخي جنوبيين هناك ما متوحدين. انا را مشيت انا شفت بعيني ايكوتوريانز متوحدين قاعدين يتاتفوا بيتكلموا في قضايا بتاعهم هناك. كان في تحت الشجره كان في محل بار كان وين كان في بيوتهم ما بقى ما قاعدين يخلوهم عشان يقعدوا في محلات كده شله امنين توالي بيجوا بيمشي في بيوت ناس بقوا في بيوت بيدسكاس what can we do. قبائل كله تا ايكوتوريا يعني زي قواد الزمان هنا قاعدين نقربا في جوبا هنا نرابا كله سوا فجلوبا ريبا كايا شنو جوبا ده كله يهو بيلمنا. لكن انت لو دير تعرف ده فلان ده من وين زمن كريسماس تشوف مريدي يي باسات ماشين نيمولي توري لندن ناس مسافرين يا انت بتيجي تعرف قال يعني فلان دي ترى من كده ترى ناس فلان دي من توري ترى ناس فلان دي من كده شفت ده يهو هنا الروح اللي احنا تربينا بو في جوبا هناك. سو ده حاجات الكل قاعدين يكتبوه وإيكوتوريان بعدين بعمل كده ده كله ماجينيشن بتاعه. ده حاجات قادرين يعملوا في دماغ بتاع الناس عشان يقولوا بانه ايكواتوريا ده لو سيبريت دي سيم مشكله حصل القاعد يحصل في جنوب السودان ده في قبيله بيجي بعمل دومينيشن القبيله الكبير ده منو زاندي وزاندي بيجي بعمل كده. تنبورا ده مكان جا تنبورا لما جا في حكومه تنبورا في 80 هنا ده تنبورا كان عمل شنو؟ تنبورا ما من ويسترن ايكواتوريا لكن تنبورا كابينت بتاع تنبورا ده كله تكرجات حسيت عملت فوق جوجل تلقى قبائل ايكواتوريا ده كله هنا ya foko nas James Loro nas Lawrence Modito nas Ajukur Nyang Lupai nas Munu nas Camilo Dongo nas Yatu ديل كله نايدا ناسنترالينا أوريكا ديل كله قبائل تا إيكواتوريا ديل كله جوا فيش كان شكله هم كان شكله ده بولشيت. بس انتوا ارجعوا في تاريخ تا إيكواتوريا تا رؤساء حقنا تا إيكواتوريا ده بس شوفوا كان عندهم تاريخ قبل كده هم شاكلوا مع بعض. ده sick and tired. هذا بس عشان ما في opportunity، ما في freedom of expression، ما في freedom of movement. حتى لو انت عندك party بتاعك ذاته انت ما بتقدر تعمل practice في جوجوبا هناك. ياهو بس for example نديكم ياهو IO رياك ده رياك is in the prison. بيتا رياك ده غوردونو كله زري باساكر رياك ما بقدر طالع رياك بيطالع ببرميشن. دي دولة ناسنا متوحدين هناك بس هنا البر هنا ده يا هم قاعدين يتوحد بنشاكلوا مع بعض نشاكلوا مع بعض في جوا هناك انا لقيت في إيكواتوريان بيسابورت IO في إيكواتوريان بيسابورت IG في لكن قاعدين سوا بنناقشوا بقول يا جماعه قول لحكومتكم ده والله حكومتكم ده طلع عيننا والله حكومتكم ده عمل كده والله كده شفتها. لكن ما في زول شاكل زول. فده كله كلام فارغ بقى. إيكواتوريانز القاعدين برا هنا ده والله انتوا ذاتكم ما عندكم موضوع بتجنكم بس درامات وبروباغندا وبس فوس ستيتمنت وزول بقوم من هناك بيجي بكتب حاجات اوراق وبس بقعد بنشر في السوشيال ميديا عشان يعمل ديستراكشن لناس اللي هم شعب. بصراحه كده عندنا نقول لكم فويس بتاع سيبريشن ده مش قاتل ناس هنا بس قاتل دينكا ذاته جوا هناك. دينكا ذاته ما دير شباب بتاع جامعات عديل زي ما شباب تا نسعب نايل وبرغزال شباب تا إيكواتوريا في جامعة جوبا عديل كده قاعدين يعمل ندوات بقولوا عديل كده لو قوات ده بطريقة ده ما قاعدين نلقى شغل ما قاعدين يقابلوا يالنا في جامعة جوبا هنا بسبرت we will separate. كان قوات ده بطريقة ده يعني احنا بنعمل separation بنسبرت إيكواتوريا برا بنسبرت إيكواتوريا. لا إيكواتوريا ما بكون دولة. إيكواتوريا ما بتاع إيكواتوريا ما دي ما بتاع بلجم بلجيك ما لنا ما بني separate. What is wrong about that? We can separate because we are tired living with South Sudanese people together. We don't want to be abused. Thank you. Thank
you. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something. Radical kalam take sah. Like, ana even sister take bir kan kelim ana James Tombra taban beto kan gida mamarat na tuwali. You know, ana kan get mamarat. O kan gali, you know, fi zaman da gal James Tombra ozol hadi galo bes berida to tabligo gita la fi zala tinako. You know, obes bidora jito be kora. Mati haja kan ge hassle yani. The way Equatorians used to live, he will get out, he will walk in the evening, you know, in his shorts, walking around for exercise, you know, so observing what is happening around, you know. I just wanted to add to you that, you know, it's really true.
أنا جالي 21 سنة. أنا جالي 21 سنة برانا إيكواتوريا. في يوم إيكواتوريا شاكل ما في إيكواتوريا شاكل. لغاية ما ناس هاجروا وناس جروا برا وكده وخلى ناسنا لسه قاعدين ما في زول شاكل لغاية ما SPLM جا دخل في بلد. شوف عليك الله ناس دي.
شكرا شديد.
Thank you. Let's give James a chance. James, thank you. And then welcome, Brother Robert. And yeah, تفضل.
يا شكرا.
I hope انتهيت من شغل ولا لسه؟ انتهيت؟ Okay, that's awesome. Okay.
يا شفتوا يعني الكلام هنا يتقال كله بس احنا هنضيف فيه زيادات. الأخوات ذكروا حقائق التاريخية. الحاجات دي كلها حاصلة في جوبا هناك في الفترة السابقة بتاعت حتى لحد الفترة ما قبل 2005 الإكواتوريين عايشين في محبة من الناحية الاجتماعية. يعني أنت لو تكلمت عن الاجتماع مؤكد you are talking about politics لأنه الاجتماع هو السياسة والاقتصاد حيجي فوق هناك. التنظيم ده حيكون سياسة. ده حاجات مفاتيح معروفة في أي محل ما جنوب السودان براه. يلا الإكواتوريان من قديم الزمان التاريخ ذاته بيقول يعني الأخوات ذكروا هنا وأي زول عارف الحقيقة التاريخية دي ما حصل قبل كده نزاعات مثلا بتاعت قبائل، مثلا القبيلة الفلانية مثلا أشولي مشى ضرب وما عارف ديدينجا، ما عارف ديدينجا ما مشى ضرب زاندي، ما عارف ناس باري مشى ضرب ولا قوايا، ما في كلام زي ده، نحن ما سمعناه على الإطلاق. إذا في مشاكل بيكون في مشاكل بتكون فردية ودي بتحصل بين أي ناس، ده شيء طبيعي جدا جدا، وده تاريخ نحن نفتخر به وقاعد. الإخوة اللي كان بيتكلموا في بعض المنتديات قبل شوية وأنا خليل لحد هسه بيتكلموا، هم أنت أصلا لو إنسان سياسي البيزك بتاع بوليتكس أنك أنت تقول الحقائق بالذات في الحقائق التاريخية، وإذا حاولت تعمل بها بروباغندا أنت يعني ما حتقدر تقول زول، حتى لو أنت سياسي بارع أنت سياسي شاطر، فالحقائق دي الناس شايفينها بعيونها. يعني تحجيب حاجة من وين؟ من حقك أنك تقول، يعني إحنا ما في زول بيقول يا زول أنت ما تقول كده، لكن أنت بتدعي أنك أنت تقدر تجيب للناس مثلا تطلع الناس من الإشكال هسه الناس فوق ده، وأنت هو تتكلم في حاجات تانية، ده ما يهد بالستاندرد ديسيجن ذاته، ده الكيل بمعيارين واضح قدامنا، واللي بيعملوه منه صراحة بيعملوا ناس معينين في جنوب السودان حقنا ده. I don't want to mention their name. هم نفرين البلد دي وقاعد يعملوا حاجات دي. نمرة 3 حقهم ذاك بيقولوا أنا سعودي جايز، هو ذاك ما عنده مشكلة مع الزول، هو مشكلته بس ما داير أحمد ده يحكم، لكن مع باقي الناس وما عنده مشكلة. نحن نقول الحقائق، لكن المشكلة بقى في نفرين أحمد وحاج أحمد بيشاكلوا مع بعض. هسه النزاع الدار قبل في الميديا ده تراشق بين مجموعتين، فصلوا فلان وما فصلوا فلان. طيب الدخل إكواتوريان هنا شنو في النزاع ده؟ إذا الناس دير ما كذابين ومنافقين، ده نوع من النفاق السياسي واضح جدا جدا. وانتوا استنوا السؤال بيفرض نفسه، الناس دير لازم تجيب علاقة فصل. الزول اللي اسمه جونجران ده من ريال اس بي ال علاقته شنو بالإكواتوريان؟ 4 مرات في بوليتيك في حقائق، ما كل حاجة بروباغندا، ما كل حاجة يكون فيه محايلة. العلاقة شنو يعني؟ احنا دارين نعرف إذا هم عاملين فيها مثلا رب السياسة زي ما هم بيدعوا، خلاص يجيبوا لنا سؤال، قول لنا العلاقة بين الفصل بتاع جونجران والإكواتوريا شنو؟ ما في علاقة هنا. نحن نقبل الحقائق التاريخية. في حاجة تانية لأي زول أنه داري يعرف أنه الحقائق يحصل ده شيء ما جديد، نرجع للتاريخ. نرجع للتاريخ، التاريخ القريب ده كان مال بعيد. لما كان الجنوب قسم ل3 أقاليم، مكاتب التنسيق اللي كان في الخرطوم هناك الميزانية بتطلع من وزارة المالية موحد. الناس دي ودوا قروشهم وين؟ ما كلها كان قضوها فساد. كوست دي تشهد، والخرطوم دي تشهد. مدير التنسيق بتاع الاستوائية أنا ما دار أذكر اسمه لأنه بعض مرات للأمانة بتاعت التوثيق أنت ما تذكر أسامي الناس سنبلة، لكن as a public figure أنت ممكن تقول الوظيفة بتاعته. بعد ده الناس يمشوا يفتش يعمل ريسيرش يعرف زول ده. مدير التنسيق كان بتاع مكتب الاستواء كان ساكن في الديم ده، الديم الحي الشعبي ده في يوم الشرقية جالوس. صح ولا ما صح؟ كلنا نحن نعرف الكلام ده يا رادي. كان قاعد في بيت جالوس عادي، عنده عربيه لاند كروزر بيك اب اولاد الحله بيلزوا له. يوم كان بيضحك يقول يا اسمع عمك ده بكرافيته بتاعته سمعنا قالوا زول ده زول يعني زول رها. ده بيوري كيف انه هو كان القروش اللي بيستلمها كان بيستخدمها في القنوات الصحيحه، شكل رواتب للناس في جوبا هناك وخدمات وكذا، عز ايام الحرب في التسعينات.
دقيقه بس يا مسندر نقول لك حاجه هو عمله. طبعا ايام الكوتات اللي في التنسيق الحكومه بتاعت البشير كان بيطلع قوطه بتاعت سكر وبنزين ل3 ولايات. يلا حقنا هو بيشيلوا بيعملوا شيبينج من كوستي هنا ببوابير ياهو لما كوستي خلاص شاري هنا ده قفل ياهو بيعملوا هجوم لبابور بقى في طيارات الترنسريبيا كارغو ده ياهو بينقل لنا سكر وهركليس وده اللي بينقلوا بنزين حقنا هناك. يلا أهلنا الطيبين الياهو 2 ولايات ديل بتاعهم ده بيبيعوا كله في السوق هنا، بيبيعوا حاجاتهم كله في الخرطوم هنا بس ياهو منهم ترمبة حجازي ولا ترمبة حجازي ده بتلقى أولادهم كله هنا، وفي ترمبة تاني بيقولوا ترمبة شنو كده كمان، تشوف أولادهم ديل ماسكين يا زول في السوق العربي هناك قروشهم ده حاجاتهم ده كله بيشتتوا، لكن حقنا إيكواتوريا بنوديه في جوبا عشان أنا داير نقول لكم إيكواتوريين ريسبونسبل كيف. وزمن ده كان ياهو كله قبائل بتاع إيكواتوريا ده كله ياهو في تنسيق هنا في عمارات في شهر 61. شكرا.
يا شكرا جزيلا جدا جدا يا اختي راديكال. انا داير اهنا معلش انا I don't want to insult people، لكن داير نوري اهنا بعض الإيكواتوريين مثلا كانوا في مثلا في دول في مناطق ثانيه، يعني ده ما عيب. الانسان بعض مرات الحروب دي ما بتشرد الناس، ان احنا we have to learn history. يهودا اخذنا راديكال قالت الكلام واضح، ازعل اي كاتولي بيقول الكلام ده. كان الكوتات دي بتاع الغريمه الثانيه دي بتتباع في كوستي، حق الايكاتوريين كان بيشحن من كوستي. يهو يوم الناس سبيلي بقى يهاجموا البواخر بقت تحول بالشركه بتاعت عازه. انا بتذكر كان وفي واحد باش مهندس ذاته من ناس ايكاتوريا ذاته، انا بقول اسمه فري زكي، كان قاعد برضه في الدم. الزول ده كان هو باش مهندس بتاع طيران، كان شغال في عازه. كل يوم كان بيجي يقول لي يجيب للناس بعمرات طلبيات من جوبا هناك، حاجات اللي بيجيبوها من الجنوب هناك. كان بيودي حاجات الكوتات بتاعت الاستوائيه دي كلها هناك. زيد على ده ان احنا نعمل احصائيه استاتيكا. البيوت اللي في احياء مثلا زي الرياض والمنشيه حتى الكويس ذات ما من الساهل، حتى ليلوندو ذاته انت عشان تكون عندك بيت هناك ملك لابد انك انت تكون كنت تاجر يا من اسره وارثه قروش. العمل الوظيفي او مهما كان شنو ما حيخليك تقدر تشتري بيت هناك ناهيك من عماره. شوف الناس اللي كانوا ساكنين في الحتات دي يا جماعه، الناس دي هو ناس منه يا ما ممكن يسوقونا بالخلا. انا ممكن اجامل زول سياسيا تحت مسمى الايس، تحت اي مسمى، لكن الحقائق ما ممكن. الحاجه كعب حقك ده تجي تحطه في راسي انا اجي اقبله منك عشان انت تكون الايس معاي. ما في العلوم السياسيه حاجه اسمها الايس انت تجيب الحاجه حقك كعب تجي تقول لي لا تشيري. دي ما حقائق. احنا كلنا قاعدين في الروم ده او قاعدين في دياسبرا، حتى انكلودين الناس اللي جايين من ايست افريكا ديل، الكلام ده حاصل بالريكورد مقتضي. وده راديكال قال الكلام جزء منه and people are working on it. يلا ناس عندهم تاريخ زي ده انت تقبل منه انه يجي يقول لك لازم انت هو تسمع كلامي؟ هل الايكاتوريين هو كان قالوا لهم امشي بيعوا حاجاتكم دي في كوستي او اسرقوا القروش اختلصوها مع التجار الجلابه هنا بيعوها ولا عملوا بها سمسر؟ هل الايكاتوريين كان جزء منه؟ يا جماعه نحن ما نقول الحقائق، نحن نقول الحقائق، لانه السياسه حاجه والحقيقه حاجه ثانيه. وما في حاجه في بوليتيك اسمه انه انا اقوم اعمل شيرنج بحاجاتك النو جود. انا ممكن اعلمك حاجات او انت تشتري مني حاجات كويسه وانا اشيل برضه حاجات منك كويسه. اوف كورس برضه الكاتوريان عندهم عيوب في نتعلم برضه منك. المشكله وين؟ لكن تقول لي تفرض لي فرض، تقول لي انت لازم تمشي معاي وتتكلم نفس اللغه انا اللي بتكلمها. حتى لو دريت انه هسه زي اخونا كان هنا اللي اسمه منابه ده له كل الاحترام اي ريسبكت هيم، قال في كتيب طلع ورقه قال 4 كوميونيتيز دارين يمشوا يوغندا وكينيا. دي ناس منهم ماشيين يوغندا وكينيا ديل ما يذكروا اساميهم، وانت ماشي يوغندا وكينيا. يا اخي اليوغنديين ديل
جيمس
يس
انا داير اتذكر انت لو تتذكر عمر البشير عمل هناي لدانا من جابوه في جرايد كله مارتن ملوان باوي غاصه بمليون وكم نمن كله في جرايد في التلفزيون. انت لو مذكر في كم وتزاين هنا شوف إغاثة جايبينه إغاثة عشان يودوه في برغزال باعوا.
يس حقيقة كل يس مارتن ملوار برضو يس كان اشترك في اختلاس كبير. إذا الناس مشت في جريدة الأيام إذا في جوجل هسه حاليا بيلقوا الحاجات دي في فترة التسعينات. 2 وحدة السوشيال فابريك بتاع الإكواتوريان كان في بيت في العشرة بتاع واحد ضابط شرطة اسمه سوكا. البيت ده كان تتذكري صح؟ في العشرة
تذكر سياتو سوكا تم كده كان ماسك الجنوبي.
اكزاكتلي. يلا البيت ده كان فيه ناس المرحوم برضه الشرطة يوحنا سوكا هو من أبناء البارية زميل توماس سيريلو. وحكى لنا كان بيحكي انه هو زميل توماس سيريلو. والبيت ده ذاته انا مره جيت فيه وانا صغير الناس قاعد يتكلموا توماس سيريلو كان هنا هسه ما اعرف ايش ولا على كنيسه وشنو شنو شنو ده. باولو ده ذاته واللي اسمه سوق ده الحسي ابونا ده الزول ده باي ذا
ناس باولو انت مذكر لما باولو هم مع لواني ضربوا ولد بتاع نوبه في الديم ده في الحفله
في الديم جمسنا من ميلان.
يس بس ياهو
ومنه مشى نيروبي صح؟
دانيال ناس ديل كان كله ضباط بتاعنا اولادنا الجنوبيين. ناس فرايدي طبعا هم جسم بتاعت اندرمان في الجوازات. يلا سياتو دانيال يلا لوسو مدير بتاعت مايو شرقي بتاع مايو ده نقطة بتاع مايو ده بقول له شنو جسم المايو ده كان ناس لوسو كلوكي لا كان ياهو ماسك. يلا ناس مولانا سوكا وديل ماسكين بتاع الصحافة ده هنا في الجسم الجنوبي هم ناس بيشوب باول شفتها ديلو كان ياهو ناسياتو دانيال لازارو ديلو كان كل ياهو يالنا بتاع ضباط بتاع بوليس من إيكواتوريين هم كان ياهو كله ماسكين هنا ده الجسم الجنوبي وبتاع الصحافة ده. ويلا ياهو لوسك هنا في مايو ياهو كان كله بيمشي بميشا كده كله بيمشي بيت سوكا ده في عشرة اللي تناديت اسمه في عشرة
يا راديكال الإكواتوريين هناك والله العظيم ما تقدر تعرف زول انه ده القبيله حقه شنو. مع كل الناس تلقى ده اسمه جيمس ده اسمه فيليب ده اسمه ما اعرف جاستس ده اسمه انت ما تقدر صمتان من النيم انت ممكن تعرف من الافريكا النيم تقدر تعرف الزول ده من وين. لكن ده ما مهم اصلا. لكن الناس كانت قاعده يعني بمحبه. حتى من جينا مثلا دياسبرا ده جينا عبر محطات جا من مصر جا من لبنان جا من سوريا كان في محبه الناس لحد حاليا.
حتى لو العرب شفت حتى اولاد العرب اللي كانوا يتربوا معانا في ديل يا ناس محمد لوندو بيتهم في الصحافه ده اولاد الجنوبيين ديل ما كله كان بيمشوا يعني احنا كلنا بنمشوا هناك بيعملوا لنا حفله يقوموا يعزمنا كلنا ايكواتوريين وكنا كان كله قبائل مختلفه. لكن ما حصل قلنا يا اخي هنا لما نتلاقوا كده نقول اوه يال تجوبي جا خلاص يال تجوبي ليمو شفتها. يلا مرات في بيت دانيال في حسين يعني كان ما في قبلية شفتها ان احنا قاعدين وقوتات بيطلع وبيشيلوا قوتات حقنا بيودوا. لكن حق الجماعة الطيبين بيبيعوه وباعوا بيوت كله فاركويت وفي الطايف سايقين احسن عربات وخلى اهلهم هنا درجة الإغاثة كله بيبيعوه.
بس يا راديكال عشان ندي فرصة لآخرين ان احنا سردنا تاريخ مهم جدا قلناه ده بيوري انه السوشيال فابريك بتاع الإكواتوريان قوي. الحياه المدنيه بتاعتهم اعلى من باقي الجنوب السودانيين الثانيين. حتى جلابه ذاته لما الجنوب قبل الجنوب ينفصل الانتلكتوال بتاعه ما نحن لما نقول الانتلكتوال ما بنقول الانتلكتوال زي حقنا حق الجنوب ده اللي هو كل الناس ترايبوليست للاسف الشديد. احنا الناس كلهم ترايبوليست الانتلكتوال حقنا انا داير اقرب المعنى انه الانتلكتوال الجلابه قال الجنوب ده ما حيقدر يعيش في امان ما لم يحكموا إيكاتوريا، وده اكزاكتلي هسه هو الحاصل حاليا قدامنا ده. يلا لما يجي ناس مثلا يجي يقولوا يا اخي نحن كلنا سوا في الشيل كويس وفي الشيل كعب، يا اخي ربنا ذاته ما قال كده، ربنا ذاته خلق الناس ما قال كده. لكن anyway انا حقيقي هنا انا دائما بميل للجانب بتاع التحليل السياسي. ان احنا اذا اصل الامر لو بقى كده ان احنا نقوم نقبل الحاجات دي. والله صراحه يا اتك انا اقول لك شيء، ان احنا كايكاتوريا ما في مشكله. let us accept this situation ونيجي نشوف نتيجته شنو. ما لانه الحاجات دي قاعده تتكرر من 55 1955 1972 1983 2005 نفس السيناريو باختلاف الاشخاص. لكن نحن ما دارين الحاجات دي تتكرر. لكن اذا نحن بارينا الناس ديل if you follow them هم دارين يسوقونا بنفس النفق. يا جماعه نحن نقبل الحقائق، ما مشكله. الحكايه ما تنافس في الميديا هنا للتظاهر، انا تبع ناس فلان، انا جاي مع ناس فلان، ناس فلان هم مثقفين. الناس ديل ما مثقفين. الزول المثقف ما بيكون قبلي. قمه المدنيه انك انت تتنازل عن القبليه والكوميونيتيز. انت طوالي تعرف ان المجتمع ده مجتمع منفتح، لكن سينس وانس انك انت اخترت بقيت زول بتاع مكونات معناته انت ما مثقف. الناس دي الغبليين. انا مزول من كلامي ده. اي زول قولوا دنقلاه وقال الكلام ده. الناس دي الغبليين واضح. احنا ما بنخاف من زول الحقيقه، وانا جاي من كوميونتي ما بيخاف من الموت ذاته. الحق ده بنقوله في عيني زول. الناس دي الغبليين. لو في زول واحد منهم هنا تحت خليه يطلع فوق يجي يقول له يا دنقلاوي نحن غبليين. كيف الجنوب كله غبلي؟ ما كله غبليين.
يا دنقلاوي هم غبليين وطماعين في اللين بتاع إيكواتوريا. دارين كل زول داري يلقى له ارض هناك، يتعرف كل زول داري يعمل له جراب هناك. That's why
دارين يسرقوا هناك ودارين يفتنوا الناس. انتوا بعد ده ما تدوا فرصه. نخلي اي زول إيكاتوري ما نهاجم إيكاتوري زينا حتى لو هو غلط، ده ما وقته. لكن الناس اللي قاعدونا من برا ده ما ظاهر، ده نفاق سياسي ودي فتنه. وكمان الوقت هم اختاروه في التوقيت المناسب. خليهم يمشي يحلوا مشاكلهم هناك. الحروب كلهم قاعد تحصل عندهم هناك. هسه الحرب الاخيره دي بس انا ما حافظ التاريخ بتاعهم. اللي حصل في مدينتهم دي يوم اتضاربوا مع بعض المدينه بقت جابوها في قناه الجزيره بقت خاويه عن عروشها. ده منو كان؟ إيكاتوريين كانوا يسببوا في الموضوع ده. نحن ما نبدا صادقين. ما هم براهم في روحهم دي يشاكلوا الحقائق. بعد ده شفت الحقائق دي بعد ده تتقال. ما في زول يجي يسوق الناس بالخلا يجي يقول ده خطاب بتاع مثقفين وما عارف ده. يقول الثوره التونسيه كان سببها الاساسي بايعتين اسمه البو عزيزي، زول مسكين فقير حان في الشارع بسببه زين العابدين بن علي طلع. ما في زول يجي يخمكم هنا بالخلا يجي يقسم الناس يقول لا 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 ده مثقفين ما عارف النخبه. انت اذا نخبه ليه بالشاكل هناك في بعضك؟ وشكلهم ده ذاته باي ذا واي ما جاي من الكوميونتيز، جاي من الليدر بتاعهم في بعضهم هناك في نصهم. وانا مسؤول من الكلام ده ان احنا نقول الحقائق. واما موضوع التنسيق ده بالنسبه للناس اللي كانوا في ايست افريكا خليهم يزعلوا الناس الثانيين عشان يشرحوا لهم يا حاصل شنو اكزاكتلي. بعد ده الكلام ده حنخط واضح. بعد ده كده حنخط بلاطه يا اديكا. ما دارين نخش في مهاترات مع اخواننا الكاتوريين زينا. شكرا. انا حقيقي
اوكي.
يا اديكا ادي فرصه. انا شايف روبرت فوق هنا وده منو وتاني ده ماركس.
يا انا جاي ادي قبل روبرت في مستر مارتن and then from there Gel Hack or Gel Hack and then Napoleon, but it's like a different writing. Welcome, Mr. Martin, and thank you for joining us. Of course, you know the title in it, Kalamna Anu Debating. It says, just give me a second.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you know, my yeah, you hear me? The topic طبعا قلنا إنه في bullying coming from the group of NAS and SOMA. intimidation tactic, misinformation، حاجات كتير يعني عديناه، وهم بيلعبوا فكروا ده السياسة، حتى بيستغلوا الشخصيات ال unwise enough to see the manipulation, the string that has been hooked on their back, and they're using them as a puppet to play the game. And طبعا they are willing, those kind of group, they're willing to go to the extent to please their masters. So that's why we call these kind of group Uncle Toms, or the people who are willing to be the doormat. They don't care to see the Equatorial solution, or to come to a real solution. It's just they want to parade us around like they are politicians, and all they do is they talk nonsense. Even they critique what they're saying. So it's fadal, and thank you.
Thank you, brother Artika, and all the brothers and sisters up here and people downstream. I just want to thank all of you, and I'm so happy that I can hear the voice of Equatorian today. Very high and sharp, clear.
Thank you.
Yeah, this separately, the word separatist, or let me say, when Equatorians decided to go for separation, it is something that was imposed on them, and compared to what is happening to Equatoria today, if you see it and you feel it, I think we are the most generous people, or one of the generous people on earth. At the time, people are looking at us as the cowards and all that, but we are really not cowards. Me, particularly, those things that I've seen done to Equatoria since 1972 until today, I'm telling you, things could have been even worse, instead of talking like we're discussing here. This could have been gun in our hands, we are shooting each other, we are shooting our enemies. But imagine Equatoria, up to this point, despite of all these things, atrocity being, carried against them, we, the separatists, are still not holding the guns. But otherwise, we have every right to do everything under our power to protect Equatoria and to protect the people of Equatoria and the land of Equatoria, the resources of Equatoria. We are pushed to the wall. This calling for separation, it doesn't just come from a blue. All of you have mentioned even further. You have mentioned those things. And let those who are going against Equatoria, let them be reminded that we are awake and we are ready, and whoever doesn't have a faith in this Equatorial separation kind of movement, that is their problem. But enough is enough. We've seen enough of all these bullyings and all this pushing, tossing us around as a kicking the can on the street. That's not going to be anymore. Tired and sick of that. Equatoria, since the time of Abdelaler, during his first rule, his second rule, until the time of Kokora, until the time of SPLM, and through the liberation struggle, and then from 2005 until today, we never ever received any good responses from our neighbors. We never ever received any, compliments in terms of being as one nation, one people. We are being called names. Some others went as far as saying that we're not Equatorians, we belong to some other countries. Bullyings, massacring of Mondare tribe, Jibalalado, in Ibungu. These are all being done to Equatoria. In 1976, in the Rajalmash market. There was a guy, the director of police, his name is Robert Match. He ordered the Mundari police to beat everybody in the market. I was a very young boy. I've seen that with my own eyes. And one time when the Kokora was effective, so I was trying to go back to the village, and we catch one of the lorries going to Western Equatoria, full of these brothers there in, and a few of our Equatorian boys and girls. I'm telling you, one of these guys from this tribe that are killing us today, I don't know what happened, something spilled, and that guy just start slapping that Equatorian girl just like he just want to kill her. I was very young, I like almost 10 years old or something. I saw it, and my eyes is just like, oh my God, what am I going to do? Leave away those things. But right now, in Eastern Equatoria, in Yei, in Ikaya, in Ilanya, in Andurubo, Moasoko, Kajikeji, all these places, you find a footprint of these guys, their track records of killing us. No, we're not going to keep quiet, because if somebody really who want to live with you side by side as one person, as one people in one country, one nation, no, they're not going to do things like this to you. So we have heard enough of their conspiracies, and they move against us. Because one time I was in Khartoum, one of the chief people told us that, you know, guys, the war with the Arab, when it is off, we have a war with the Equatorians. We have a war with you guys. We're going to chase you out of one Equatoria. Those things are all there. And I think they themselves, they know. So the call for separation has a very, very, very strong principle, you know, is very strong. And they know that. And even if we go through the legal process, we will win the case, because we have enough evidence to show to the world the atrocities and all these things happening in Equatoria. If we really show to the international community, especially the UN, following the legal issues, I think we will win the case. They will allow us to go for a referendum and vote if we want to live together with these people or not. And I think if that comes, and I believe it will come one time. Not sure maybe soon, but one time it's going to come. If these people are still, and I believe they're still going to continue with the crook kind of behavior. So I just want to appreciate this group here who have felt the ill of our enemy, and those who come up with this, that enough is enough. We don't want to continue with living with this kind of people. They have a very, very good point here to make to the international community, and I encourage you guys. The other thing I want to also mention here is we have to continue recruiting telling the Equatorians, so that we recruit those who are still behind, as if they don't feel all these atrocities or all these things that being done to Equatorians. Those ones we really need to recruit them and to let them see the reality of what is happening to Equatoria and to the people of Equatoria, even their soils, so that they can see and they can join the movement, so that we be an independent country, a country that will live there in peace, in harmony, and will continue to build our Republic of Equatoria, or we can give another beautiful name to it. So those from the other parties, I don't know why they will, mess up coming into some movements and trying to degrade or talking ill about it. That is not. I don't think that is a good way. They got separatists. They've seen enough. Enough is enough. We don't want to continue living in this hell. We want to live like another person, freely, without any intimidation, without any killing, without any oppression, without any, torturing. So your call here, brothers and sisters, is very legit. And I just wish that, and I hope you will continue to grow and they don't give up in recruiting a new members, because I've seen people, so many people are blind. I don't know whether they don't see it or because they are being brainwashed or being bought by, through money or something. But we also would like to see back those who really want to join us. We need to recruit them so that we get out of this fire. Thank you so much.
Can I say something?
Right on. Thank you so much, Brother Martin. Thank you.
Martin, I just wanted to say, I wanted to thank you. Just, I know somebody's coming to Agera. I think Ohida is next or something. I just wanted to let you guys know, especially the reason why, just refreshing this room, the reason why particularly we came up with this topic, the bullying them I stopped from somebody. Because originally I had made a topic yesterday or the day before yesterday. I'm afraid the topic is supposed to be for tomorrow, which we are hoping that all of you will come in, and we're gonna have questions and ask why these things are going on and stuff like that. Because Anna witnessed a couple of room, somebody who's not an Equatorian, because just he's a member of SOMA. Not only him alone, but a couple of them, they are going around in different rooms, Dinkadal, and then they're speaking on behalf of Equatorians, and they're silencing the voice, the Equatorians, Gali Equatorians who are speaking about Hajat al-Ahdath al-Gahasil Equatorians. Those people, they don't have the rights to speak, and this is just their opinions. And usually the thing that he doesn't like about these people is just these people always talking about Amululana Zade, Katulana, Repana, no Hajat al Zareda, always Galia complaints to Equatoria, and those things really hurt me. And I felt like this person is not in a position just because or been given a position in us. And I feel Galfina Degi Kida entitled to be Equatorian fully. So when we came up with that topic, I received a bullying, a threat in my inbox. Gal, if I pursue to go with the topic, I will be disowned by all Equatorians, and Equatorians will be turned against Anna, and Anna will have to face the consequences of it. So we come up with this rule, and then that's why we're saying that this bullying must stop, because what we're talking is, it's not something that is about our personal issues, not because but our people who are going through this. So I hope that you guys tomorrow will all come up, and we want to know those people who are grassroots Equatorians and can fight between each other and tahdidat, learn of the consequences, of what he or they have spoken against Equatorians, silencing the voice of Equatorians, and then so that we need some answers, and we need to come together tomorrow and talk about this. Thank you.
Mr. Robert, please welcome on the stage.
Hello. I think you can maybe. Okay, let me go. I had wanted to give it to somebody, but it's okay. I hope my voice is clear.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you so much. I just wanted to thank all of you. Didi, Charles, General Charles, of course, and James, Radical, Tutu, Martin, and all the rest. I think I wanted to speak for some hours, because I'm also a radical separatist. I'm just kidding. I will actually take some minutes, maybe a little bit more. And let me start with this quote, because let people recognize this is a quote. It's not from me, so that I don't want it to tomorrow to be attributed to me. Now, if you look to that picture of my brother Thomas, somebody wrote under there, of course, we know who wrote it. Somebody wrote like Thomas Cirillo, leader of Equatoria-based National Salvation Front militia. Okay, addressing the media in Rome on November 2nd, 2019. I'm just wondering whether some of you have actually heard people talk about such sentence. Because if there's somebody to be bullied, then the person who wrote that should be bullied. That's the point I wanted to bring up. And again, thank you, Sister Sister Radical, for reminding me about Mr. Daniel, who actually helped me a lot. When we were trying to, when we were gathering our documents, trying to leave Khartoum for Egypt. By then, he was a captain in police, and he was working in the immigration office. And I do remember my wife was also, they were studying together with his wife, and my wife were actually studying together. And we went to his house in Mayo, he really welcomed us as a brother, and he did not, by then he did not even had like any bodyguard in his house as a captain of police. No, he was a free man, talking to all Equatorians and the rest of the people, helping people. I just brought that point here because Radical reminded me very well, and he was the one who helped us. Let me now dive into the topic. Bullying of Equatorial separatists. Well, I'm just wondering, why are those people bullying Equatorial separatists and not bullying the Nuer separatists as well? And to answer my own question, to me, I would say, because the voice of Equatorial separatists is truly loud and an eminent threat to some people who are the very enemies of Equatoria. And I'm proud that, I'm a separatist because I became an eminent threat to them. And of course, such bullying will not stop. Since we are saying let it stop, it's not going to stop because you cannot stop bullying since you don't have any point to convince us, why we should unite or why we should join you. So the last resort, is only bullying. And of course, although it is going to continue, but we will continue hammering on why we are separatists. And let me highlight 5 points they always come up with, most of the time. 1, about a person who said that, or asked such irrational question that, who authorized these Equatorians to talk about separation of Equatoria? Let me say something to that person. And of course, I'm not going to go personal because I do understand this thing is not about a personality of a person. It is a group of people. It is SOMA. It is political parties within or opposition parties within SOMA coming with all of this. It is not an individual. So when an individual speaks, we do understand that is a strategy from the people who constituted SOMA. Now, asking such irrational question, my counter question to such a person is, who had the authority or had authentication or authenticated actually the opposition parties or the opposition groups to be oppositions? If that person can answer also this question, that would be good, Let the person who asks such irrational question know that, what we know and common sense dictates it is nobody needs authorization from anybody to be a separatist or fight for the illusionary unity of South Sudan that they are fighting for. So we Equatorial separatists don't know anybody who can authenticate or legalize us to fight for the secession of Equatoria. So our authorization erupted from the realities in Equatoria, period. We have been hammering those realities several times. But of course, you can take a horse to the well, but you cannot force a horse to drink. That's the common quote. And we said, enough is enough. Equatoria must separate. Loud and clear. We really know that we don't know really, who authorized those rebellions or those rebellions against the foundation, their own foundation, J1. The people now who are saying they're opposition, who authorized them to be opposition again? Against their real mother, J1. Since they're asking that question, I guess people are talking about authorization. Might have been actually authorized maybe by some SPLM members in Juba, because they were the same members of the same organization and is still carrying the same last name of the organization that have destroyed South Sudan. In addition, they are politicians backing from far because they lost the meat and missed the party. But we did not miss any party. We did not miss any meat or milk. So we are truly different from them. Majority of us, separatists, are neither politicians nor members of those who have humiliated Equatoria. We don't have any problem with oppositions backing for their meat or milk or honey that they lost. But they continuing attacking us means a lot to us. Let them fight for the reunification of their authoritarian party and leave us alone to fight for the secession of Equatoria. We are not persuading them to join us. They must not also persuade us to unite with them for the under South Sudan that will be also under the same authoritarian SPLM, their mother. They themselves terribly failed to unite under one umbrella to push their mother SPLM, which is already hijacked by Gen Council of Elders. They failed to unite. We, Equatorial Separatists, are not that so ignorant to understand why SOMA 1 and SOMA 2, even within SOMA 1 and within SOMA 2, failed to unite under one umbrella. In my opinion, each of them is eyeing the top chair when the group actually unite under one leader. Each of them wanted to be a leader, That's the first point. The second point is each of them is eyeing the position whenever they unite, whenever J1 calls them back, that, okay, let us reconcile and let us come back to Juba. They are all eyeing who's going to be who's going to have the top position. Those are the core reasons these people cannot unite. And not only that, there are some people within SOMA who are more junior. And the unification of SOMA under one leadership is a threat to them. Because they think that, I should be up there. But there are other people, those notorious people within SOMA, who wanted the position. And that was a major reason they broke apart. Because they had wanted to be under one leadership. But of course, the top notorious people, the dangerous people in South Sudan, wanted to lead them. That was the reason they actually break apart. Brothers and sisters, we have known such people for 3 decades or even beyond. We have known what happened to Sawa after her members surrendered to the mother and started ploys against each other. And to the extent that, they failed even to to sit together and just select a person who was going to occupy that position of the vice president, which was offered to them. They failed to sit down and select a person. So their father, in the end said, okay, I'm going with this person. And they had no voice at all. And now the current other people who with a nice name called Whole Out Groups, very nice name. You know, I hope they recognize it. Very nice name. Fail to learn from the mistakes of their brother, big brother, or their uncle called Sawa. They fail to be an exemplary by living the unity that they are preaching. So it defeats logic. It is so irrational that when somebody talks about unity, but he himself cannot even unite. So
Robert.
you are so
Did really very perfect in the highest term. Thank you.
So you are talking about unity, like the people who are preaching the Bible on the streets. But they don't even unite among themselves. So whom are you preaching to? Are you preaching to aliens? Or whom are you preaching to exactly? The term hypocrites cannot even fit them. Because these are beyond hypocrisy, you know? So how can you be preaching about unity? And it's just like somebody who cannot see his back. You know, and that's a perpetual thing that these people cannot understand. But we do understand why they don't want that unity, you know, as I have outlined to you before. So talking about unity of South Sudanese against J1 and being very adamant to unite beats the common logic and common sense. So may the Lord have mercy on them. So let me come to point 3. They have been asking that where is the manifesto of the Separatists? Well, brothers, there were so many rebellions since 1955 or before that. Do they came out immediately with the manifesto the first year or the second year? But does it mean that, you know, they don't have something actually in their hand? Our manifesto is very clear. Okay, our land, Equatoria, our people, Equatoria, and so on. We've been hammering on that. That is our manifesto. It is written in our heart and our forehead. Okay, it is very clear. If you cannot see it, okay, but you do understand why are we calling for separation? We're not even calling. We're already fighting for separation, because fighting does not mean you need to be armed. You need to shoot somebody with a bullet. But I will come to that later. So that's my short answer. The third point they are actually talking about is who is the leader of separatists? Okay, let me ask you a simple question. Who is the leader of SOMA? Tell me who's the leader of SOMA. Well, our leadership is in our heart. You don't need to tell us when are we going to select our leader. How does it concern you? You have your own issues. Address your own issues, and let me address my own issues within my family. Period. That's my short answer. 4. Some of them must say Equatorial separatists don't have boots on the ground. Briefly, let me say this. Maybe let me also go in a kind of bullying too. We are using your own boots on the ground. How about that?
That's
why? Why? Because
you made it. That's perfect. Thank you. That's beautiful.
The boots on the ground do have the same ideology that we are fighting for. So they are fighting for us and also fighting for you. That's a nice thing. So you far away are saying, you know, you don't have boots on the ground. Okay, your boots are in Europe. Your boots are somewhere else. Okay, in the US. But we are sharing the same boots there. That's a good thing. So that means we are brothers. You know. So last but not the least, they are saying Equatorians will fight themselves because another tribe within Equatoria will also be dominant. I'm so proud that, you know, our sister, Radical, answered it very perfectly. When she was speaking, I was just laughing. I was like, well, you see, we are learning from each other because we're not politicians, so we are learning from each other. Our sister put it very clear that when Equatoria was leading itself after Kokora, did we fight ourselves? Okay, let us say maybe somebody, one tribe within Equatoria will also be dominant. But I'm 100% sure that tribe will not go all the way to Tori to occupy land, to rape our people in Tori, and also displace people. They will never ever do that because they have that humanity. That tribe will have humanity, and all of us, we have that humanity in our hearts. None of the tribes in Equatorial will do that. And a clear example is what Radical mentioned. When those of James Tombora, all those people, did we fight ourselves? That does not mean that, you know, this kind of cattle thing for my people in Eastern Equatoria. Of course, they will have that. But of course, the government, a well-organized government, the government that will be working for all the Equatorians will address that. Will say, stop it. Like the time when 3 people were killed in Tori that time. And George Omoro, the father of Olivia Omoro, you know, was there as a commissioner. And James Mboro went there. He invited his brother. He said, come and talk to these people. And I have said it before. James Mboro went there and said, yeah, Jama, انتوا لسه قاعدين تكتبوا انفسكم هنا وده كان بس 3 نفر. You know, اتقتل هناك جوا توريد. قال يا اخي المشاكل اللي خلينا للكلاب. People were laughing, you know. But people say, well, this is our father. They did not take it in a very negative way. Okay? That was a kind of a brother helping a brother. And that is the Equatorial we need tomorrow. A sister helping a sister, a brother helping a brother, Equatorian helping an Equatorian. So that everybody will enjoy the country that we wanted. Not this mess. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Robert. That was well put. We'll go to Napoleon.
Let me just say, okay, you know, it's an Robert, you nail it, and that's what the question we have been asking and giving them the answers. But they are very arrogant. They are very arrogant. Where in the world you can lead a country with the 3 presidents or 4 alliances and say all of them are leaders? Emmanuel Jawin is an opportunist because he cannot fit anywhere. That's why he convinced Thomas Cirillo to make it a leadership council, you know, so that he can fit in. But in reality, you know, they lose. By them fighting the separatists, they are acting like John Garang, who killed Samuel Gaitut, and later on the South Sudanese, the colonial now, become a nation, a separatist. So National Salvation Front, if they don't stop this, they are acting like a new Garang on a separatist. But we don't want to fight our brothers and sisters. We say we have our own problem. Our objective is to move Equatoria free from colonialism, to have a free Equatoria, a country that they love, a country that they fought, a country that God has given them to live. We cannot be subjected again for a second colonization of both Upper Nile and Baragazal. We want to rule ourselves. We want to be independent. We want to save our future generation. We don't want to live in exile. We want our children to go back home, the home that God has given them, that bless us. We cannot allow our land to be inherited by the Dinka.
our borders to be controlled by the Dinka and non-Equatorians. We need our borders free. We need to liberate our borders back to us and our land back to Equatorians. Thank you, Ogede.
Thank you, guys. I just want to say something quick. Welcome, Brother Numeri, and we will time the rest. But Brother Numeri, we are separatists, so we'll give time for separatists. Sorry, we have to be discriminative, but anybody separatist, we're going to give him a chance. Brother Numeri is going to have more time to speak, but let's give to Mr. Napoleon or Napoleon a chance, and then from there, Brother Numeri, so he can have extended time to speak also. Thank you for joining us. Go ahead. Thank you. And thank you, Brother Robert, for what you said. It's really great. All of you did awesome. Thank you.
Once again, I will give you guys a thanks for the opportunity. By the way, I'm not a separatist, and I'm not from Equatoria. So if you wish to drop me, you are free. But
we're not trying to drop you, sir. We just said like anyone who advocate for separation, we give them time. I mean, more time because they have some they have to articulate some cases. But for you, of course, you're going to counter what we said, or you have a question. We don't mind, but we'll give you limited time, respectfully. Your time will be 5 minutes. But go ahead. Thank you for joining us. For anyone who wants to join up and come up and ask question, we'll give them a chance. 5 minutes. But thank you.
Like a bagara,
thank you, Charles. Okay, I will thank you once again for the opportunity, and I hope it's good actually sometimes to be students of political thoughts, and my faith point will be yes, you guys are students of political thoughts, and that thoughts driving you to a separation with clear objectives, with clear reasons that, as you guys narrated earlier, and I heard it clearly from others before. But one thing that you guys have in common with those you guys are bullying, you are saying bullying you. If you are students of politics and you cannot dialogue with others, for example, if you are feeling you are separatist, feeling that NAS and SOMA are bullying you guys, what about you guys can have a joint room and ask that question? So why you guys are targeting us? What's the objective behind this? Rather than coming and talk among yourself, it's better ask some time to dialogue. This is part of the being students of politics. So that's one point I need to highlight, or that's the reason I came up. Second to I need to respond.
We're not politicians. Thank you.
Okay. Second to it, I want to just.
Did you see one day Salva Kiir Mariak in the same room? Sleeping in the same room.
Charles, can really point
Answer Mickey.
Look, أنا سالتها عشان أنت okay, and we later if you cannot dialogue, okay, if you cannot talk with other person, ask him, say, why are you targeting me? How are you going to be you can achieve your objective, Charles?
Napoleon, it's okay. Your clock is ticking. Just
go ahead. I got your time. It's still good. Just go ahead to put your point. And Arjuko Majama, Khadana cut him. Let him finish his point. We will answer him once he finish his time. Thank you.
Okay, shukran. Yes, that's around there. حاجة تانية داير أجاوب لأخوي جيمس قبيل اللي بقول هو الدنقلاوي.
اسمع ما تقول جيمس ده. احترم نفسك يا زول. أنا شخصية محترمة ما قاعد أسيء الناس هنا في الميديا. بليز أتيكا الناس اتخذوا أنا عشان صلح اللغة بتاعتك وقول أي حاجة أنت داير تقولها. أنا ما عندي ناقة ولا جمل في الموضوع. يتكلم في موضوع.
Yeah, Mr. Napoleon, again, just focus on the topic. Okay, ما تتدخل في اسم تاع ناس, please.
Hold on, guys. Napoleon, you're not going to come on this stage and disrespect our
them down.
إتيكا نابالي المفروض ما تديه فرصة. ده زول كان شتم separatists almost 6 hours. ما خلى حاجة في separatists وقال separation تكوتوريا ما بيحصل.
Okay. It عندك سؤال يا Napoleon ولا لازم because we cannot go with disrespect Mr. Napoleon. If you don't have anything, please. I know that's not even your name. No, I think that's not the one. That's not the other guy. Just to remind you guys. Hold on. I will handle it. Okay. Okay, he got 3 minutes. Just let him just put his point, and please don't mention anybody by name. If you want to ask direct question to someone, say please may I ask someone if they are willing to answer. That's okay. Thank you.
عشان الحكايه جاب نار لناس كل الناس بقى زعلانين كان نزلنا لكن
ده ما جاب نار ده ما جاب نار يا اسمك ده ما
let me drop him because we don't want to get this
شتام الموسيقى منا في الروم ده في رايت كونيا مو منا ده سنتو اندرين دا ولا اندرين ده because Equatorian separatists yaka zole tale na ai kalam zole galfi no ndu kazi sto jozuma dinka wendu nisi to dinka separation te Equatoria ma be hasel ille kanmun meitin fi dunia de you know la separation te Equatoria ma be hasel kullu over his dead body zole goes zena manan tala zalan say itano and then it out according to ajerere kamana na je investigate and ligotara Teresa yagi pushumon itano Teresa gi pushumon kira mun wadi lenna gali hard time عشان بيسكتنا you know هو حلف وقالوا بيسكت Equatorian زين separatist زين انا بعرف نابليون ده لو تكاوي كويس لو تكاوي ولا كان من وين انا ما اعرف ده الكلمه ما كويس يوم ده سو اتيكا الناس زي فوق لانه الناس زي ده الناس الجي اجر دي الجي اوبي ايري زواج مدينه you know so ukutoka njozo madinka dema mushkilatna and when the cousins dinka dema mushkilatna you know yeah mushkilatna Equatoria mushkilatna haltna de god hinak le 200
okay let me take control يا جماعه دقيقه بس hold on انت joke you got if you got any question you want to say please do not disturb us okay yes I was coming to it just hold on this guy is not the Napoleon that you know guys just want to remind you maybe to Massimi to Bidaya Hugal he's not the guy because I know that guy even his name is Napoleon but we know his name is something Wani Lasu Wani or whatever he's called but this is not our case but one thing I want to say that guy was actually he's Dinka but this is not the problem we don't want to lose our focus هو فعلا went يعني طلع خارج الموضوع بقى يعمل يسيء لواحد من التيم بتاعنا and we cannot accept that so I dropped him for the sake we don't want to get distracted let's go to brother Nimeri ايوه
معلش سوري انا عاده انا ما قاعد الناس يس انا عرفت الزول ده من نبرته وده ما نابليون المقصود ده لكن ده ما بيهمنا يعني العباره هو استخدم ضد انت يا انا دار اوضح حاجه للسكراندل قبل شويه هنا تربيه الاندايات ده انا ما فاضي لاي مديانكي ولا جنقاوي يجي يقول ادبوا علي نحن ما دارين شخصنه الحاجات خليهم يمشوا لاهلهم الثانيين اللي كانوا قاعدين يتنابزوا في بعض ويشخصنوا الحاجات انا قاعد في الميديا دي سنتين بس يا دوب جديد ما حصل قليت ادبي لاي زول ولا رفعت صوتي لزول لكن في شخصيتي ده انا ما بسمح لاي تربيه بتاعت معسكرات لاجئين يجي يطلع علي في راسي هنا وقاعد هنا يسمع الكلام ده محترمين ومؤدبين واي حاجه لكن اولاد رجال وتربينا تربيه بتاعت عزه ما كنا مدنقرين ما ندنقر لرجال زينا
يا بتاع المعسكرات انت.
يا جيمس دول كان رابع معك في خرطوم يا
دول دي تربيه بتاعت معسكرات. احنا بنعرف الناس بتاع المعسكرات بيتصرفوا كيف، لانه زول ود ناس. انت ما بتهين راجل وراجل ما اهانك. انا ما اتكلمت معاه. شنو جاي لي يا دنقلاي يا دنقلاي يا جيمس انت بعرفه من وين انا، وانا اشكال زي دي بعرفها ذاتها. لو ما قضيت
عارفك
يعرفني والله انا ولا داير عرفته ذات. ليش يا عاتق؟
يا جماعه يا جماعه كده صلوا على النبي يا جماعه.
الله. Man. Okay. Yep. Sorry. Go ahead, Bashir. عشان ندي فرصة لأخونا المالي. بتفضل. Yeah, I agree with you, James. I apologize. طبعا this is how we're facing a lot of people. Sorry, I got that, Bashir. بس أنا نقول له يعني this is how I understand exactly what you mean, and disrespect. And you know how this is good that you told them عشان next time أي زول ده يجي فوق هنا ما يقلل الأدب وما يقول لزول أنت، لأنه أنت ده كلام بتاع استهتار، وده كلام بتاع زول كانوا متربي ما بيقول كلام ده، هو بيتكلم بكلام باحترام، بيركز على الموضوع. إحنا اديناه فرصة 5 دقائق، عشان كده قلنا ما نقاطع الناس عشان ما يطلعوا out of topic، ونخليه يركز للموضوع لحد ما ينتهي، نمشي لقدام للنكست. كان في سؤال يسأل لكن يحترم نفسه في السؤال. That's what we want. فيتفضل أخونا بشير. يلا بعد كده لنيميري. Brother Nimeri. Oh, I see also Brother Robert want to say something. Let Bashir.
Let me just say something very briefly before you go to Bashir and Brother Nimeri.
مناقشة كويس وما بطال، بس يكون في نقطة بتاعت احترام شوية عشان يكون في مغادرة، يعني ناس تقدر يغادروا بعض. وتاني حاجة يقول اسمه شنو أي زول البيت تطلع فوق يتكلم يا أخي أنت ما تجي بيرسونال، تعال حسب التوبيك وطوال على كده، ما تجي بيرسونال طوال تمشي تعمل أتاك لأي زول. الزول ده فعلا الجادة عندك حاجة عاتقة تنزل تيك على أساس إنه هو جاي كبيرسونال، ده ما حاجة كويس. وهو ما من حقه تقول يا أخي أمشي فتش ناس سوما، دي ناس سوما ديل ولا شنو تقعد في ترابيزة وتتكلموا. نو، نازل أول حاجة ديل إيكواتوريين مخلطين مع ده أغنام، عايمين ديل أغنام سياسيين، الأغنام مخلطين مع أبناء الشلوك ديل. والشلوك ديل يا جماعة سياسيين بتاع الشلوك ما شلوك بس يفهموا ديل أصلا هم من مقامه. ده أول ناس مارسوا القبلية قبل الدنكا. كويس؟ الكلام ده تاريخيا بسجل وأنا مسؤول للكلام ده نقوله. أول ميليشيا يتكون أوقات بتاعت صديق المهدي ده لما كل ابناء شلوك. يا أخي يا جماعة نكون متواضعين سمتايم. كويس؟ ما عندنا مشكلة، الأقلام بتاعنا ده يمشوا وراهم كده. شفت إن شاء الله هيجوا راسهم تحت بكرة بعد بكرة. الانفصال ده هننفصل ولا قدام، بس زول اللي بيجي هنا يقدر يتكلم باحترام ما في مشكلة. تيجي تعتاد في الزول هنا نزله تحت طوالي، ده على عدم احترام، عشان كده بننزلوك تحت. ونصبح للزول لما نجي يتكلم يكمل كلامه ويدي لزول دقيقتين ولا 3 بس يدي كلامه وبعد كده هنا. وشكرا.
اتفضل روبرت. Brother Robert. انت تقول حاجة كان؟
I wanted to say something very briefly. I may actually differ with maybe a lot of you. I think, to me, I think we should have left him to say what he wanted to say, because we're looking forward to hearing from people who actually differ with us, so that we put them on a spotlight. There was something that he brought out about why not opening a room in which we need to debate with these people or maybe talk with them, face to face. I was actually so eager to hear all what he was talking about, so that I answer him, because but let me answer him that Nabillion, some of us are looking forward to talking to these people. We wanted to debate with them. However, they are avoiding all that debate because they knew that what we are talking about is a reality, and they don't want to hear it. So it's good for them to attack us from behind. But when we say, okay, let us come and talk, why do you want us to unite? And what are you fighting for? Let them explain to us so that we also convince them why we are saying we are separatists and why are we fighting for Equatoria as a nation. Yes, he did a mistake actually by going personally to Mr. James Dongolawi, you know. However, that is how we can actually catch them, because there's no way to debate them unless they come up here. Then we hear what they are talking about, that we are capable to answer. We are not politicians, but what we speak about is a reality, you know. We are not sugarcoating and all that, you know. We just tell the truth. That's what I had wanted to say. But please let us keep the order, you know, and let moderators do their job so that we don't interrupt others. So that's just what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was even thinking of, that when he said about Lena Nitkala group Dana, so all this, I was going to say something, but you answered it. And I don't think, even like at the end I came to a conclusion. I don't think I need to kind of like, oh, not me, because I'm not alone. We are a team. We are a combination of many of Equatorian nationalists advocating for Equatorial separation. And I'm proud to stand with you guys and stand with everyone who talks for self-determination. One thing I just want to remind قبل ما ندي فرصة, sorry أخذنا وقتك brother Nemeri وأيضا إخوة, and then welcome Mr. Brother Tiller, Brother Abi Malik. I just want to say something in a clear message, Tana, because we really and sick and tired of these bullies or the bullying games that they're playing, because the bully is not just in the word of like Shatim. It's also in the way how they intimidate others. يعني زي ما انت سميت قال لك في التانيين بقى separatist تانيين بقى بيخافوا يتكلموا عن Equatorial separation, بقى بيتكلموا عن جنوب السودان في غرف تانيين, وفي تانيين بقى بيخليهم يكونوا submissive. يعني في manipulation, mind games, all these games they're playing, حتى disinformation. So these guys are using what called counterinsurgency. That's why أنا قبل قلت أنا ما أنا سميت شخصية من شخصيات اللي بيتكلموا ده في منابر, قال يا أخي رئيس بتاع real SPLM كان study counterinsurgency في كوبا. Automatically hit me because I know what counterinsurgency they do. This is their game, this is their work. وزي ما قلت لك ده المفكرين, عشان كده بيلقوا ناس الضعاف. لكن they were shocked to find that separatists are not the simple people they thought, because طبعا هم اليوم هم they trying to play hard to win the people because they saw so many gullible جنوبيين وبالاخص كمان استوائيين. وانا بقول ليه جنوبيين لانه هم قدروا اليوم حتى هم قسموا الدنكا في النص. You know, I would say this because now you could see people in ABA complaining, but this is not my problem. But you can figure it out. But for us, Equatorial, they think we're going to do the same to us. For us, Equatorial, it's about the land. It's about the people of Equatoria who are being displaced and murdered and raped, abused. So حاجات ده كله واضح. Before they came even with the language بتاع احنا يا اخي لنا لغة هناك وإنا كلنا اخوان. So they want to play any trick عشان يقدر يconfuse us. عشان كده هسه مرات انا بستغرب هل الناس ديل هم معارضة ولا هم ناس تاع تاريخ. One day they are historians, the next day they are politicians, the next day they are opposition, the next day they are like I don't know. It's just they're going left and right. They need to pick one. For us, we are, you know, we are calling ourselves revolutionaries because we are revolting against anything that's called South Sudan, including the regime or SPLM, and that's why we're going against it. Like a little bit push us to go and insult our right, then you will find us, you know, start taking action in anything. And like I said, when they cross the line, we go for it. So I don't want to go far لأنه في عندنا ضيوف كتير. أعطي فرصة. Welcome brother Nemeri. So كلامنا واضح طبعا للباقين وأنا appreciate as a separatist brother from you know the Nuer Nation. We support you and we thank you for joining us here. Thank you.
Thank you, Etika. Thank everyone actually on stage and all the people that are listening. That is my name, so there is no introduction needed. Yeah, it's a good topic. The bullying is not a new thing. and we have seen it, we have experienced it. And the worst part about it, especially when they want you to be a part of the discussion, and they will feel threatened, and they will want you not to actually complete your contributions. The bullying it come in many different ways, and the way that I look at it, I think they're just trying to protect themselves because they don't have good ammunition to use actually to put the argument down. If you look at it, what they will do, they will try to ask you first. You have no reason. Tell us the reason why you're trying to separate from Sudan. And if you come up and tell them all the reason why you're trying to separate from Sudan, they will try to ask what the borders, what the geography, and all of that. And when you present that to them, when they don't have anything to use anymore, they will tell you that no one is separating from Sudan. Now it turned into a threat. So they don't have good argument to use actually to counter what you're bringing on the table. Before I go further, earlier James talked actually, and sister, I don't know her name actually, about things that took place actually in Sudan. The reason why I'm bringing this up, all of those that happened, if you know what had happened, you need to bring it up. Myself, I was in Ethiopia, and I don't know much actually about what took place in Khartoum during the struggle. So if you look at it, when somebody say we cannot be in a union because this union actually seemed to be only one partner is benefiting. What is taking place in Sudan is what we all should avoid. Exploiting the people, the hardworking people who are capable and they would be able to build themselves. It's not good. You cannot exploit other people. Trying to partner with somebody that is lazy. The person that is hardworking in that union is the one that is being used. We need to stop using ourselves. And that's why I get really surprised when these unionists who are not even Dinka, they start to come after separatists. I even saw a comment down there. I don't know if Jibril is still here. You heard something about Upline. I don't know if he's actually talking about Rolnat or he's talking about Galuk, who is actually going for a separate Upline. I do not quite understand the old sentence anyway. My biggest surprise, why you get so offended? Like you are the one that is subjugating the others. Clearly you're not, but you become a frontal assault for the very people the rest are trying to free themselves from. So you become an ammunition for them. Why? You want to put yourself in a situation like that. Does it make you happy, or are you just trying to fight for your future position in political arena, especially in Juba when you go back to Juba? You can still get it without actually going and fight with me. My clear enemy is there, and I know who is my clear enemy. The person that sent my people to Unamis camp, the person that castrated young boys from my community, burned them alive, is my problem. If you did not do that, why would you try to take me on and try to fight with me? Why would you want to engage me? I don't think it is wise. You're trying to take on a fight that is not your own. I know, Sudan confused a lot of us. It confused a lot of us. But at this point, there should be no confusion. It should be day and night, very clear. You know what had taken place? And we all should be looking for a solution. Trying to sugarcoat everything. Trying to come up to wrong people. It will not help. Yes, the unionists, they are, I was hearing somebody, I don't know if it was today or yesterday, like, yeah, Pagana Moon fought so hard and you guys should not do this and all that. That was a personal choice for him to join SPLM. Okay, there was no agreement between him and everyone else. If anyone see there is something Pagana Mumi should be blamed about, he should be blamed. He has been a part of all the mess. He has been a part of the leadership of SPLM. SPLA has brought us nothing. If one should ask right now, what was the social program SPLA had that helped SPLM to actually win over the heart and mind of Genovese? Nothing. Because all they were doing is loot, rape, and take the food grown by general public by force and leave the families hungry. I have seen many people who went to refugee camp not because they wanted, and not because they were displaced actually by Umar Bashir army. No. Because the head of the family, the food that he has grown is all consumed by SPLM. The cattle, the livestock that he has, they all are being killed by SPLM. An organization that lost touch even before the independent region of Sudan. Even when I see people right now, when they come up with all of this SPLM, you are being addicted to a crime. SPLM itself is a crime. It is a crime. With Sudan, it cannot work. Trying to live off other people, hard work. Trying to commit crime to shut up people so they cannot actually fight you anymore. It will not work. It will not work. How long has we been independent in Sudan? Not that long. Okay. And if you started right here, and that's why I'm really happy with the Dinka, by the way. Because these people, the true color will come out very quick when you give them power. They have the power, and their true color came out right away. And if these people are people who really want to dominate Sudan, and they played it right, they would have been here for a while. But no, because they want to show the power. Now everyone has to defend themselves. Everyone has to fight for their own freedom. Okay, that's why I'm saying that I'm really happy with them, because they do not hide themselves. All the unionists that are actually fighting separatists, do not be surprised. These people, they actually looking forward to going back to Juba. And if you succeed, it is a loss for them. So they don't want it. Especially the Equatorian voice for a separate or actually independent is increasing. It becomes a threat because of what happened with Kokora. They know you can succeed when you want to do something. They don't want it. They don't want another Kokora. That's the reason. They are actually downplaying a role not independent, but they just don't know what they are doing. It's good. Let them be busy with Equatorial. But I think this war, they will lose it. Independent or separation of any is the only best way out. And for the non-Denka that are actually fighting separatists, they are fighting wrong people. Because the same people that are fighting today, that are fighting throwing words to separatists, they are the same people that were displaced in Juba. They are the same people that lost immediate family to Matianganyor. They are the same people that are complaining the head of the police is from the Denka in their territory. So they will be coming here and trying to fight separatists. They're fighting the wrong enemy. Or they are already hired and they accept the job. So they can fight for the people that are perpetrating the crime. Any struggle is not an overnight thing. And nobody say it's just going to be as quick as possible. It doesn't matter how long it takes. But as long as it will be achieved, that is the goal. Go for it in Equatoria, and we will go for it in Nuerland. Whether they like it, they have so many Radisson hotels they are opening. When you get Juba, do not burn Radisson. Do not burn Radisson. Give it to somebody else. Okay. Give it to somebody. Let them do building, do whatever they need to do, whatever project they come up with in Juba. Let them build it up. But separation is good for us. It's also good for Denga. Because if we insist we have to remain in that country, it will not look good. Because those families you have killed, they have people who are still alive. And it is just a matter of time before the conflict reignite again. If we separate right now, it's much better. is much better because the inevitability of a vengeance is there. It's obvious. But if we separate, now we will become separate countries. Anyone that cross will be treated as a foreigner committing a crime in a foreign land. That is a separate thing. You don't want to go to jail in a land that you're not from. I don't think a lot of Dinka will go to Equatoria when Equatoria actually become independent. I don't think there is a Dinka that would want to go to jail actually in Nimli when they are no longer part of so-called South Sudan. And I don't think there is any Dinka that want to be in jail in Rolnak. They will stay away. So we are better off with separation. This is the best way. We have seen enough. The abuse of power, okay, exploiting resource of other people for the use of one particular ethnic tribe is not good. I will stop here. Thank you, Ethica, and everyone that is listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Brother Nimeri. Your word was very strong as usual, and I really appreciate. Fee quote here, I just read from Didi, and I want to read it. It's in her profile. It's really beautiful, this quotation. It says, and this is message to those confused Equatorian brothers who are still running around after things that is not of any best interest for Equatoria. It says, choose your leaders with wisdom and forethoughts. To be led by a coward is to be controlled by all that the coward fears. To be led by a fool is to be led by the opportunist who control the fool. To be led by a thief is to offer up your most precious treasures to be stolen. To be led by a liar is to task to be told lies. So is to be asked to be told lies. Okay, so to be led by a liar is to ask to be told lies. Like when you accept to be told lies. And to be led by a tyrant is to sell yourself and those you love into slavery. And this is exactly what we're living today in this so-called South Sudan, because SPLM had all these, um, negative description, from the cowardness to the opportunist to the liars to the thieves to the tyrants, because you could see how they have oppressed everyone, how they have lied to the people, and people accept them to lie to them, that they are going to liberate and everybody will be living good and dandy. Then opportunists came, and then fools also came into it, and the cowards also joined it because they cannot fight for themselves. So this is the organization called SPLM, and today they can defect into many pieces, but still the same organization because the mindset is the same. They are their spawn. They're little chick, like what they call chickpea or whatever. No, not chickpea. Sorry, chickpea is a vegetable. I'm talking about they like those siu بالعربي, those little chicken, because they doing this, and I don't want to go far, but this is what and was said by one of the civil rights, if I'm not mistaken, Octavia Butler. Didi, can you elaborate on a little bit on this, because this is very interesting. I kind of like this quotation is very powerful, and it resonates to what we're going through, and for us Equatorian, and for all the separatist brothers and sisters from different places in the country, South Sudan. We need to look at such inspiring leaders and inspiring people who came before us to tell us that our what we're fighting for is true, genuine, and holy, and no one can take that away from us. Thank you. So Didi, go ahead if you can elaborate, and then we welcome the next speakers.
Actually,
Yes, sir.
before Didi go, let me just say something really quick. The SPLM, I don't know if you were in the north, brother Ethica, and how old you? I don't know how old you were at that time. I grew up in SPLM. An army that call itself are fighting to free people. The general public should be gravitated toward. But instead, when you see SPLM, SPLA soldiers, you just hide yourself. Because you don't know what you will get. These people are not that free. They loot, they rape, they do anything. Just name it. And for the public to actually stand with them, it was not so willingly. They had to force people. Some people have to actually run away. You can go to the police if you have a problem, but if you have a problem, you actually run away from SPLM, SPLA. And that is the same thing that is carrying on right now with you. Because it's a crime. You cannot actually go to a crime. SPLM, SPLA corrupted from the beginning until right now. It's useless. That's why Sudan is useless as well. Thank you, Didi.
Thank you, Nimeri. Thank you for being here. I think what you said is say that I actually stood by a lot of younger people that have joined SPLM because it was not willing. A lot of them even, a lot of people say some people joined for various reasons because of the intimidation, threats, or you have to, sacrifice one person to be in so that, your family can be safe or something. And in numerous cases that your family still get abused. And this is just the fact. And these are the leaders that of the SPLM that we are attacking. Really, when we talked, that we are articulating the story, it's not even, it's like attacking, but, telling just the truth. I will, thank you very much. But also, Odysseus, thank you. Thank you very much for taking the time to read up there. I appreciate that. I just wanted to say that the quotation is actually just talking about, for example, choose your leaders with wisdom and forethought. Yeah, it's the situation that we are in right now, whether in South Sudan or in what Equatoria is going through. If you don't choose your a leader very wisely, you're really in for sufferings, And then it goes on to be led by a coward is to be controlled by all that the coward fears. We have seen this. We've been in these rooms, like you guys are saying, like, people who are fighting for self-determination or separation, or people who are, when you, for example, are speaking out the truth of the matter that is happening in that country, you get teared down by certain group, especially the group that we've been talking about here, that stop bullying people, the SOMA/NAS, that, especially our NAS, you can see that the cowardness in them, and they've been controlled, possessed by the SOMA opposition, the Shuluk, and you can see how they're like mentally and in their presence, like if you see them in a room, how they've been controlled and how they've been marched to run around and fight their own people, or say these things that they shouldn't be saying, or businesses that they shouldn't be interfering, or instead of protecting their own people, but they don't, it's because they're just acting coward, and they've been controlled by their fears, from those individuals. And then he goes on and says, to be led by a thief. To be led by a fool is to be led by the opportunist who control the fool. You can see certain people have mentioned a lot of people in SOMA that are very opportunist people. You know, they're taking NAS for granted. And NAS actually started abusing their own people, you know, their own Equatorian people. At the one time, even one of the people, funnily, the very person that we mentioned here, that, you know, he has changed his tone, started really attacking Equatorians as well. He had, at one time, he told even the members of NAS, telling them that, you know, you have to think about your home first. Sometimes you have to put your home first. Don't sell yourself short and forget your home. You know, you cannot turn your back on your people, you know. But funnily, because their organization is run by, you know, bullying and stuff like that, he's changed, which is really, I felt so sorry for him. The fact that he dropped his values down. And this is just the perfect really, you know, the meaning behind, you know, why I changed my profile, you know, for people to see that, you know. And then he goes on to say, to be led by a thief is to offer up your most precious treasures to be stolen. This explains really a lot, you see. Like, these people have given up, you know, even their own histories, their own precious things, you know, our fathers that we're supposed to, you know, to really humbly, like, protect their legacy, you know, humbly, you know, to respect them, you know. And those people, like the stories that Susie and James has shared it here, and Robert came and backed it up. These people are tarnishing the image of our fathers and the hard work that our forefathers have done in Equatoria. And all these people, this group does is like support them and back them up, or they will be down. They will be sitting down there listening. And then when the other Equatorians come up and started, you know, fighting against it in the comment, and those people, of course, will start insulting these Equatorians. They will get really emotional and angry, especially these real SPLM and the what do you call it, the MDN. They don't want to be questioned at all. If you question this group, they just get angry at you, you know. They'll rattle you, you know. Even I feel like if you in their presence, they will strangle you, because even they made these threats that, you know, some people will not even come close to them one day. And if they win, some people will not live in South Sudan, you see. So it's really sad. And this is the situation that is happening. So, and he goes on and said, to be led by a liar is to ask. To be led by a liar is to ask to be told lies. We have seen these people are telling all lies to us. And even the history of Equatoria, they're lying about it. But no, you, as an Equatorian, you should not be talking about your history. You know, the SOMA group wants the history of Equatoria to start from where, you know, the colonizer has written. The colonizers just arrived. The truth of the matter is, the colonizers only arrive, and they tell the stories of how I came, I conquered, I divide, I rule. And this the only thing that, you know, colonizers, they do, you see. And they want the history of Equatoria to start from that periodic time. And they don't want Equatorians to tell that I am the one, the Equatorian, I exist, my father exists, and this is what is Equatoria all about, or what they make up from their mind. And the lies that they're there for people, when clearly we've seen that these people are not for people. These people are opportunist people, they are for themselves. Because I don't see the reason why, if you're fighting for people, now you spend 1 week of fighting South Sudanese in general, and then you're fighting Equatorians. Like, their rooms are not finishing. Like, I've seen yesterday, like, even somebody talked about it. I don't know who talked about John Garang. Yeah, that was James. Talked about John Garang has been fired, and they came and taunted John Garang. You see, if you fired somebody, and then that person, of course, they're gonna get mad, even if they're wrong. You fired them. You don't need to run up and make a room and bully that person and taunt that person.
Okay, you're the righteous one. You say you're the right one. You fire this person for a reason because this person is wrong. But then you're the one in power. You're the one still in office. So this person is expressing their grievance. But the Atalabara and you know, of course, the one that they use him very well, this Equatorian, to go around and start fights with people, and then go open a room, and then, you know, and then go on. I saw him came up there and started bullying these people and started saying that just remove me and I'll go open a room. And I was wondering why these people have never talked of you yet. Why you not provoking these people? Anyway, we just want to know what's the story. I just kept quiet. And you know, this this kind of things that by a call. These kind of things that to be led by a liar is to ask to be lied to. You know, this group of NAS has been hijacked. You know, we talk about the Hakuma has been hijacked in South Sudan. This NAS has been hijacked completely. And what we have here is like some people are mistakenly thinking that, by being in alliance with NAS, that makes them Equatorians. And that gives them full rights to begin to abuse Equatorians, to beat Equatorians day and night. I have seen them hire themselves, or I don't know how they did it. They put themselves in as a guardians over Equatoria. You got them as they come in various cases. There's the mothers, there's the fathers, and then there's the priests and stuff like that. And they're beating Equatorians every day. Calling us that we're embarrassment to Equatoria. Even their pastors calling us that we're embarrassing Equatoria and we're embarrassment to Equatoria. You see, this is really sad. And then because these people over there have been lied to, they've been led by liars, and then they strongly believe that what they're doing is correct. I don't know in this extent whether they believed it, or they're just acting upon fear, or they're just acting upon submission, and they think that this is what politics is all about, or because the politics of South Sudan is all about, who you can control, and especially this group of these Shuluk things that they articulate things better. Because I hear some people saying that these people can articulate themselves, they can articulate the stories, the case of what is happening down there better. But the truth is, like, who cannot articulate this? Even the dead man, if he was given a dead child, which was killed, if they were to be given a chance to articulate themselves, they will. The abused person is articulating themselves properly. The one that is raped, the one that is in blue house, everybody is articulating themselves. Why would we need somebody to elect themselves and a group of a family by themselves? A group of close family by themselves goes by the same surname, two individual surname, and they're all family, close family, and they're all calling themselves a royal kingdom, princes and princesses. So why should they elect themselves to be over people as the dictators over people? You see, dictators over the case of South Sudan and over the organization of SOMA. You see, so this is the case of too much lies and Equatorians being controlled. You can see Equatorians got afraid because the people who are in NAS, they have been broken down mentally, and especially there are a group of especially one or two people who have done this good job in Equatoria. They bully these Equatorians. If you talk about anything and they hear you talking, you hear somebody come and to tell something really good about Equatoria, stand for Equatoria, the next thing, this person will disappear. Or when they come back, they're talking differently now. They're talking for South Sudan. They're not talking, or they're defensive against the things that other people are saying. They change completely. This is because know that they have received messages, or they have been receiving calls of people threatening them or telling them that you should have not said these things out. You see, which is not really right. This is not the way that people should fight. For their freedom. You should not be intimidated. You should be allowed. Like, we should be allowed to articulate the things that are happening to us in whatever languages that we want to articulate. And then later on, for them, as the people who are fighting for the South Sudan, let them carry on. Let them carry on. with what they're doing, but not look over what we are doing. Then they get frustrated, because it's kind of like dimming down the position of going back to South Sudan. But in reality, they're not really doing anything to our people. They just see the things that our people, like we, come together and help our people when they are displaced. And then they get on and act like as if they're busybodies. They're the one in charge of everything down there that is happening. They help for people when they've been displaced and stuff like that. You see them always claiming these things, and then they bully us that as if we're not doing anything, but they don't know us, like all the separatists and when we gather together as Equatorian, what do you call it? Equatorian People Alliance, when we all come together, they don't know what we do. When we have this situation, they don't know what we do. They only just think that it's them who goes in a locker room and then put pressure on other people. But also, what they raise their money is they raise their money only for the people that are fighting for them, not for the Equatorians that are going through the things that they're going. So the Equatorians that are defending themselves down there, they're not NAS. They have nothing to do with NAS. These are our ordinary fathers, our ordinary brothers. They are ordinary, families. Those are the ones that are doing. They are not NAS. They have nothing to do with NAS. So, and then coming to the last bit that talks about to be led by a tyrant is to sell yourself and those you love into slavery. We are going through, I don't know, we're going through different parts of slavery here. In South Sudan, we've been enslaved. Right now, we've been conquered, we've been subdued. We're going through slavery. That's what Equatorians are going through, and that's what other people are going through within South Sudan, you see. But then, in SOMA, Equatorians have been enslaved under the NAS, you see. The NAS are enslaving Equatorians. They are threatening Equatorians. They are bullying Equatorians. They're sending Equatorians to threaten other Equatorians to call us we're fools for what we're doing. We're acting like fools. We're lying and stuff like that, which is not really right. We should leave these things to Emmanuel Ajawin to articulate it, because he can articulate it better, which is really an insult to us, really, as the Equatorians, that, how could somebody which is not in Equatoria could talk about the Equatorian issue? This is how Equatoria has been enslaved, mentally, manipulated, mentally broke down, because these people understood if you destroy somebody, mentally, they're done, and this is what has been done to a lot of Equatorians, especially Equatorians which are in SOMA. The NAS Equatorian which is in SOMA, they're totally different. Everybody has witnessed them in Konyo Konyo last time, and a lot of Equatorians were disgraced at their behavior, you see. I think that will explain it all, why the reason that I shared this thing, because I felt like it, this quotation, I felt like it means a lot, really, and it's suiting really better. It's suiting our situation exactly better. How we always been subdued, how we always been controlled by other people, how we always been afraid, but didn't we say that we're educated people, we hide under that we are very polite people, we are God-fearing people. But then if you look at it in my conclusion here, if I leave something out, maybe anyone can add on, or Adusha, you can add on. But I just wanted to say, if you look at the Bible in itself, the Bible does not separate itself from a war. In fact, the entire Bible is composed of wars, from the beginning to end. It's all war. The Creator in the Bible calls himself he's a God of war. He has different names that can explain he's a fighter. He fights for people. He fights for his people. You see, if you look at Israel, what Israel has been doing is war to liberate themselves. He has never told them that, just kneel down and pray, just believe, just mingle yourself with your oppressor, just get together with Pharaoh, with the people of Egypt, and fight against Pharaoh with the who is oppressing you guys, and then free yourself. He doesn't say that. He tells them, you need to get out, and go and separate yourself from these people so that you can worship me, minus these people. You see, minus these people, because I do not like the behaviors of these people. You know, the behavior of people who are unrepentant, who do not want to repent. And right now, anybody in South Sudan that has been have been victimized or have been fighting against this system has repented. I don't want to fight anymore. I don't want to. What I need to do is separate myself out so that I can go be happy. You see, so that I can do anything that I want to. I want to worship God. I want to worship God in a free conscience. I don't want to today kill somebody, fight and do this and stuff like that. So if you see, even God himself, he was the commander during the days of Israel. He was the high commander. He commands the war. He leads these people. He will tell these people to move ahead, and he will go divide between the Israelites and the Egyptians. And he will launch a war. He will devour these people. He did that twice, one during on the sea, and the other one after, I don't know whether before they cross or something like that. He did that a couple of times. He is the commander of the war. He fought for Israel always until the day that Israel would disobey him. He told them, you disobeyed me. You don't listen to me. I will leave you to the enemies. Let the enemies devour you. You see? But if you want me to protect you, you must listen to me. You must obey me. You must keep my commandments. You must keep my statutes. You must keep my words. You must hear me as your father and as your king, because he was the final king. He was their king. And king, we know what kings does. Kings always, they go for the war. They lead the battle. They don't send their soldiers just to go fight, but they lead the war. They be in the front. And that's what he was doing in the stories of the Bible, you see? And until Israel also disobeyed him and decided to say they want king, that was the downfall of them, because he told them that you do not need a king. I'm already the king. He's the commander. He's the final one to have the say. He was the king. He was everything. He told them that the minute you have a king, the king is going to get you guys in a lot of trouble. You guys are going to suffer. And it's true. What happened to Israel is another story, you see? And they've been dispersed out of Israel to the four corners of the earth until the Messiah returns. That's when we will see them back. That's another story for another time. So I just wanted to say, let people not mislead Equatorians, like telling people just kneel down, pray, let's just pray, let's just love each other. This is false. We have seen how God has told Moses exactly, ordered him that call the young men starting from 20 years to above, train them. This is a time of war. You need to be involved in this war, not only me fighting for you. And Moses did that. And when they will fight, Moses will raise his hand up. And that was a prophet, you see? There was no such thing. The entire scriptures is based on a war. If you look at the seven kings in the seven kings, the war in the valleys, I don't know, the valleys of something, the seven kings, which were fighting against one king that oppressed them. These are all wars in Africa. You see, these are all kings of Africa fighting, you see. So for somebody to come and tell you otherwise, that person is a liar. For somebody to come and tell you today, I hear people misleading people. And it's even said that in the last time, you will see people that are lying to people, misleading people, because these people are lacking wisdom. They are lacking knowledge, you see. They're lacking knowledge, especially women, and go on. And I see these people misusing women because these women are lacking knowledge, And then, what do you call it? Anyway, I just wanted to say that nobody should lie to people and say that a country that God has put us together. My question to people is, if God has put us together, we would have lived in peace. If God has approved this union, there would have not been killing, you see? If there should have been love and, harmony, and people would have been building together. You see, that's how you see. This is not something that of a blessing that people who started using it, manipulating people, saying that God has put us together, and then we should stay together. We should not separate. This is just a 17 years old union that has never worked, and it's never going to work. This is just a blasphemy using the name of God. We know who put us together. Me as an Equatorian, I know who joined me together today to Sudan. And I know why we are South Sudan today. We do not have an option. Anyway, we become South Sudanese. the south of Sudan. I know how I ended up in this destruction. I know it's not God's work. It's even he said it. Things will happen to you, but if they happen to you, he said, but it's not from me, because you always have an enemy that is working against you. He said things will happen to you, but if it happened to you, it's not me. It's not me who's orchestrating these things against you. But if it happened to you, you have the rights to rebuke it in the name of the Messiah. You see, you have the rights not to accept these things, to fight against these things. So why are we accepting the things that are not meant for us? The things that is killing us? It's only the thieves that come through the window to kill, to steal, and to destroy. You see, it's only the three horsemen of apocalypse that comes. One bring death, one bring sickness, one bring famine. And this is what is happening to that south of Sudan, you see. And we keep saying it's God. Which God? Because there are many gods. Is that the satanic God or which one? I don't know. So I'll just leave it here now. Thank you for giving me the chance.
Thank you, Ms. Didi. Let me give a chance to Abimalik, then Brother Tiller. Abimalik, thank you for your patience and your time. And also, I want to appreciate every person here, our nationalist, separatist, as they call us, because the bigger nickname bitana. So we take it like the bigger the burabtana, like a badge. So it's all good for us. So really, thank you. And let me give a chance to Mr. Abimalik. Thank you for joining us. What is your thoughts on this? What we talked about earlier, the NAS, SOMA, bullying must stop because there was a lot of intimidation, even letters sent to us directly. And if you decide Bictubulena, very derogative and also insulting in a way, so much. So I want to know your opinion, and also you can add something on it. And if you have any question to us also, as Equatorian Nationalists and also NAS Nationalist or Nuer Nation, also who's also seeking for self-determination, any one of us. And thank you. And I give you 5 minutes. So go ahead and thank you so much. Aye. Oh, sorry.
Because I was talking. Charles, he was saying that he's about to leave if he can get a final word to say. So I just apologize to Abu Malik to interfere you with you. Yep. I'm just letting him know in advance. I'm just letting him know in advance. So Charles is about to leave, so he was thinking if he can get a chance to speak before he leaves. Thank you.
المهم بس كلامي طبعا هيكون سريع دقيقتين زي ما يعني ما بلعبه. انا بس بقول لك ودي انه it takes another bully to stop a bully. ده كلام مختصر وده اصله يعني ده حاجه مجربه يعني. ده في النقطه ده. اما النقاط طبعا كثيره وانا بمسك بسرعه كده عشان اخلي جنرال تشارلز يتكلم. في كلام قالوا اخوي كورمدي قال انه يا اخي حركه شعبيه حركه جناميه وكلام زي ده. انا بقول طبعا دي حركه فيها ابطال ناس بيتر بن المقاتل الشرس اللي كان بجهاز العدو يعني ناس ويليام يوان يعني ده حركه ناضل وطلع لنا بلد يعني. فالمهم ده رايك لكن انا بقول لك طبعا ده ما راي صحيح. انا بطلب معك في رايي ده. النقطه الثانيه استاذ جامس انفعل شويه قبل ومهم رده طبعا لازم يقين وتربيه سكاره وتربيه مخيمات او معسكرات يعني. انا مقصود ان انت تقول الكلام ده قدام المدو تلار عشان نسمع الكلام ده كويس لانه طبعا عارفين عربي. لما الناس يقولوا يا اخي انا من الرجال اللي بتنقروا تهن والناس يتكلموا معهم ده كلام طبعا احنا عارفينه تهريب جم وين وي نو ذيس فيري ويل. فده النقطه الاخيره انا داير بس يعني اقوله اساسا يا اخوانا موضوع الفصل ده اساسا كتار مننا بنقول انه الجنوبيين اساسا ما عايزين يكون في عراق دماء عشان موضوع زول ده الفصل يعني. فاذا ده رغبه ايكواتوريين كله اتفقوا انه ده حاجه لهم دايرين. بالمناسبه ناس كتار يعني انا طبعا دنكاوي يعني عشان اسمي ده ما يلخم الناس انا ديكاوي ومن اول انا والله اذا ايكواتوريين كله يعني اتفقوا ده هو كلام بتاع منهم دايرين انفصال فبكون افضل لي انه كلام زي ده يحصل بدون إراقة دماء يعني ما زلت انا يقدر يشوف اخوه جنوبي بيموت عشان انا لكن طبعا هو صعب ذاته عشان انت تجمع ناس طبعا في فراي واحد شفتها فالمهم انا يعني نقاش طبعا في تنشنز طبعا مرات في منصات طبعا كالعاده ده حاجه نورمال تنشنز طبعا والبيلب فبس استاذ جيمس يا اخي انت قلت صار انا عارفين تحريكين يعني دول ده من الناس بيشربوا عرق يعني ففكر ما في حاجه يعني فالمهم انا I don't want انه الجنوبيين يشاغلوا ثاني في موضوع بتاع انه ناس عايزين يخلقوا دوله يعني فده ممكن يحصل بدون اراقه دماء وده نقاط بسيط بس اقدر اقوله وشكرا لإتاحة الفرصه يعني.
Okay, I was going to drop down, and I'm going to drop down after this. Abu Malik, when I say SPLM, SPLA itself is a crime, I meant what I say. An army that's supposed to be liberating people should not be scared of it. The entity itself is a crime. I'm not saying everyone in it is a criminal. SPLM, SPLA, you cannot leave your wife in their care. You cannot leave your daughter in their care. You cannot leave your food in their care. When you come back, it will all be destroyed. What do you call that? Because things like this, people can get killed. People got killed for things that people should not die for. SPLM, they do not have no social program. They have no programs whatsoever. And when I say it's a criminal, that thing is a criminal. Instead of having program, the general public of South Sudan would be attracted to those programs. No. They are there to be served. And if you refuse to serve them, they will force you to serve them. Okay? You might have not seen it all, or maybe you heard pretty much some few. I have seen a lot my own self, and I know what I'm talking about. Thank you so much.
Can I add just quickly, and I will stop. What about it? The SPLA that you're talking about, this is the SPLA that it is the strongest moments. Is the moment that you step at the back, and the strongest moment, the strongest moments that he was about to blow the enemy, and you step them at the back. The SPLA you're talking about right now is the SPLA. When we took our independence within 2 years, you waged a very big war using the white army to suppress it. So that's what you're talking about. Thank you.
Excuse me. Let me just have some.
Where is he at?
Please bring him up.
Yeah, guys, please don't drop anybody. That because I allowed him to be, and I told him to feel free because when we give people a chance to speak, we can still, let people to talk until they finish. And I think he said he finished, but go ahead, you can respond. He's still down there. He can listen. If you want to come up, he will raise his hand.
Instead of him actually trying to convince me why SPLM is not a criminal organization, he's just trying to come and tell me what did take place. And that thing that did happen, When you say we stab SPLM in the back, what did he actually mean? Did he mean Nuer people? Or did he mean who? He should actually say this.
That's what he meant, brother.
Okay? So Nuer people that you actually run door-to-door killing, and you're saying that we're the one that actually stabs you in the back. And when people say suppression is the only best way, when somebody like Abu Mali come here and try to spew nonsense, it's unbelievable. Okay? Denka come here and say Nuer betrayed SPLM. Who is the first politician in Sudan that betrayed anyone? That is William Deng Niel, right? When he left because he did not get a leadership, when he know the leadership actually was in the hand of Equatorian, this man had to go back to Arab that we were fighting for. When will I actually see a Dinka that is telling the truth? Because you want it all only for your own self. Sudan, and that's why I've been saying, if these European colonials put only Denka and Nuer together, this nonsense would have been solved right now. Because you're hiding behind sovereignty. So you can carry out all your crimes in the name of Sudan. This is the only luck that you have. This is the only luck that you have, and you will go and mobilize the region. This is the only luck that you have. This war would have been done. It would have been solved a long time ago. But when you come here and try to talk nonsense instead of convincing the audience that are listening, why SPLM, SPLA is not a criminal organization, you fail to do that. Rather, you're trying to deflect. It doesn't work like that. The people that are listening are smart, and they know when something is right, and they know when something is wrong. Well, thank you for coming here and speak up nonsense. You should actually stay down there. I thank you, Etika. I was gonna go down, but this guy came and tried to tell me something that he has not said.
Etika أنا داير أقول لك حاجة. زول لما يطلع فوق ويقوم يقول لك أنا ما سبريتيس، أنا ما سامي واحد من opposition، أنا دنكاوي، مفروض زي ما تديه فرصة. شوف زول اللي جا جدا كلام هنا وطلع طوالي من الروم، بعدين في تهمات طوالي بعد يحصل هنا، ما تنزلوا ناس وشنو كده، ونزل نفسه لأنه جا قال كلام فارغ هنا وطلع برا من الروم. يا جماعة إحنا دايما نخلي الناس يسمعونا، مش إحنا نسمعهم. في ناس تقدر تجيبه اللي ممكن بيقعد فوق بيسمع منك وانت بتسمع منه، لكن شوف شكل زول زي بيجي بيرمي كلام فارغ وبيطلع من الروم. هسه حاليا برادر نيميري قاعد يتكلم، زول ما في روم كده الكلام وطلع فات كويس. انا دايما داير احنا we have to sell to them، مش هم يجوا يدورنا كلام وكده. از جبال جاكوب قال ده كلام بتاع عندايات وطلع من الروم هجارة، بس انها نستمر كده لغايه 200. Let's be wise enough. So جا فوق هنا ده ما دنكاوي اجري ما من إيكواتوريا، هو ما من إيكواتوريا، مثلا نقول من إيكواتوريا من other oppositions، yeah we can allow. لكن دنكاوي يجي هنا، دنكاوي ما ده separation بتاع إيكواتوريا عشان لين بتاع إيكواتوريا، وعشان إيكواتوريا زين يفضلوا هناك في كامل الأبد، ما يرجعوا في لين بتاع إيكواتوريا. So it's not good. ما تجيبهم من فوق كويس. Now when is on voting bitana عشان نعمل independent بتاع Equatoria. We Equatorians are the one going to vote, not Dinka. Okay? So Malish, my respect to you, San Etika. What I keep Dinka fokina because Dinka tama basma mino haja kwez. Thank you.
Well, all right. Let me give a chance to the next speaker, please. Go ahead. Who's the next speaker? Mr. Ethel. We need to give a chance to people who want to say something because we're trying to express our democratic way. Democracy. I understand. This topic in the bully. We need to show opposite because we are not bullies and we know ourselves. We're very much clear. There's a lot of challenges. Like in one thing I just want to remind you, الناس اللي هم بيتكلموا هم معارضات سياسية دائما بيتكبروا علينا، بيقولوا هم يا هو بيعرف يتكلموا عن صوتنا، لكن احنا المواطنين نكون أعلى منهم. احنا عارفين قضيتنا، بس بكل احترامي لك باتريشيا عارفين قضيتنا واحنا واثقين فوقه. We're very confident because حتى المشاريع اللي ماشيين فوقه مشروع ده ما في واحد منهم بيقدر، حتى لحد هسه بيحاولوا you know what are we doing. They want to ask how you doing it and who your contacts and all that. They want to know every information, but why do we give them? Who are they عشان نديلهم؟ هم مو مستوانا because they claim they're higher you know what do you call it, higher status than us, you know. So احنا اقل منهم in status. So احنا كمان بنقول لهم اوكي كان انت بتعرف ان اقل status, why are you concerned about our issue? But what we focus on now, let them stop the bully, because and we are declaring this to them clearly because هم كان دايرين war will happen. If they want peace, let them organize their house and stop just rambling nonsense threats to people in their you know back channeling people, in particular our Equatorian women, because I know they do that. And you challenge them, and then the cowards will not come to us as men to challenge us, because I know as well let try us, let him come to me and we will show them what hell is. But they will try to go around there, and I've seen some people try to bully us, but we don't care about them, and we tell them they're just mentally disabled. Like can you push their luck, they will see. But in a countries different system guide for countries in the fogo, then they will know what we'll do. We don't have to even threat them. لكنهم بيعرفوا نهاية بتاع حاجات اللي ممكن يعملوا ده عورات ده ما جنوب السودان اللي يرجعوا هناك في بوندو ده عشان يقدروا يعيشوا يعملوا حركات ده هناك لأنه كيربي support them. But one thing I want to say, I understand what you're saying, Patricia, and I don't disagree with you. لكن شنو بس for the sake of this topic, and next time I will not repeat that, but let us give chance to everybody to express itself, because هسه عاوزين أنا عارف في ناس هيكون opposers. But let's remember, our voices is stronger than anybody who can oppose. They can try. لكن لحد هسه هم جابوا حلول غير هم عاوزين يقولوا لنا احنا كلامنا ده كلام تاع انفعال وزعل. So انا ما عاوز اكتر لان عندنا couple of hours left and we need to save this. So I want to make sure we get this done as soon as possible. No matter if we can give a chance, لأنه كان تيلر في هنا. If you don't mind, I request humbly to give Tiller a chance. And then from there, Brother Sabata. And then we stop bringing anybody up who are opposing against Equatorian Nationalists, if that's okay with you guys. So Taban Kaman, General Charles did not speak yet because he said he want to leave soon. This is a request to you guys. Tfadal. Do you hear me? Yeah guys, do you hear me? أنا قلت request نجيب لأنه كان الضيف معنا وهو أنا ما أعرف هو نزل تحت نجيبه، كان هو عنده حاجة يتكلم، كان ما عنده حاجة يقدر يتلس عشان بعد كده نقدر ننزل. ده ما موضوع بتاع إنه that's the last time, but I'm saying after this we're gonna shut the hand raising. Just request from you guys democratically. اتفضلوا.
Yes, Charles, we can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much. You know, I just want to intervene so that I don't just leave you like that. Yeah, Etika, We're in the liberation. You cannot bring a person in the Akareni, Umader Nedivu Karavito. Lomader Nedivu Karavito will teach him how to clean it. Okay, but we are not going to clean for him. Like Abu Malik de Geni Akara, Usibu Karavito Afik Lenas, Umag de Regeni in Lahadias. But the good news, they are still thinking. They can listen that. The SPLM committed crimes. Lokanita Basa Rajede, Abu Malik, who killed William Nyon Al-Gibelo Gali, Gali is a hero there. Who even killed Ajede Kerbino, the founder of the SPLM? Who killed? Who killed Joseph Odugo, the first chairman of the movement? Those of Edward Otome and all other commanders. Was it not the same SPLM? The same behaviors they are doing today that need to be corrected. And that's what some of us in the SPLM are trying to correct it. But Dr. Rep went the same way back without a reform. For us as Equatorians, we are saying that we are fighting for our independence because we don't want to be recolonized by Upper Nile and Bahrazal. Anybody who is not Equatorian, leave Equatoria for Equatorians. Leave Equatorians for Equatorians. That's our message. We are not babysitting anybody here. If you are coming here, you know why you are here. You know the topic. Go to the topic. And we don't have Galinama students of politics. What about politics here? Is he even a student of politics? Is there politics when Umatak Binumumo, Ogotak Binumumo, Akopitak Binumumo, and the people of Alabama like they put it about Rufumon? What school of politics is that? Your land being taken and you are remaining homeless. Is there any study for you to get a place to sleep? They low school. The cows are what? Are eating your farms, your grains. What type of politics do you want me to study to remove that cow from my grain, from my farm? Bagara? We have to study maybe the politics of cows that are new in that immigrated to Equatoria. So this Abu Malik, he should be waiting here so that he can answer those questions. Maybe Tilar can help that, bring Tilar up. Thank you. So it to Mr. Mill, please, Yatika, distract the topic. We don't want distraction. Our message must be clean. Mafia Queenie, we Equatorians, they Jarantanna. Please, thank you.
Well,
for justice and equality and prosperity for all Equatorians. Thanks.
All right, thank you. And I just want to remind you something, guys, before I give a chance to Brother Sabata. Fairly wide, I want to remind you. Maybe you don't see it when I see it. Trust me, like you know your enemies and you direct your action toward them and say you are the enemy and we don't have to fear them. Today, I'm just saying this. I know you have the right, not overriding anything. Maybe I don't know what to say, but let me just stop there because it's just a little bit mind-boggling here. Let's just give a chance to Mr. Sabata, but I want us to kind of like understand when we deal with things, let's always kind of give the respect, not for the sake of in a week, like we just want to show the other opponent that they think they're better than us. We can show them even we're better than them. enough for the sake of showing them, but we know who we are. Because what we want to build a nation that is not going to be living on silencing others, and we will not accept silencing anyone, even if I disagree with that person. I know they are our enemies because they're killing our people. Trust me. You don't think I'm ready to go and die for my land? Like I said, I already thought of it and said, you know what? If blood is what it needs, I'm ready to give my life for it. And I will not stop fighting for the land of Equatoria. Like Kinshinu, even your enemy, sometimes you need to talk to them, but not submit to them. That's all I'm saying. And let them expose their own thinking, because the more they talk to you, you know who they are. Because you will ask them, you will interact. Mama Nato Khalas, you submitted. That's my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong, and I apologize, but let's move on and give a chance to Brother Sabata. Yes.
You know, it is very important. If somebody want to talk, let him remain. But it doesn't make sense. You talk and then you run away, and you left a message that is not comfortable to me as a separatist without educating you. So we should not tolerate that. That's not even democracy. Even the freedom of his speech, then it should be here to listen also our part of the story. Right? But
yes.
you leave it and then you go away. Doesn't make sense. We must stop this. You know? Thank you.
Absolutely, I agree with you. And Mihim, في حاجة واحد كمان, and remember, it's actually we're not trying to follow the European democracy. حتى ذاته في story about Socrates, he was the first person who disagreed with democracy. He said democracy around fools is like you give them a poison instead of a milk. So just remember that, because democracy among fools is not the perfect way.
Kira jibu tahun John Gereng fita National Salvation Front da ismu Telar Bolde. Kira jibu tahun no.
He's not here. We don't have to worry about him. But let's give Sabata and in the time Kanu hina ubir faiden. Oh, okay. He's here. I will give him a chance. I raise him up, but just let's give Sabata. He's after Sabata. Brother Sabata, welcome and thank you for joining us.
Hi, thank you very much, Brother Etika, and I also want to thank everybody who will participate in this discussion. And I really wanted to respond to Abu Malik, but unfortunately he's not here. But thank you, Nimeri, for clarifying to Abu Malik what the SPLM organization is. And I wish we have an entity, I'll speak for Equatorians to make it very clear, voice of Equatoria, that the government that we really respect and honor is government Lagukan signed in 1972 Manimeri, that has given to us freedom in terms of autonomy. It has given to us dignity in that when we were not getting along. They divided us in the Kokora policy, which was called the Decentralization Act of 1983. It also clarified the question of marginalization because gave the South Sudanese positions starting from the High Executive Council, Lahadi Marasulat Kulukan was South Sudanese. But the SPLM came and just lied to people about all this to justify their war, which eventually brought us to where we are. It is a curse. SPLM is a curse. Thank you for clarifying some of the things to Abu Malik. He's not here, but that is fine. He's already gone. Maybe we'll meet some other time in another forum. The other thing I want to is on the issue that the bullying that has been alleged. You see, this is what I personally am thinking, and this is just a personal view. Al Assassino, there are justified concerns from both sides, but unless you listen to each other in good faith and try to address or answer those questions, then you will always it will appear as though fisura, as though wrestling going back and forth. First of all, some of the missteps political people who are speaking voice of political parties sometimes do. One thing I know about political parties is they are supposed to be good listeners of the people. They listen to voices of the people, and under the normal circumstances, voices of the people are usually scattered. It is not organized. And then what the political parties do is shilu voices of the people. Then they organize it. They deliberate on those voices, and they organize those voices, and they try to act on those voices, try to bring solutions on the cries that the people are doing. But I am not familiar with a political organization becoming very angry at the people because a section of people or voices of people have complained about some atrocities that is being committed to them, and proposing some form of solution. Be it separation, or be it burning the entire South Sudanese or South Sudan as a country down, Zaro. You know, politicians usually shouldn't get angry at the voices of the people, but they should listen to the people and try to come to the people and talk with the people and tell them, yeah, we listen to you, we understand where your concerns are coming from, and then try to inject in their way of thinking. But then I'm surprised if really there are individuals who are speaking voices of political parties and at the same time trying to suppress voices of people or section of people, then I personally think it is not right. It is unbecoming of what is called political ethics with a political organization. And this is where I think individuals are undergoing missteps. That is one. And then there is also concern, I think, is also genuine from those political or representatives of those political entities, as they raise the following question. If they raise the question, al assassino, yeah, Wana, there is this word, separatist. It has become a very, very broad word. It has no longer become. It is not clearly defined whether it is an entity, whether it's an organization in itself, and what form of organization is it. It is not clearly defined, or whether it is section of people. And sometimes Ana Kangasma Masalan, a voice coming in from this organization, or I don't know whether it is correct to call it an organization, but when I hear voice, sometimes I hear things as though we are the voices of yani Kano de sharp. And when I hear Al Assassino de sharp, what comes in my mind is, okay, de sharp ita Equatoria, hal de sharp ita Equatoria. Okay, has Equatoria now developed what is called have Equatorians as a whole developed themselves into a formal group where they now have people who are speaking their voice, while this is a formal organization. In the name, it is registered just like Masalan, any other organization. Okay, if that becomes very clear, maybe the questions or kalamat al-gijamin side tanide al-gikengal, if these are voices of the people, are they mandated by the people of Equatorians? You know, those kind of questions will eventually be answered. But if there are no clear definitions, then yes, I will not be surprised, Al Assassino, there will always be this kind of questions being raised. And the unfortunate part here is there is no forum where you are coming together and then discussing so that you answer yourselves clearly and put things to rest. It is just like now there is a room open here, things will be said, and then tomorrow, come on, في ناس انا متاكد بيشيلوا كلام ده بالسايد الثاني يلا دول كمان بيفتحوا روم يلا بيبداوا ينسون حاجات يلا روم ثاني بيجي فتحوا.
Are you trying to talk like a unionist or you're a separatist?
Don't waste my time if you are not reasonable, Charles. You know me very well. Okay, I don't buy nonsense.
Because what you are talking, you are talking like you are not a separatist or you are what?
Hold on. I am speaking as Sabata. I am speaking my point of view.
Where a Sabata, a rebel movement can be registered? Where? A separatist movement to be registered? In which world? Give me an example.
Okay, Charles. My understanding is when you speak, you are speaking a particular entity. It's kind of organization. You have a name for it.
But I'm fighting for separation.
Okay,
yes. Do we need to have a registration?
Hold on.
Yeah.
You speak as a head, as a leader of a particular organization. Is that right?
Yes.
Exactly. Now, thank you. You are speaking as a leader of a particular organization. Full stop. Organization.
But I'm asking you.
Let me finish.
I'm asking you, as the head of the organization, are you a separatist or you are talking as a unionist? These questions are supposed to be what you said, supposed to be said by somebody who is a unionist.
Your question is irrelevant.
Or somebody anti-separatist.
Your question is irrelevant.
You cannot say that separation is not well defined. What do you mean? What do you mean that separatists does have no objective? What do you mean?
You see, Charles, either you have taken what I am saying.
No, I'm asking you. What do you mean that separation ideology is not well defined?
I don't want to say some things I'll belittle you here. You have not.
Brother Sabata, let's hold on a second. Charles had a simple question. Brother Sabata, let's not take it into that extent. Simple question, Brother Sala. I know Farron faced some things when you said it wasn't clear. يعني in Arabic بعيش في مبهم كده كان لأنه كلام بتاعك is almost like you're not sure you're separatist بس سألك simple يعني ما قال عشان تقدر هو ما سألك in personal and let's not take it into personal way by say belittling because we are all brothers and we are all Equatorian, we are all fighting for Equatoria. He just asked simple question and you just respond to that. It's not like he trying to belittle you or trying to undermine your right. You have the right to express yourself and he said I as Sabata. He didn't say I as an organization. But just answer him on that question. Is nothing irrelevant. Only كانوا طلع مثلا قال لك انت منو ذات عشان تقدر تتكلم عن Equatoria. But he said in simple question, are you a separatist or you are something else in that matter? Thank you. I apologize on Facebook هنا cut, but I will reopen it in the next other. But go ahead, sir. Thank you.
To this question, I have a point that I am laying forward. Why then are we twisting away from my point to a question whether I am a separatist or not? Why are we twisting away from the point that I'm laying forward?
Okay. Let me. Homa Goslek in. Okay, go ahead. He can answer. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I will shut this for those in Facebook. I see somebody in Facebook, if I'm not mistaken. One person, but I have to apologize. I'm going to shut this and start another one just to say continuation. So follow us right now. All right. Thank you. I appreciate you guys and please share this one. Thank you. God bless.